Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, can I fight it? How can I listen when there's no sound? Oh, the wolves are out. Yes, the wolves are out. Hold on to what you found. Days are deceiving. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear it now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. I'll lose inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, come and set me free. Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down, loudly
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. Astralis winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters close qualifier to the Asian region. Rio on the line, and who doesn't want to go to Brazil? I want to go to Brazil. I want it bad. I'm Tea Time. He's Michael Yumi Cassidy, and we're finding out who can it be who actually represents the Asian region in Brazil. Starting things off, of course, yesterday we already had the first round of the qualifiers. But Michael, why don't we look at the brackets and you can tell me how you feel about them and about maybe Rio?
Yeah, I mean, going to Rio would be a fantastic opportunity for some of these teams, especially even the teams that are undergoing a bit of a rebuild and having roster moves, especially in sort of the lead up towards the second major of this year. Yesterday we had Tyloo versus Cat Evil, which was kind of a surprisingly close series. Cat Evil actually able to take a map away from Tyloo, as Cat Evil is sort of this rising force within the Asia region. But Rare Adam Atox also a very contentious game, only for Tyloo to just kind of take over when they faced Rare Adam in that upper bracket final. They were really on form, and they didn't even look strategically like they were playing the best Counter-Strike. They were just shooting heads really, really hard. And Cat Evil, unfortunately, couldn't put up much of a fight against Atox in that lower side of the bracket as well. So we're ending up in a day 2 where we actually could just have the same round games we had in the opening round in the lower bracket into the grand finals today.
Well, let's find out. I think that there might be a chance for things to be mixed up if Ray Adam played the way that they did against Tyloo right here up against Atox as well. You know, normally I would paint a narrative of, hey, maybe there's a mental block, this and that, but Ray Adam did just beat Tyloo about 3 weeks ago, so that really can't be the case. Meanwhile, though, Atox did a very good job up against Rare Adam initially, but even though we both commented that it felt like Atox was maybe even the better team overall, they just didn't have the better players in that matchup. So it's still a very contentious series, and then afterwards, obviously, the big bad red boss in the finals are feeling comfortable regardless of who comes up against them. So we're going to have to wait to find out for that one. But Michael, obviously, one of the interesting things to talk about in a rerun is obviously the Veto. Yesterday we had Anubis, we had Ancient, and we had Inferno coming through as a decider. What do you think about today's Veto?
Yeah, well, I don't think Rare Adam are going to select into oh god, I mean, I just don't
Vertigo?
think. Yeah, well, they're gonna avoid Vertigo, especially because of what happened to them when they played against Tyloo trying to punish pick it. So I'm kind of not surprised to see them lean into that Anubis. It does feel like a map that they feel pretty well rehearsed on, as far as I can tell, and we're pretty much getting the same maps we would want in this series. You know, Ancient, another good map, and I think that really the platform through which Atox has been able to rise through ranks. This is a very solid map in terms of not only Dobu's calling, but also I imagine the shift over to Cabal as well has helped quite a lot in that transition. And they didn't look as uncomfortable as maybe some of the early concerns could have been for Atox on that map. So I guess I'm not really surprised with the maps we have. It is basically a complete rerun of what we had in that opening round.
Well, you already said it. We might have a few reruns today, but let's find out whether the results are the same or not. Obviously, we also have to keep in mind that Rare Adam's Anubis yesterday looked incredibly weak as far as their CT side was concerned. They only got 4 rounds on the board, including the pistol round. After that, Atox got 8 straight to make it an 8-4 half. Now, from that point onwards, it did still feel like Atox could have been quite contentious, right? There were a couple of rounds which ended up being a 1v2, a 1v1 here and there, a few advantages taken back by both Child King and Kaze. That felt like those were the two who were really doing it. Time. Is that going to happen again today? Today as well. Neither one of those in my head, feel like they're going to be true.
Yeah, it's weird because I think we actually had some great flashes from Atox down the stretch in that previous series between players like Yami or Annihilation. You know, those guys were, I guess, major driving forces for this Atox team, where the Rare Atom squad just had like basically superstar player level kind of performances when they needed it most, whether that was, you know, Kaze in the first map, or whether it's Child King in the second, or whether it was Li Hang at the very end of like a 24 rounds Inferno in regulation. You know, you actually had these players step up to the plate in high pressure situations where Atox didn't seem to have that same level of pressure or presence, really. So yeah, I'm I guess a little anxious for Atox coming into this game, because I think they realize, just as we do, that they could have very easily been in that upper bracket, test themselves against Tyloo, and reset themselves today for another opportunity, because there was no beating Tyloo yesterday. They have the highest 4 players within this qualifier statistically. And that's just how well they were playing individually, even. You know, like I said, they weren't playing super crazy tactical Counter-Strike. They were just popping heads. So whichever team makes it through the lower bracket final will need to make sure they are on best form if Tyloo deliver what they did yesterday in the grand final of this closed qualifier. But we're going to dive right into it. First map in the series, the selection of Rare Atom. We start today on Anubis.
Can't be getting ahead of ourselves thinking about the grand finals. This is going to be a tough one for both sides. Regardless, it's going to be started off with a couple of players down middle for Atox, Annihilation, and Cabal trying to pair up Child King on the other side. But the 3-man push that might be planned is going to be diverted back to the bomb sites. Felt like they were expecting Rare Atom to go for more of a middle play as well, leaving the anchors a little bit lonely on either extremity.
Well, this is a slow build into this B bomb site. They do have those 2 sets of utility, and it does appear that they're ready to take contact off each other should there be some presence thrown by this T side. Cabal will be that first port of call just to back up Yami on that opening duel. Oh, yeah.
Well, Yami's going to need that backup. He's been gooshed down initially. Dobu now trying to get a couple of shots out through the smoke. This is where Jam Young managed to get a few, but no, won't be the case. Rare Atom able to path onto the bomb site itself. All 5 players from both teams are on this site, ready and waiting. Really, the only one to worry about is Mick, and Mick is taking that duel, able to find somebody, upsets the playing field. Annihilation doing the same, and Rare Atom, despite getting the bomb down, will have only 3 players alive. Child King looks for duels. He gets 2 of them, actually ends up being a collateral. Another headshot onto Cabal. Dobu's the only one with HP, where an advantage came the way of the Mongolian side. It quickly flips the board with Child King's triple.
Yeah, I mean, that's fantastic work there from Rare Atom. The execute works exactly as you'd like it to. Getting those 2 smokes down. Did they steal Atox's pistol? I swear the last time these 2 played on Anubis, Atox started on that T side, and then
Rare Atom did this versus Tyloo, and they just lost because they got shot through the smoke.
Okay, well,
yeah.
I thought it was Atox that got shot through the smokes, but yeah, I mean, Rare Atom, I mean, that's perfect execution. 2 smokes down, bomb planted, and then just able to bounce off each other and making sure that they always swung together and with the purpose to trade in that pistol, so very little hesitation, making sure that there was no way back in there for Atox, and they will bend the knee for the second round. It's not as though they've invested too much or really anything. Aside from, you know, that deagle that we've made comments on before, Atox seem to like to at least venture with a deagle on one player at the very least.
Come on, Cabal, trying to make some money. Might not happen, to be fair. Very hard to... I actually think it might be harder for a MAC-10 without armor to get another kill on a MAC-10 rather than a Galil. I don't know why, just in my head I feel that way. Right, we have ourselves a proper buy. Proper being maybe a little bit much to describe it. Atox are still going to be wanting a bit more utility. They've got a kit for themselves as well in the hands of Yami. Rare Adam trying to threaten out a little bit more B-sided presence early in with that lurking smoke that'll keep Atox busy and wondering. I'm also wondering what happened to Cabal. Looked like there was a grenade down the middle of that smoke. Kaze has it opened up and Cabal's taken down. That gives Child King free reign to move back into mid.
And there's no reaction here from the Atox side. They have to concede middle and counteract that by getting information elsewhere. So they push through towards B main. Dobu will be on a solid timing as he decides to continuously commit to this play out from B. He could catch these players setting up outside of A if that's the route he takes, especially because he knows mid has been compromised. It can be so late to actually stop a potential split, so it's all on timings, and Mick just has to buy some extra time so that flank can really activate. Bomb is the one that gets caught in the backstab, and Annihilation stops them in the front, so 2 kills quickly here for Atox, back to 3-on-3.
And every single player on the Rare Adam side is so incredibly isolated. We've seen this happen before as well. This is where they end up relying very much on maybe even Li Hang to make a play back towards that A site. If he can keep Annihilation down, that's a good move to have. But Dobu's also still circling around. Could have the timing. Yes, he does, but he doesn't find the kill. Retreats back with good damage, but all in the meanwhile, there's a quick escalation. Li Hang climbs up the rug stairs, and now all they have to worry about is Yami. Catching them out on the rotate. Good for 1. Could make it 2, but he's running out of bullets. And now with both players' HP low, this MP9 has so much it can get done. Drops down the pistol as well. He'll be guarded off by Child King, who ends up giving up the angle. Flashback is great, but Annihilation spotted out. They're going to try and deal with Yami first. Summer taking the forward-facing angle, but he loses his teammate in doing so. Now, he shouldn't be expected here because Child King was looking like he was going to Temple as well. So a double Temple setup might be a bit much to expect. Will Annihilation clear this? Absolutely he will.
Yeah, I mean, good heads up there from Annihilation. I think, honestly, good read as well in that final moment. You know, when they throw that flash towards deep spawn, Annihilation got fully blinded by it, but no one wanted to challenge. Both those players on Rare Adam were so low HP that they didn't want to risk even getting shot in sort of cursory bullets, retreating by a blinded player, and being able to catch that first man in transition. Knew he was a little late, so they do piece it together. They understand that that secondary access towards Temple was a possibility. So Atox do get themselves on the board with that first gun round. That triple from Annihilation did pull it all together, but it was that flank from Dobu that really disrupted everything. 4 AKs and a Tech 9 here for Rare Adam. Somebody's one a little shortchanged, but a Tech 9, you know, it's almost like a zodiac sign. I feel like it's a good fit for somebody. You know, it describes his persona.
If you had to give somebody a zodiac sign, I want to know which one it would be after this round.
Oh, I don't know enough about horoscopes, so
You've got time, Michael.
I'm not doing the research.
Someone's watching out. He didn't do the research. Mick just runs him down. Gets himself an upgrade as well. So, you know what? He's going to be eating good tonight. Good timing on the incendiary just to be able to get that secondary peek out as well. And now with 2 players still in A, the only thing they have to worry about is the mid-side presence from Child King. Utility is not the best on Rare Adam, so about that 40 seconds mark where they're going to be hitting. It really does feel like it has to be the BB bomb site. Kaz is not in a great position to deploy smokes, though, to be fair. So you aren't going to see Li Hang being able to do too much. This Util is effectively useless beyond maybe just the... Oh my god, I'm lying to you guys. He's got all the lineups. Molotov backwards as well. Lineups are great, but life is better, and Kaze doesn't have the ladder. 2-on-4 is where Adam will be able to bring it back by just the 1, but Yami's there to reclaim. And as Mick is looking to do the same, it's Child King to take his head off. Time's running out and it might be worthwhile to not go any further, but Child King's doing damage and looking for the duel. Yami knows it's time to hide away. He will peek after time, and that's Child King losing money.
Yeah, I mean, Child King definitely had an opportunity there. 4 seconds by the time he is able to sort of breach himself into that bomb site. You're right to highlight that time, but he had to go for elimination or preservation, and he doesn't succeed at either. You know, he doesn't commit to the hunt, and in his retreat, like you said, he loses his money. dying after time. So, I mean, initially a pretty solid hold there from Atox. It just, again, it's this same problem here for Rare Atom in that they're so spread out that they almost can't make use of some of the clean entries that, you know, players like somebody even got on the counter reaction. But that can be part of the problem when you've got so many players that are willing to make plays, is that grouping up actually can feel like a limitation at times. You just have to manage that clock while you're doing it. I have suspicions this round could be a little faster, given the amount of Tech 9s employed by Rare Atom in this. They do commit to the buy, given that Child King, well, his money was not going to be great.
Quick, guys, get the newspaper open. What's a horoscope looking like? Raining Tech 9s and grenades.
Isn't that like a weather forecast? Or forecast?
I don't know, dude. I don't believe in the weather.
True, to be honest. Meteorologists are overpaid.
All of the meanwhile, acceleration coming in. There's that speed, but speed is being met by breakers. Meet Yummy. He's breaking your heart and your face. Unfortunately, he's broken himself pretty soon. This is shoddy road construction. 3-on-3 now as Dobu's trying to prevent the bomb from being recovered and planted, but hopping terrorists will be able to do just that. Dobu gets one, but the bomb will go down. Molly doesn't spread the Kaze. Summers, AKs, all they need. A full quad kill. 2 on the tech and 2 on the rifle.
Okay, damn. I mean, that's impressive stuff there from Summer. I mean, for me, I thought Yami was just gonna close out this B bomb site. The way he was moving sort of quickly between duels, never really standing still so that those pistols could run him down. And then Summer does the exact same thing when he gets his hands on the same rifle. There's extra slide applied to that one AK, and Summer makes great use of it. I mean, just some nice clean shooting, a nice pacey round there from Rare Atom to break through on a force buy. We'll see if Atox can get something going for themselves as well. They've also committed to a force, but this is more long-range sharpshooting. Not likely to run into their opponent much the same way. See the extra hesitation here from Rare Atom, understanding what they're up against. But once again, you know, they will still be spread fairly thin. They are pulling somebody over to this A-side contact, leaving Li Hang on the lurk with his MAC-10. And yeah, they're just gonna walk straight into A and hope for the best. Deploying utility on the fly, no one peeking here for Atox. They only have this quick response in from camera, and that cameraman, he died. A rare instance where the cameraman does fall.
Yeah. Oh? Dobu? Could he recover that weapon comfortably? No, it's just a MAC-10. Never mind. I thought maybe there's an AK to be taken forward. No, there's really nothing good about this round for Atox.
Yeah, that's one of the advantages of them just leaving Li Hang on that MAC-10, is that in a world where he's unexpected and uncleared, he just builds money, and worst case scenario, he gives them an SMG.
I will say I'm not sure about what the numbers are. I'd love to see just on what kind of success do CTs even have on force buys in general across different maps, because it doesn't feel like there's much. And I know that obviously a lot of it comes down to, hey, we can't buy even if in the next round we're on a double eco basically. But then also, is saving that extra money maybe a little bit worthwhile just to extend it across the MR12, right? If you're saving an extra $2,000 or so across an MR12, that might be basically 2 extra gun rounds or 1 extra gun round, depending on how things go. So that's always one of those conversations where you just wish you had the numbers to back it up.
We need to process a lot of information.
Well, Dobu's processing a lot of pain right now.
Aren't we all?
No, I'm not being burned alive.
Okay, yeah, you know, I was thinking more like emotion.
Metaphorical pain is fine and well, but then you see someone on fire and then you realize maybe it's not the right
Yeah, maybe it's not so
thing.
bad.
All in the meanwhile, though, this A-side defense is feeling a lot of physical pain.
Oh,
Annihilation being able to get a shot through I don't even know where with I don't even know what. No scopes needed, and for Mick, no head needed either.
well, that is a crying shame there for Annihilation. I mean, tagged so many players up, but just unable to finish off the job. Usually we're thinking about the 1-2 punch combo between, you know, pistols and that scout. But they're only quick jabs and no uppercut to finish off the job. Yeah, I mean, it's not long for this world either. So, it's an okay amount of damage. It ain't great. It ain't bad. But what Atox need are rounds, because it's very quickly accruing here for the side of Rare Adam. They're getting production out of players like Child King. You know, we are getting almost a more staggered level of impact, or even just frags out from the Rare Adam side in a way that Atox almost didn't have to experience too much previously. Yeah. You know, it was kind of just Kaze the last time they played on this map.
Yeah. And like towards the very end, Child King came alive.
Yeah.
Basically. And of course, the one sort of silver lining is that Rare Adam was doing very well on their T side before as well. CT side was where they were weak, but also at the same time, you don't want to end up with like a 9-3 half. Annihilation is also not on the AWP, which doesn't feel great. Obviously, there's a lot he can get done with the rifle as well, but it's just suboptimal. No presence in mid whatsoever. It seems like there might be an A-sided push to be coming through, enabled by a flash or so, and well, that Molotov is... Why?
Just slightly off the mark.
Well, maybe hoping to get it on the outside of the doorway, but now they're on the outside of the server. Flashbang straight forward. Annihilation is going to be the only line of defense over here on this A side, and he might be getting ready to check into that saving account as well, but Liang tells him the banks are closed. Kaze shuts down the shutters on Dobu's life as well, and it's all left on Yami.
Yeah, this is... I mean, this will be a tough round to pull together, but he's seeing if he's given anything for free. If there's anybody lingering or lurking inside of middle, he would have loved this as an opportunity to have a 1v1, but this is likely to be a safe call here from Yami. Yeah, the opening idea for Atox was to just get aggressive and clear towards A main, and sure, there's a lot of presence there from Rare Adam, but had that Molotov not obstructed them, there's a very good chance that they end up in sort of at least equal trading instead of the 2-for-1 that ended up being this A main push. That Molotov was just slightly high, so it bounced off the arches. It is supposed to land outside of main, inside of the water, so that a player cannot play up close behind the box or underneath their vision. And
I don't think it would spread to the box. It's a CT Molotov.
No, but it would land. The idea is that it lands behind the box.
Okay.
And in the water, so that if somebody's on that lower elevation, and especially if they're quicker than you, you'll hear a tag, and so you're more likely to come away with that duel.
Okay.
But yeah, it missed, and they mollied themselves, so...
That's a tilting round. It's a round that they had a lot set into. Now Rare Adam should be ending up on 7 pretty comfortably, and after that, you basically only have one gun round before the half already feels like it's gone a bit too far forward. Kaze has got cover fire, Li Hang providing it. Saved M4, giving them basically nothing. A couple of shots of damage, but that gets regenerated up very soon.
Yeah, there's not a lot gonna really happen here for Atox. Good coverage from Child King. Even if it does mean he kills Li Hang in the process, just make sure the round doesn't get out of control. Like you said, the round where they push A main was... You know, we talk about swing rounds usually from an economic sense, but that was supposed to be the swing round in a sort of motivating sense for Atox. That was supposed to jumpstart the engine here on the CT side, because they are trapped had this very lonely 2 rounds. Very much what they put together the last time they played on this map. Rare Adam could just completely run away with it.
Yeah, we talk a lot about swing rounds. This might be a slippery slope round because Kaze is making him slide down to hell. Quick shot on an Annihilation catches out the op that he finally afforded up, and now Summer scaled all the way up into the pillar side as well. Heaven will be off limits, but Mick is making the A site off limits. Back into the Molotov he goes. Cabal's there to cover up as well. Mick is somehow still alive. Somebody rectifies that, and now it's time for Lihang to strike through, coming in from behind. Got that mid flank set up, getting ready to squeeze that juice, but Dobu is ready. Won't overextend.
Oh my god, this gets really, really awkward now here for Atox. They have to push for information. They have to limit the options here on the side of Rare Adam. If somebody gets this frag, oh, it changes the round completely. Yami spots bomb, drops it. And so now this deep position from Lihang, it doesn't have enough time to mature, to actually properly cultivate the findings of this massive gap in the defense, and it leaves it all onto Dobu. Yami gets the information that Lihang's coming in through A, and Dobu just has to play on timing.
He's revealed his position. I'm surprised about that one, but no, going in through the Molotov, Lihang might have died anyway. He was hoping to get the kill rather than go for the bomb. Atox find the 3rd round, but it really comes off the back of some heroics from Mick. That was a beautiful shot from Kaze, who's been largely quiet so far, to remove the Opera from the A site. Mick recovers it with a great aggressive play next to the site.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want to see from a secondary A-side player as well. You know, he dropped a smoke very quickly down into the site. He Molotoved off the platform and then transitioned into the bomb site that they had already cleared. You know, there shouldn't have been a possibility of a player being there, but because of all that utility and the walls he created, just added so much to the chaos, and Rare Adam were simply ill-prepared. And the molly went a little too deep as well from the Rare Adam execution, but that's because they threw it in stride. There's a chance to bounce back here for the side of Atox, coming down to a one-on-one in that previous round. Once again, more of the same here for Rare Adam. Just probing all sides of the map, working slow mid control into some kind of a site finish. Okay, that was a very interesting way to peek that angle on the side of somebody. If there was somebody there, it wouldn't have worked all too well. Flash is beautiful, though, to set up Cabal down to 4 HP, but had that flash not been present, very likely Cabal ends up empty-handed.
Rotation back towards the B bomb as well for the CTs. It feels like they know exactly what's coming over their way. They're going to have fortified the correct bomb site, but all in the meanwhile, Rare Adam do not actually commit with the bomb just yet. It could be a rotation back to A, and Mick is not moving because of that same possibility. All he has to take care of is whether there's anyone coming in over here, and soon there will be. Kase is not going to be expecting someone to be holding this angle. He doesn't adjust, but still, the quick flick is all he needs. The head of Mick taken off with brutality. And now Atox is effectively in a 2 versus 2. Cabal's only got a deagle. He's not got much to work with. And Yami is gone. Lihang's late lurk is going to find fruit, and Kaze does the same. It's an orchard of opportunity right now, and Annihilation cannot reach high enough to pluck from these trees. Lihang and Kaze all away. Lihang going for the quick shoulder peeks forward. Annihilation threatens the movement back, and Lihang's never stopped. That exact same motion. Decoy might end up having been useful. In fact, Annihilation does have a kit looking to stick. Lihang knows the bomb's up planted for him. He'll have to be on the move soon. Annihilation gets it done. It'll be right at the nick of time, but he won't have the defuse.
Yeah, it really comes down to those final moments. Lihang was just far too annoying. I mean, a commendable effort there from Annihilation, getting all those kills towards the end, but Lihang played it perfectly. You know, the Molotov that birthed inside of camera, catching that extra player just quick on the rotate into that A bomb site, and then simply playing his life. Understood as well, as soon as Kaze found that kill inside of Heaven, Lihang had to be the one to effectively close the round, and so he never gave Annihilation a clean fight. Rare Adam are just working so well right now. Good clean kills on a number of their players, and even in the rounds that are scrappy, pulling it together more often than not. Yami's caught between smokes and molotovs, and just sitting inside of that smoke, even though it gets blown open, Summer is ill-prepared.
Oh god, Cabal. He's had a rough half so far, 3 and 12, and that'll be the end of his CT side story. Atox are hoping to collect on at least 4, right? It's the bare minimum, but Mick and Annihilation will do nothing to help them get there. 9-3, Rare Adam will be incredibly happy with this half, but can they do it again in the second? Let's find out after a break.
Okay. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays. I've never seen you in this place. I like to play some games. I can see right through your face. Focused on you like X-rays.
You thought 8-4 was a tough half yesterday for Rare Adam? Well, they start things off at 9-3 in their favor. What a way to turn the tides, and they might be able to make this a slightly faster series. Michael, Atox aren't feeling good.
Yeah, they're definitely not. So they were hoping to get a better showing than they did last time they played on their CT side. And they do, but only because they actually were able to play all 12 rounds in that half. So 3 for Atox coming into their T side, and they strung together some great rounds against Rare Adam the last time they were on the attack. They had 8 straight after conceding the opening 4. So let's see if they can piece that all together as well when they need it most. You know, it's one thing to do it when it's at the start of the game, another when you're already staring down a 9-3 scoreline.
Yeah, right now if you concede the opening 4, you just lose.
Yeah, that is just true.
Liang's chilling away. It's his time to shine, and he's going to have a flashbang pop behind him. Completely available visibility, but he's only good for the 1-2 for 2 trade, and somebody's hoping to make it a little bit more favored on their side. Both somebody and Summer have had a much better game today, and you can see it right here and now. Up to 14 frags for somebody.
Yeah, it just feels as though no one's really lagging behind. No one's having an off game. The opportunities that are arising here for Adam are being taken with both hands. It's a nice interplay as well. You know, flashes to set up, peaks. They're playing their lives as long as they can so that rotates can get engaged. Even on something as simple as a pistol round. Straight force buy here from Atox. They're gonna need the extra leverage this can provide, even if the odds of winning aren't always the greatest. They really need that lower percentage to pull through. And Mick, even though he's at a disadvantage on that fight, comes away with that opening duel, ferries that FAMAS further down the pack, and the flashes are great. Mick, a double entry. Kaze does sweep up one, but these techs are getting a lot of efficiency out of the purchase. And these 2 remaining players here on that CT side are on the bomb site, but Kaze only gets his 1, and Lihang has cleared A, but that's not even the final destination. Atox have turned away and have reset back to B, even with Lihang finding that kill, down to 13 HP. This won't be the most conducive to clutch.
That's a cursed FAMAS right there. I can't believe Annihilation doesn't get the kill with it. Even so, Lihang might just be better off saving right now. Atox yesterday, they did turn things around off the back of a force by win as well. Rare Adam had one of those themselves with the Tech 9 quad kill, I believe it was, from Summer. So fair is fair, karma's karma. Now Atox has a chance. And it's still going to be a very heavily uphill battle. Let's not make any mistakes about that.
Yeah, they envisioned the scenario where they were 11-3 down and decided they didn't want that.
Is that all it takes? Bro, where was your envisioning earlier?
You just need to be, you know, motivated.
A David Goggins mentality. Cabal can't turn the corner fast enough to take Lihang's M4 out of his hands.
Right, so there's 1 rifle available, and are you surprised? We're Adam. Buying right back. You 4 bought against us, and won. They're going to try to do the same right in their own favor. And this time, they're going to have to be a little tricky about how they deploy these M4s. Picks it up on boosts, for example, to provide an off angle. That's going to be something that as well that Atox should anticipate. Still very hard to clear those positions. Dobu did have that in his mind, and I say it's difficult. Dobu makes light work of it.
Good to see the awareness coming through over there. It looks like a B converge is the plan for both teams for now. Rare Adam would like to be able to get ahead of the game. You still have recovered that M4. That's one of the advantages of having that boost up. So you're not really lacking too much in firepower if it ends up being a B-sided hit. But I hear some shots going off. Could be seeing a pause later on. Yami, though, right now is not pausing for anything. He's got 2 kills and he wants a little bit more. That extra money being made from the stolen MP9 as well. Somebody will finally put a stop to it. Cabal spots him out and is going all the way to the back of the bomb site. Somebody able to cut him off. Cabal's poor luck continues, and Atox will be going back to the A site. Mix cleared a path for them and cleared the site.
Yeah, it seemed like a very odd choice on the side of Atox, but they're trying to run back over towards A, and they're going the more hazardous route. Yeah, Annihilation in through mid, and that's the bomb dropped at the feet of both these CTs that were rotating into the action. Mick does get traded as well, so it comes down to a one-on-one with Dobu on so low HP, and he never left B. He slides in, and he takes up the mantle that Summer held for himself. His old position, but now Summer is done a great job of running angle limitation. Dobu, as he collects that bomb, was already running very low on time. Summer will piece it together. So it's a force buy war at the start of the second half.
I don't understand why you'd go through camera. Like, going through middle over there makes no sense whatsoever because Mick hasn't gone there. Initially, you're maybe thinking that, well, if Mick can play off of Annihilation, if he can play the trade game over there, they can actually take the 2 versus 1 against the rotation, make it a little bit better. But Mick went through to CT in the very beginning.
Yeah, it feels like a misplay, a pretty big one at that, from Annihilation as that bomb carrier. Effectively had to go the safer route. Mika done such a good job of clearing the entire A-side territory. But maybe they're concerned about getting flanked from canals. Even then,
I mean, Dobu's in B.
yeah, you put the bomb in a better position as well. Even if you die. Well,
A round to look back on for sure, but Atox right now can only look forward. 11-4. There's really... Feels like you don't have any more breathing room left. You got a finger into the chokehold, but now you've lost a finger. Yami's looking for that contact play. I think he spots out the elbow, and Li Hang will have his head ripped off. Like a band-aid.
Yeah, it looked like there was just minor panic there from Yami, understanding that there was a weird long-barreled weapon looking right at him, and he only caught a glimpse of it. But made sure that Li Hang could get nothing out of that position. I like the choice for them to just group up in numbers to attack this A-bomb site. Kaze that acts as this first man on the defense, and with an SMG it will be difficult to find much use out of it. He's going to set up for a self-flash, and as he throws it, it's pretty poor timing for him. Overwhelmed, Summer is there at bricks, and he'll succeed in getting 2 before just holding onto this heaven position. No swinging before the rest of the team is really ready to go. Somebody out from camera does try and take that space, Chalking right behind him, and he provides great support. Rare Adam will not let it fall by the wayside, not this time versus the Atox following full force buy. Now, Rare Adam find themselves at 12, and Atox, they'll be forced to force.
Yeah, I hope Ancient goes better for them than Anubis has. Let's just put it that way.
They gotta really channel that 8 rounds straight they pulled off against Rare Adam yesterday. And that's just to get to OT.
Yesterday's Rare Adam was not the same as what we have right now. That is very clear on the scoreboard in the server, and a lot of their decision making as well, just on the individuals. Sure, there's still some overpeaking here and there going on, but that's just classic Rare Adam. That's what you expect to see from them. They make it work sometimes. Meanwhile, Yami's found Li Hang again. That's one duel they've been able to consistently win. Kaze caught with his gun away, but he still gets a kill. Yami will trade. Somebody's not been spotted. He's going to be the Viper in the nest, and he is ready to strike. Good for 1, good for 2, and Dobu needs to be good for just the 1 more. He's able to recover the AK, but he's lost most of his life, and it will be a great shot, but it's even better in the response from Summer. Rare Adam taking to 13. Atox had no chances challenging into that Anubis.
Yeah, I mean, this Anubis from Rare Adam just felt like a more complete package than what we got last time over. Before, it was Kaze just taking over, and now it felt like everybody was empowered on their fights. We were very infrequently seeing Rare Adam just lose on opening duels, and even when they did, they'd find a multi-kill from somebody else in the later stages of rounds. I think there were some questionable decisions made by Atox. A lot of positions that could have been won, that simply weren't capitalized on, or weren't they sort of couldn't piece it all together when it really mattered. And we didn't get even just the step up from players like Annihilation, who also had a pretty solid run-in last time on Anubis. I did just feel as though Atox came in a little sleepy, perhaps, into this game, while Rare Adam were fully empowered. So, I mean, it's clear they took away some lessons from the previous time they ran in with this team, even though, you know, some of the strategies they had from yesterday may have not been successful yesterday. They re-exec, they go for those same ideas, and it's just far better composed. You know, I didn't think Rare Adam actually had much team interplay, flashing, setting each other up in the opening day, but here in day 2, they're actually able to link that up a little bit more cohesively.
And I think the worst part about this is that Atox also, yesterday, they came in with a very high floor, and we're talking about how all of their players are doing a pretty good job. Unfortunately, their floor right now on the CT side, for example, I remarked that Cabal had 12 deaths. He died in every single round, and for a position as key as being the mid player, who's largely on an island as well, you can't really afford a situation like that transpiring repeatedly, right? Atox definitely has some work to do before Ancient, and let's hope that the break is long enough that they can do it. We're going to be back very soon, and you know what? For now, all you can do is pray if you're a fan of the Mongolian side. And for us, we're just looking forward to seeing whether or not Rare Adam can maybe escape past that ancient curse that they had yesterday. Let's find out after a break. Welcome back to the IEM Rio Close Qualifiers. We're going to be continuing on. Rare Adam giving an absolute smackdown onto Atox, really taking it to them in the ring. But is this going to be a heel turn? Are we going to see a comeback coming through? Is this all scripted? It's definitely not, guys. I'm promising you this. I don't think Atox had read the script if it was there. I was expecting them to put up more of a fight on Anubis.
Yeah, no, as was I. I think it just really did feel as though Atox weren't firing on the same sort of synapses, whether it's sort of individual level that we saw in sort of key positions, like you highlight Cabal being a little bit of a liability, perhaps. And, you know, just even the team play didn't feel as well rehearsed. You know, I didn't think, oh, Atox are getting themselves into great advantageous positions, and, you know, they've got themselves into a lot of round-winning positions, and then they were fumbling that. You know, I didn't even think they were getting as close as that, and they were kind of just fighting toe-to-toe in more of these scrappy exchanges that Rare Adam are, I guess, more conditioned for, I think. So, yeah, going into this Ancient, I'm really hoping that we actually see some efficiency from players like Cabal, because I even think, you know, on his T side on Ancient, he was maybe somewhat limited in how much he could get done, but the focal point will end up being players like Mick, who I actually think was like a major sort of driving force in certain rounds for them on Anubis. I think he'll have to be that on Ancient if we want to see Atox put up a fight in this series.
When we're talking about driving forces, it would be hard not to remember the fact that Kase went 16-2 in that first half yesterday on Ancient as well, right? It was a performance on Rare Adam where it ended up being a very close map overall, but it was very much carried through by the Malaysian Opera in the early stages of the game. Later on, we had much more of an activation from Child King as well, but today it feels like everyone's here to play, right? Summers had his moments. Somebody definitely had more than his moments. He's had a full hour on Anubis, and I don't think it's going to be as much of a one-man show over here. With everything considered, I still want Rare Adam to have maybe a superstar against him, though. And the problem still seems to me, Michael, I don't know who Atox's superstar is, right? Before, I could say maybe Dobo would take control. Right now, I obviously put in a lot of hype for Yami yesterday, saying that, I personally think he's the most mechanically brilliant Mongolian player to have ever come up ever since I started watching Mongolian Counter-Strike. I don't know who the superstar would be.
Yeah, no, I mean, Yami is supposed to be the superstar at the moment, and at the moment, he's also not he's not serving as a driving force. He's very typically sort of put in these positions that are, lower percentage in an attempt that, often he's just not able to piece that together. He hasn't shown that dynamic to his game where he's, more traditionally just kind of a very aggressive rifler that other teams have used to just destroy bomb sites or setups. So I like to see him used and facilitated in that kind of same way here for Atox, and they're familiar with how to use him. It's not like he's an unfamiliar face rejoining the Atox organization. It's just, it doesn't feel as though it's there yet. Like, they haven't slotted him back into those types of roles. So yeah, I worry, I guess, for Atox in these formative periods with Yami, but also let's not beat around the bush. I think there are a lot of vulnerabilities for Rare Atom on Ancient, especially on their CT side. The B bomb site does feel very open for the taking if you have slow starts from Child King. Summer felt very out of place on that B bomb site all too frequently. I think that may end up becoming a target for Atox, and I think it should be, given the form that we saw from Summer previously in those positions. But yeah, it is a new day, and Rare Atom don't seem to have that same vulnerability, even if those superstars aren't shining in the same way, or not shining as bright, because they're designed to spread the wealth.
One of the things that was working out for Adam yesterday, though, was something where you mentioned, Michael, that they might be targeting Cabal, or maybe just might be targeting finding that lurking presence. And that was what gave them a couple of rounds on that CT side, right? So where the B site was being staggered, they would find the lurker. I think it's fair to say that we definitely need to see more from Cabal over here as well, just overall as an individual heading into the rest of the series, to have a better showing. I don't think Child King is going to start off as slow as he did. I don't think that Summer is going to be as confused as he was yesterday. And there's a lot more questions to be asked for the Atox lineup. So let's get into it. Answers can only be given by shots. This is a really bad form of writing, but we're going to do it anyway. I'll
have questions about the second half, but I'll reserve them for when we get there. Rare Adam starting on the CT side here on the second map. They could knock Atox out right here, right now. And this pistol's a great place to start. Flash from Summer does delay them. They took over that red room, but they were really hoping they get that kill. But with Summer just hiding, they reroute back over towards Donut, and Li Hang finding first blood in this round. Already making things very difficult for the retreat. Atox take all that territory. They plant Yami inside the red room, and they completely reset.
Rare Adam are going to be suspecting that there's a player inside the red room, right? So you can see them doubling up on Cheetah as they're expecting a B-sided push to come through. Somebody's flank could be very well timed to find the bomb, and that's a real problem. No one is watching out for this. So when Mick reveals himself and moves back, somebody's the duel he has to look for. Dobu's already planted himself into Donut, and he turns around to get another quick kill. Dobu and Mick, the only ones alive. He gets another, brings it back to a 2-on-2. Summer's demise means that the A site will be undefended. No rotation over there as he died in red room instead. Kaze, slow to the party, but he will realize the bomb's not being planted, really, and Child King's flank is going to be activated. Kaze can put the cherry on top.
Yeah, I mean, 8 HP is what Kaze survives with, and you think about the scenario where he gets dropped inside of spawn, the quick whip at the end. You know, that really could have just sealed the round in for Atox. I don't hate the way that they approached it. You know, a lot of presence and then pulling away, freezing for a moment to see the reactions there for Adam. Just with A main being unguarded, they didn't consider the possibility of a somebody flank. But somebody's not one to sit still. You know, if you don't go to his bomb site, he will press the issue. And he does so wonderfully in that pistol.
We saw this yesterday, they got a bomb plant before. Child King had a great spray down. Feels like we're seeing a little bit of the same, but not with the bomb plant. Everyone stays alive on Rare Adam. Money is prevented from being built up on Atox's side as well, and Child King gets the farm.
I think they threw the smoke improper because it's supposed to bloom more to the side of the pillar on that B bomb site, so that it almost sections off long as well, so you create this wall that you can just hyper-fixate on anyone sort of emerging out of cave or peeking around the back of the bomb site. And, well, just the smoke wasn't where I think they thought it would be. And so they don't get a plant with that. But limited investment. They're still getting AKs out. It's not every bell and whistle they could possibly want. Little present show.
Once we keep progressing.
Yeah, that SMG will want to get frisky. Both his and Summer's. Well, nothing to really say about that one. Summer gets caught with a smoke out. He was hoping to get a B main smoke and maybe push into ramp with those SMGs. But to no avail. Child King getting spammed as well from full HP Annihilation. A great lineup. And even in this attempt to rotate back into this B bomb site, it's not looking too hot here for the Rare Adam defense.
The worst part is that Annihilation was trying to shoot at Kaze. And meanwhile, though, somebody will fall, and with 2 players still over here on this B bomb side, the attempt at recovering it will be quickly dissuaded. Li Hang, good for the one on the MP9, is being flanked on either side, and it will be Cabal to put him down. Atox breakthrough on the scoreboard. Annihilation recovering the AWP as well.
Yeah, there wasn't really a lot happening there for Atox. Just a simple default, making sure they didn't get overrun, and just considering all the possibilities there for Adam, and just fishing for kills. Some independent plays that do net them some advantages, and then they just group themselves up for a B-sided assault. Some good spams, some pretty high percentage risks being taken as well. Nice way to piece together that opening gun round. Oh my god, they're just gonna run through the elbow smoke. Yeah, Dobu goes out and finds his first, and even though Child King gets one in response, there's a quick clamoring back in through ledge. It's Mick that slides into the cave smoke just to secure some presence on B. But with how quickly they vacated on the side of Rare Adam, they should consider that as a possibility. There should be this acknowledgement of the potential threat that Mick could mount on B.
Mick's going to be going through and looking for the mid duel instead. There's 2 players here to deal with. It is not as simple as you'd like it to be. Somebody's low, so maybe that's going to be an easy duel to win. But Kaze is actually backing off into red room. 1 kill found, and now somebody should have the element of surprise. And well, surprise, Mick. you're dead.
Yeah, and it kind of gives away the game plan, even the steps being heard by Annihilation as he runs his way into A, and Summer is already there to greet him with open arms. That old school Tyloo duo piecing it together where Atox were hoping they could slide in and catch them off guard. It was a nice attempt from Mick, but I mean, expecting two players to be effectively dedicated to the same spot, he found the high HP player. He's just never gonna clear for somebody there. Baiting is fine, so long as you actually win the round for it.
Yeah. That spams a hope and a prayer. Not really much beyond it. And that feels like that's all that Atox have in this round. Going into it with significantly less utility, a little bit less weaponry as well. Made to the back of the bomb site is good on Kaze. And with what looks like a late Sheeta take setup being prepped up by Atox, if this is going to be a B hit, then Rare Adam at some point will have to start worrying about mid-side, right? Red Room could be taken over once you smoke Donut off to prevent somebody from having that sight line. The Donut smoke never comes, so it's a Red Room smoke, and they're looking to isolate the Donut duo. It won't be a B-side hit. Instead, they're circling back, but somebody gets himself that first kill. A smoke to the mouth of Donut gives him more space to start spamming in from behind, but he sticks it for too long. Will end up giving up his life, but look at what Summer's up to in the meanwhile. Summer's pushing forward. There is tempo control established, but Annihilation's feeling a little bit lonely. Cabal rather, not Annihilation. Hole brings it down to what Summer can get done inside of Donut now. Yami looking away, spots out the shadow. He doesn't read it right! Yami's just not feeling himself at all. Annihilation has to step into the playing field and pick up where it was left off. There's so many things going wrong for the Atox camp right now, but if they can just win this round, if they can just start to bring it back, at least you can forget about it.
Yeah, I mean, that's a great display of rifle work there from Annihilation. Some nice, clean, key kills for Atox to take over that A-bomb site. I think somebody's going to be really annoyed as well. You know, he wanted to get a smoke down to the mouth of Donut so that he could actually even escape or reposition, but it burst into that Molotov and didn't land where he wanted it to. And even with him getting a kill through the smoke, you know, for him, he wanted to be able to play his life and just continue to be a thorn in Atox's side. And then, yeah, the Yami fumble it will be studied, but Atox is just happy they pieced the round together. We see a force buy in from Rare Adam in response. Young, a nice jiggle, and a smoke as well down to prevent much progression into Donut. That's where somebody wanted his smoke to bloom.
Is Kaze just gonna push through the smoke? Surely not. Not you two, Kaze. Indeed. He's still on the side of good. Good might not win this round, though. This wraparound into A seems incredibly potent. Unless Lihan can pull together a magic double with the CZ, this would have been a done deal, and that's just simply not on the menu. There's also no secret menu.
Oh dear. Oh goodness. Oh, okay. Things can get very awkward from here on out. Kaze, a nice shot. Child King follows that up, and there's an AK that's recovered into the hands of Summer. They have armor, and they have some smokes that are available as well. If they are able to dive bomb onto this bomb site and get those smokes down, things could get very hectic very quickly, but Annihilation silences any attempt back into this bomb site. Annihilation with all 3 kills in defense of A. Nice force by Rare Adam. Meet Annihilation.
Dude, that post-spawn rifle work from Annihilation really is just sick. It's a great reminder that, you know what, all of that mid to late round opping prowess that we talk about, it's very heavily decision-making focused as well. It's not just the fact that Annihilation can hit some nice shots with the op. It's prioritizing angles, checking your flank coming in as well. It's just some great stuff. And then cracked aim helps as well.
Yeah, no, it certainly does.
Okay, guys, you're just getting stuck. Here we see the migrating birds of the CTs. In this season, they go back to A, and then to B. Confusion is what marks them.
It's a strategy well documented in this part of the world.
Into the midside they go, looking for food. Could it be a donut they are after? Oh no, the predator has struck. And indeed, this is where their line dies. This is why the CT eco birds are generally doomed for extinction.
I feel like the fact we were talking, you're, referencing birds. I don't think you maybe had to say birds. If only we knew, like, the Latin for CT pistols.
Ah yes, the flyingus, bluus, counter-terroristus. We don't speak Latin, but we do speak Counter-Strike, and I see a full buy out from Rear Adam. Not that full, but kind of full.
Yeah, full enough for full belts. Chalking will be shortchanged slightly, but FAMAS can be... I mean, I feel like FAMAS appreciation has gone up tenfold in CS2. A lot of people ragged on this weapon, but... since the equipment loadouts, weirdly, people have come around. Oh my goodness. And Yami comes around that corner very quickly. Summer was not expecting the pace change here from Atox. A perfect call to breach straight into this B bomb site. They get the double entry. Mick closes the gap, but he also runs short on bullets. That MAC-10 could have gone away with an extra frag, and it could have compounded into a greater problem. Where Adam already trying to run away and save, but even that attempt could have been silenced had Mick come away with his frag. But job's done. Atox, a great decision at the start of this round to just pace up in towards that B bomb site, and even with all the bells and whistles, all the util that Rare Adam have, they're in no position to deploy it. They just did not have the read.
Oh, okay. That's not that significant with the amount of money that Atox have, but that's a couple of nice kills.
Yeah, the barrier they created by dispatching of those goddamn migrant birds has actually worked quite well for them. They have some financial security. They're starting to get some extra confidence to them. I said I wanted Mick to be that man that steps up to the forefront. He's done well damage-wise. May not have the most kills for this Atox camp, but damage is good all the same. Straight away, spawn calling here from Atox. B-side execute worked wonders. Now they set themselves up to siege this A-bomb site. Somebody, a lovely off-angle, finds Annihilation and able to fall off the boxes, but fumbles his movement, unable to escape and pass the sidelines of those encroaching Ts into this A play. Lihang, though, does silence the progression. Yami is just that sort of last man to show presence. It's Mick that slides into B, but he needed to win that fight. Child King has that anchor, still retaining control of the other side of the map, while Yami throws that bomb back in hopes that if Yami succeeds, maybe Cabal can bring that bomb over. But it does seem increasingly likely that Yami's going to have to go back himself and retrieve that pack if Cabal is making a separate play.
Cabal has found a potential timing where the CTs just aren't ready for this one. Child King's also looking to clear out the mid side, and now if he even just goes in fully deep, he's not going to be able to spot out Cabal. Cabal can have the full flank available to him on Summer, and that means that they'll only have Lihang to deal with, and with Cabal also having a smoke ready, this could be big. Oh, this is perfectly done. 20 seconds on the clock, though, could be a problem. Summer should be a dead man. I think the gun barrel has been spotted out. Yami's just getting ready to go in. It's one bullet. That's all it takes for the go call. But with 12 seconds on the clock, they need to find this fight as well. Lihang will not be deterred by the smoke. He's got a grenade, but he doesn't deploy it in time. Will that be significant? It shouldn't be. Oh. He can't get the kill, though. Cabal has done it all. Even damage on Child King. Atox will be patting him on the back after this one.
And Rare Adam are going to be kicking themselves. They left a massive vulnerability. Not even just this timing that could have been possible in through middle, but also based on where Child King was positioned. he actually couldn't stop them from even having ventured out through the B-bomb site. You know, given that it is Cabal, and given that he plays middle so frequently, you would expect that that's his likely route, but nobody actually covered the cross. They left massive gaps, and maybe just hoped that the worst thing that could happen was a deep flank, and that wouldn't actually be the play that Cabal goes for, but lo and behold, the worst thing that could happen did.
It's also such disastrous timing as well for Rare Adam. They're not going to be able to afford up an AWP again. They thought they would be able to build up some money after that previous round, and it's just not happening for them. Kazi is 3-6 right now, and it doesn't feel like he's necessarily been missing every shot or anything like it, but he's not being able to set himself up for success either. Now the CTs are planning maybe a little bit more aggression from Child King. This is something they went for quite a few times, but it does feel like Rare Adam have taken a conscious effort to tell Child King to reel it back in the beginning stages of the game. That recommended guideline is now completely ignored. Child King wants to keep the pressure on. It's good damage, but he doesn't realize it. And he's about to be pairing up with another man to maybe even push in through the smoke once it depletes. They have one flash for that. Kaz is the one wielding it. And the timing could work out perfectly. There's that flashbang, but the smoke is still there. Child King misjudges it.
Man, Yami and Mick have just been harassed this entire round through walls, through smokes. Child King and Summer have just been spamming so much and done a fair deal of damage as well. I'm just happy it's not ended up in kills. Great flash. Liang in a very exposed position. Was hoping that he could just get a clean duel into elbow, but Atox were prepared for that possibility. This is a 3-man B setup here for Rare Adam, and it's already leaning towards Cave. They're on a collision course.
About Child King is forced forward into the duel, but he is more than happy to take it. Yami's not ready for Summer at all. The full bait works for them again, but in the 1-on-2, they have control over the bomb. Cabal looking for the fights, looking for the kills. They've got enough money to be able to buy up for almost the rest of the half. Right now, Cabal's only priority is to deplete that of the CT. Summer can once again look to get the easy flank in. All his duels seem to just be players who aren't ready for him.
Yeah, I mean, he wasn't the one that pulled off that sort of sneaky bait switch setup with Kaze in Spawn. That was somebody, but
okay.
Yeah, it is these two veterans of the Chinese scene that seem to enjoy shooting players in the back.
Yeah.
Whether it's somebody with his aggression that gets behind them, or just some clever positioning in from Summer. They go a little quicker here on the side of Atox. Last time they were getting spammed through every wall possible.
Nade opens up and Mick will open up as well. Child King is receiving and he's able to get so much damage. It could have been a big double. Instead, it is an advantage to Atox by a hair's margin. If it ends up being an A-site hit, Rare Adam will just save. The call is clear.
Oh, Child King is going to be so disappointed in that. Just if he controlled one more bullet, that turns into a double kill and he can just maintain that setup. But because they're down that extra man, Rare Adam are going to feel like they have to do something, and somebody will be the one that peruses in through mid. Had Li Hang right behind him if things got ugly. But with that movement over towards Donut, they double up in A, and that's the right decision. Atox are headed there with that bomb. Annihilation throws that Molotov, but doesn't actually commit to the plant himself. He wants his teammate to do it, and so Li Hang slides out and finds one. It's Cabal that trades, but that bomb is dropped in no man's land. Annihilation has to pull it together, and somebody just catches him when he least expects it. It's a triple kill for somebody.
That's such a strange call to make. To drop the bomb over there for Dobu to plant, because Dobu's just covering off the CT push. When you've already got the Molotov out for the tempo crossing player, then you really just need to give him some... Maybe just give him a chance to shine into CT, go for the bomb plant yourself, and even afterwards, and I'm sure the comms must have been bad, because Dobu doesn't hear that takes the flame damage out from the tempo players either. He hasn't reacted to it and pulled out his gun.
Yeah, I think it's just a bit all over the shop. You know, as a player that wants to take space towards deep CT, Annihilation is probably thinking, well, somebody peeked from Red Room, killed our backline player just as we get into Donut. He could actually be flanking Donut as well, and so his priority is, I want to cut that off. But somebody has to plant that bomb. You know, you can't start thinking about cutting off the rotations or stopping a retake attempt before a post plant has actually been engaged. So, yeah, somebody had to make a compromise, and they just didn't communicate that efficiently or fast enough.
Now Aatrox trying to accelerate themselves. Good for one, good for two. Somebody is able to get a single trade, but the A side is completely vacant, and they know it as well. Lee Hung and somebody, the players who normally play on it. Rotations are fast, so Kaz is the one to make his way over, but a smoke will cut him off immediately. Molotovs go deep and shallow. It's everywhere, and the smoke being blown open doesn't really give them any usable sight lines. Kaze does it blind instead.
Yeah, shot straight through the smoke. Annihilation perched up on this tree. But that's a great shot from Yami. A cursory spam in through that smoke, and while they double up inside of Temple, Shadow spotted as well. Annihilation is well prepared. A 7th round got in here for Aatrox, coming to bounce back in this series. We'll see whether they conclude on the second half.
My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing serenade. Send out a signal, please remember me. Send out a signal, promise me. Look into my face. Tell me now.
It's now time for the T side, and this is where players like Child King and somebody should be shining, but the rest of the team is having some struggles right now. Rare Adam up to 5, a decent showing in that first half, but Annihilation and Cabal end up being the cherry on top of too many rounds.
Yeah, I mean, some of these late round decisions from Atox really got them out of some tricky situations. See how Rare Atom respond in this T-side effort. Smokes over towards his A-bomb site. Cabal is here, though, and ready to greet them with open arms. First kill is nice, and able to fall back behind those smokes to wait for reinforcements. Now, they do have a smoke and a flash, but there is notable absence of a kit available here for Atox, so while this util is still fresh, this will be difficult for Atox to re-engage with.
Talking, just waiting. This is going to be a 3-man versus 3-man temple setup. This is a car brawl, and Mick is the one coming out on top. Child King gets 2 of his own, sure, but somebody's been left all alone. A 1-on-3 where as Defuse just comes through. Cabal's got the quick beheading as well. The guillotine effect comes into play, and we've got for ourselves another round where Atox takes it away. Michael, have you ever heard about car jitsu?
Car jitsu?
Yeah. It's basically jiu-jitsu matches that take place in a car.
Oh.
That's what just happened right now.
That sounds kind of fun, actually.
I know, but it's just really tight enclosed spaces to try and just get all the fighting out.
Yeah,
that's what we just saw there in Temple.
It was just a scrap of this massive
Yeah.
3v3 that they didn't even know they signed up for. So they thought they were, Rare Atom believed they were going to overpower anyone that came in through Temple, only for the shoe to be on the other foot. Well, they're going to plant. And so they do go for a force buy. Couple AKs, a Galil as well, available here for Rare Atom on the attack. You can see Li Hang probing with this AK. Needs to be meticulous about the angle clears, and yeah, the rump of Annihilation is spotted. Li Hang, a great adjustment onto Long as well. Immediate decapitation, and while Dobu will run him down, the damage has been done. The presence pulled as well. That extra reinforcements over towards that B bomb site was available there for Atox, but it does leave B vulnerable. Cabal does get his kill before you can really start talking about proper post-plant positions, and he's continuously applying pressure. Child King forced down to the open by the Molotov. Dobu does capitalize on that, and Dobu has doubled up in from spawn. It's Summer that sits up close and personal, and Dobu is all too privy to that knowledge. 4 kills from the demon in Dobu. He will succeed in getting Atox across the line past the force buy.
Damn, dude, I just feel bad for Li Hang, honestly. He gets 2 entries with the AK completely solo going forward. And then afterwards, his teammates, unfortunately, just aren't able to get tempo control fast enough because how quickly Cabal rotates over. If they get tempo control, that round is over.
Yeah, you know Cabal loves his short-distance weapons, the high mobility some of these offer up. It's why, as well, when we look back at that Anubis performance from Rare Atom, Cabal's absence is a pretty big deal, basically. Glad to see he's back with us here on Ancient.
Oh, God, that's going to be good. No, it's not. They're able to sail past it. And now Dobu could be caught with a flash in his hand. No, he's adjusted. The demon is alive. And you can't say the same for Rare Atom. Still continues to fight forward. Mixed with a flash overhead as well. They've dodged it, but they can't dodge these bullets. It's Trinity in the Matrix, and Dobu is channeling her. 5 versus 2 left as Rare Atom's assault has been brought down to pieces. Dobu getting aggressive and not letting go of that accelerator. Could be an ace on the line, but he's a leader. He has to show his teammates it's not about hunting them down. It's all about savoring the win.
Wait a second. He used to lead. My understanding is he's not leading at the moment.
A leader of men?
But also, I mean, just a leader in kills. He will complete the ace in its entirety. From 4K in the previous round to 5 this time over. Sorry, Rare Atom. You can't go to Dobu's bomb site.
Are you sure he's not leading? Wait, who's the IGL now?
I believe it shifted to Cabal.
Oh, you're right. Oh my god, I feel silly.
I'm sure, Dobu always came across as a very vocal player. I think that's what made the transition for him to Cole in the first place. Kind of makes sense, and then I'm sure he still makes calls,
Yeah. I do think the Cabal IGL thing makes a lot of sense, though, right? Like, everything checks out. Auto player, major experience. And he's a dad. That's IGL material right there.
Yeah, that's all you need. Well, Atox may have felt a little embarrassed with how things went in that first map, but they've come to set the record straight. 10-5, and Rare Adam are pretty desperate for solutions. They have been completely quelled on this B-bomb site before, but this time they're not going on an accelerated schedule. They start to build up into this hit. Molotov that flushes Dobu forward, and somebody will try and take that contact up from ramp. He'll succeed in overpowering Dobu. Mick as well, blinded and obscured by utility. This Molotov could do some decent damage, though. Maybe just sailing a little too far. Bomb goes down without even a lick of damage coming out from the flames, and all this util is so disruptive. 5-on-4, where Rare Adam are in great position.
Atox also just don't have the utility to be able to break back into the site either. That is not where the smokes are supposed to go. This is a lot of missed utility coming out from the CTs, and Kazi is happy to punish. Continues to do so, and Rare Adam should be breaking through unless Annihilation gets himself a classic round now. Tech 9 now for the close range duels. The T side need to accelerate forward to take him down, otherwise he will be allowed to live. What a shot from Annihilation. It's not enough in the grand scheme of things, but it feels good for him, I suppose.
Oh, I mean, it makes it really expensive as well, so, you know, I think there might have been some reservations about snapping straight into a buy had, you know, Atox just been run over and Rare Adam were allowed to keep all those weapons alive. This is not an optimal purchase. It's not one that, you know, Atox couldn't have made in that sort of hypothetical world I live in. But with all that damage that Annihilation found, you know, this could very well compound into 2 rounds straight for Atox should they pull through here.
Out goes Dobu. He's sick of being put into these positions. He doesn't want to do anything in Ancient anymore. He's like, I've already accomplished everything. Unfortunately, that's not really true. Rare Adam have a window where they can completely reset the Atox economy over here, and somebody is hoping to crack that window open. Cabal taken down. And suddenly, the rest of the CT is feeling a little bit worse for wear. Yami's aggressive position can at least guarantee that there's not going to be an A-side hit coming in. So these players have no reason to rotate, but Mick has got really very little to do with just 15 HP and an MP9. All that he can hope for is that Annihilation can maybe get a shot in over here, and indeed he can. It's long enough for Mick to maybe peek out behind and disrupt the bomb, but because his HP was so low, Kaze has that easy frag. Is Annihilation still going for this?
He really thought about it for a second, but with how far away Yami is, walking through that smoke would have felt like a suicide mission. So yeah, this is a call to save here from Atox. And I think because Dobu had those back-to-back rounds, you know, 9 kills in 2 rounds, I think they were willing to explore the option of, you know, just sending Dobu on a mission, not confining him to that B-bomb site, considering he got kind of destroyed by utility in the setup from the Rare Adam side. You know, there's maybe some merit to play into the idea of trying it again, but maybe with an extra player. You know, they didn't actually allocate extra resources to that B-bomb site. It was kind of just a 2-man play. But Mick got spammed, though we didn't succeed really, aside from his 1 kill. You know, he was hoping to double up. There's a conversation really to be had about whether or not they go for an extra resource B lane take, or whether they say to Dobu, listen, you've had your fun, you've explored your options, you know, you could have just been in a flow state, but now we play a bit more standard. And with those 2 saved weapons, you know, Atox aren't out without a fighter's chance of coming through in this round. The opening fight being won by Yami, able to reset as well. Even though there's a lot of pistols that surround these weapons, it can still be dangerous if Rare Adam aren't methodical about it.
That night's gonna make Dobu feel slightly sad. Yami's just waiting for Dobu to make contact. This is a full bait play, and Yami, oh no, he doesn't wait for it at all. In fact, he's going to be caught off despite looking like he might have had the timing advantage. Now Annihilation looks to accelerate into cave again. He's given up his life. and he wanted to take a few people with him. Mick is the only one to actually get the frag. Can he pick up the AWP? He's really struggling to reach in for it. Is he just going all the way forward? Child King's watching for this play to be made, but right now, Cabal's also on the flank. CTs have a buy in the next round regardless, but it would be nice to save this AK forward. It would be allowing Cabal to drop the... Actually, no, Cabal doesn't have a buy. He really needs to save this.
Yeah, no, he definitely does. He just wanted to get his one free kill. He's redeemed the voucher, and now he'll escape. But he didn't really express great urgency, leaving the B lane down to 8 HP when that bomb went off. So things could have gone really awkward if he died with the bomb. And now it's time to piece it all together. Radom are doing a pretty solid job of establishing B lane control and kind of finishing on this B bomb site with some great util usage on a it is a fairly simple execute, but you know the timing on their util is felt very effective at deterring a lot of the peaks that Atox want to go for. So do they take matters into their own hands? Do they try and run to their own tempo? Dance to their own beat? Or will Radom just be singing their happy songs on this comeback?
It's a mid play, or at least a counter mid play being planned out for Radom. Late round retaking into it would make sense for them. They've had a lot of that B lane control, like you mentioned, Michael. They want to try and shift things up slightly on the
aggro
side.
move by the CTs.
The aggro move is being washed out for, though. Dobu will not be seen. Summer is now feeling a little bit lonely on either side. Summer good for one, and Dobu's nestled himself inside the smoke. Summer's just not ready for this. He thinks that Dobu's backed off, but he checks it anyway.
But Yami was here. This was what was missing last time, is an extra man that could really pick up the slack and throw that supportive util in a well-timed manner. But Yami getting that one, he needed to be able to escape to maintain it into a 3-on-3. Cabal down to such low health. 6 is what he's left with, and he even walks into the nade. He had the high ground. That nade was not going to touch him, but he wanted to try and catch somebody unaware. That was that shift I was expecting to see, is, you know, Atox having that extra player in position, and with Dobu getting his kill, it started well enough, but even though Summer was by himself, he pretty quickly dispatched of all his assailants on that B lane territory.
Atox are feeling a little bit pressured now.
Absolutely.
Annihilation has his up again. You've got a full buy again. But if you lose over here, Radom do feel like momentum's already been swinging their favor. What the kind of plays their individuals have been pulling off. I mean, Summer, there's no world where he should be allowed to get away with that triple. Now, Atox are once again trying to get aggressive. This time it will be to try and contest for that B lane through Yami and leaving Cabal to try and be a little bit more aggressive in the middle. Annihilation's been given one job. Make sure no one creeps and crawls into the A site. That might not be the job he wanted, though, and Cabal's life being forfeited. We'll be giving up a lot of map control into middle. Yami is forced to vacate as well. He backs off. And just with that one kill, it feels like Radom have unlocked the map, and now they might have unlocked more than that. Lihang. The spam is perfect.
Yeah, damn it, he didn't even fire bullets into the smoke. He just decided to challenge that wood wall, and well, Dobu caught every bullet. Past 4 or 5 rounds have been pretty rough for Dobu after his 9 kills in 2. Kind of expected him to keep up that pace, but I'm sure he was hoping he could use that in some level of momentum. That smoke is very ineffective, but the flash is great. Yami wasn't cleared for, but he flubs his line. A complete opportunity to shut them down coming out from that B ramp, and it now turns into an Atox save call. Mick will still
And it hurts.
decide to challenge, but I mean, the longer he waits, the higher chance he gets flanked. Hold on, he's turned this into a 2-on-2, and Annihilation's going to start to gravitate back. Mick really wanted to commit to this, but with him now falling to Kaze, just as soon as Annihilation was in position, he's back out of there.
It hurts for me to say it, but honestly, Yami's just not getting enough done. You look over towards how he's being set up for success. You look over towards the opportunities he's being given. I mean, now this is 2 rounds in a row where Yami's been unable to actually get the trade in a position where he specifically is put into a position to do just that, right? This round, Cabal taken down. Yami gets a duel. He's able to get that one, but then he has to vacate mid completely. He's not actually able to defend Cabal in a position like it. He's not able to get a multi-kill.
The timing for Yami there was pretty poor, though. Just as he dropped off of the ledge, that's when Cabal got swung. And so, you know, that's what Yami was supposed to protect him from. But, you know, if he was in the air, he even if he decided to shoot, he would likely have not saved Cabal.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. You know, his missed opportunity over on that B bomb side, that should have been it. Nate is great at the start of this round. They double challenge into Cheetah and they just funneled straight into that HE. I really thought we were getting a super powered Atox coming into this second map.
But Rare Adam have found the kryptonite.
And they've leveled the playing field.
It is very much going to be a battle of Cheetah, and with Dobu already low, it felt like a losing duel. Li Hang makes it stylish, even gets the quick shot into the head. Yami's trying to hold him off, and again, a position where a multi-kill seems to be required, but he'll have to settle with just keeping his life. Somebody flashed up by his teammate, and Child King will be the trader. Mick, the trade did. 2 versus 3 Annihilations. AWP has never been at the right position to stop the assault, but it feels like it's never been given a chance to get the retake. Now could be different. He's seen the second player as well. He knows where Kaze is, sitting out on default. And Cabal's Mag 7 trying to close the distance. Kaze will peek forward and shut it down before he can even ring out the shot. Annihilation spots out the second, and now it's his time for 3. Can he get the quick scope? No. 11 on the board for Rare Adam as Kaze is the closer this time over.
Yeah, I mean, again, you know, we get so many examples, I think, when you watch Kaze in these late round situations of just his level of experience, you know, never offered up that peak to Annihilation, knew he was being held in for, and repositions in a great way to stop Annihilation from really being ready for the fight. Adam have taken the lead, where once they trailed, Atox, it's not been a pretty sight. It's been a real rough go of things here in the second map, even where things looked so good. You see the emboldened Li Hang just walking up towards this B site, and while he flubs his spray, he did find that entry that created a massive opportunity and threw in some extra chaos. Yami, Annihilation, though, are chiming right back, and they spotted that bomb crossing into this A-bomb site. Man advantage here for Atox, but they're not the healthiest.
It's all about that first duel, and somebody doesn't expect Annihilation to have rotated back to Temple. Kaze is left alone. Both spawn positions might be where he excels, but this is a tall order even for him. Maybe he's still going to be able to fulfill it, though smoke is dissipating. Kaze will not have his crosshair on the money, and Mick will make sure that Rare Adam are swayed away from map and match point for now.
Yeah, damn. Okay. We are going to have every game of regulation, not as much as a guarantee, but Atox are just happy they're able to keep Rare Adam within arm's reach. Even with the entry there from Li Hang, things are getting a little precarious. You know, I think the Rare Adam squad are definitely willing to take these opening fights. You know, they're the ones that want these duels. Atox tried to go for some of these aggressive lines, but they were punished far too many times. spam
Okay,
is
Liang.
very, very dangerous. Yeah, take it down to 26 HP. And it's a pretty telegraphed double setup inside of Cheetah. You know, a player full spamming his entire magazine is very infrequently going to be alone while he does that. The evidence mounts up as well. Heard an M4A1S, an AK inside of Cheetah. They knew that was the setup, but it will not be maintained. ADOX fall back into the bomb site.
Yami and Cabal, in the meanwhile, are actually trying to maybe regain some space into middle. This will be a fast rotation from them. So Rare Adam, once they hit the go button, they can't really let go of it.
But they have no flashes.
Yep. It'll have to be dry peaks, and it comes against the AWP of Annihilation. Misses its first shot, but that's where Dobu makes up for it. The bomb on the ground and time running out. Kaze as well. Not expecting Mick to hold the cubby angle, and Rare Adam are losing members and fast. They won't have money in the next round. They know that this is really, or maybe even this was really their last chance to close this one out in two. At least last fair chance, and with Summer fading away, this is an AK he has to save.
Yeah, okay, damn. Atox just decided enough was enough. You wanted Summer to try and save, but Cabal hounds him down. There will be no AKs. Not unless Child King decides to buy one up and, yeah, have Laps in head armor. That's exactly the choice he'll decide to make. Give this T-side a little bit more stopping power at range. I thought Rare Adam were going to do it. You know, from a
Seemed like it.
From a 10-5 deficit, or a 5-10 deficit, I suppose, into taking the lead, only for Atox to reawaken. Just on
and this is
the
where
final
some
stretch.
of those, this is where some of those extra exit frags that Atox was getting in basically every round, right? Annihilation was generally getting a kill every time that Rare Adam was trying to back off.
Yeah.
This is where it all pays off.
Absolutely. It may have seemed like a drop in the ocean when Rare Adam were eating good, building financial stability, but when it really comes down to it, when times are tough, every penny counts.
Liang's taking that hard. He's spent every penny as well. He's got a decoy with him. Posture play is the only way you can make this buy work. Whether the posture play comes in the middle of the round or early, that's a separate question. It could even be a pop into Cheetah. Dobu's been a dangerous man, and they want to mitigate him and fast. CT smokes a hair, and who's pushing through? It's going to be Summer trying to make his way forward to the P250, scaling all the way up, and no one's here with him to fight into Cheetah. Dobu's smoke stops them from taking the duel, but Kaze is creeping in from behind. Look at how much damage is already found. Mick cuts off Kaze before he can cut down Dobu, and it should be Atox taking it home. Rare Adam create chaos, but Atox will thrive in it. 13 has been reached, and Inferno is guaranteed. Map number 3 awaits.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if Atox were going to be able to pull this one off. Things were looking really dicey for a while there for them, especially on that defense. It just felt as though the Rare Adam squad were super empowered and emboldened to take some of these more aggressive peaks. They were going in for some of these fakes as well that Atox had a hard time reading. And even though they got close a few times to stopping the run that Rare Adam were on, it came away with, you know, key clutches for the Chinese squad to sort of continue. So, yeah, I really did fear for them, but they pulled their socks up at the right moment. And, you know, all it took was for them to finally stop them breaching that B bomb site so freely, and the rest of the game opened up. So a nice job, Atox, staying composed, I suppose, because you could see them, I guess, getting a little panicked that the game was slipping out from underneath their fingertips.
It still wasn't a comfortable win like you said it, and I'm sure that Atox still want to go back into Inferno with their heads held up high. I'm hoping that we can see maybe a little bit more activation from Annihilation on Inferno, like we always mentioned. It felt like a lot of the times he was very impactful over here, but it wasn't necessarily in that early round sort of classic upping way on the CT side that we like to see. But Inferno has a lot of questions to be asked for both teams, and we can really only wait for the answers for a little while longer. We're going to a break. We're going to be back after about 10 minutes or so. Stay tuned, guys. Inferno will be the decider. Who goes up against Tyloo? Who goes to Rio? We're going to find out today. 1-1 Rare Adam looked like they might have been able to close it out in 2 versus ATOX, but the IEM close qualifiers for Rio in the Asian region are not quite that simple. I'm T-Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy. ATOX are looking to get Inferno under the belt. So far, it's been a bit of a repeat, at least on paper, of what we had yesterday, Michael. Now going into Inferno, what do you want to see different from both teams from what we had yesterday?
I don't know that I want to see much different at all, aside from the fact, I just want this to be a close game. I don't want to see these streaks develop where, we're not sure whether one team is sort of out of it or not. I was really concerned that ATOX were just going to get 2-0 because they fell flat towards the start of their CT side. And for me, I think there's a real chance that Rare Adam just actually come out kind of all guns blazing going into this Inferno. I think they played a little bit timid in certain ways, but I think what let ATOX down the most the last time they went on Inferno is that all they really had as aggressive pieces or variation was Yami and his positioning inside of the apartments. You effectively can't rely on both Yami or Annihilation to just come up with a double kill on that A bomb site as well, because that seemed to bail them out of a lot of tricky situations. That's why we ended up in such a close game last time on Inferno. So for me, I want to see sort of better setup decisions on the ATOX side. Ones that are maybe a little bit more proactive as well, because we've got a lot of players that can be disruptive and can go for those aggressive plays. I want to see them make use of that.
One of the things you said to me yesterday, Michael, when we were off air was, why don't they just go B more? You want to see maybe a little bit more of that from Rare Adam, maybe a little bit more challenging the other side?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think Rare Adam were gravitating always to this A bomb site, and they just kept on losing out on trades and just kept running their head against the wall. That was Annihilation and Yami. So I think if they're going to play out this map, I would hope they don't stick to that sort of one-track thinking in the same way that they were sort of last engaged, because I feel like their T-side could have gotten a lot more success.
Liang was giving us a lot of really good performances yesterday, though, on Inferno. I think over towards Banana, a couple of those really crucial peaks that he was giving, some kills through smoke, so much damage being dealt to the ATOX camp as well, whenever they actually tried to scale up Banana. And we're hoping to see a similar performance from here right now as well. But considering that Kaz has been kind of quiet across the series, he's had his moments, don't get me wrong, but he's not necessarily been quite the stud, sun's out, guns out sort of mode that we saw from him yesterday. But we also would like to see maybe a bit more from Child King as well. As far as the ATOX camp is concerned, I just want Dobu to continue doing what Dobu was doing in Ancient. I know it's hard to ask for, but it would be really vital that they also have a player really coming alive on that B-bomb site, where it felt like once the 4 spies from Rare Adam started going that way, ATOX just lost rounds.
Yeah, to be honest, I think a lot of my attention is drawn to Kaze and Annihilation. I know that was the case last time we were looking at this Inferno, but for me, I want them to be able to not only express the rifle work that they've both shown capabilities of in this series, but I feel like, these were hallmark maps for both of them in very different ways, and I think we touched upon that last time they played on Inferno, is that, Annihilation, a bit more aggressive, a bit more dynamic, and sort of fishing for opening picks, while Kaze was a bit more the traditional textbook back and forth, go for aggro peak, fall back, and just constantly restrict movement from T sides. These guys did actually, I think, pave the way, for a lot of other Asian AWPers to mimic their styles, because you could see that it did work in some international ventures. But to be honest, I just don't think we've had much of an AWPing display in this series so far. Last time Kaze was popping off, but now it has been silent on both ends, and I'd like to see these guys shine as much as I believe they can.
I've given Annihilation a little bit of love for this series, right? It has felt like he's not necessarily being sent up in a lot of positions. I mean, in Anubis, by the time he got his AWP out, the one time it felt like he actually had a chance. Kaze just domes him completely immediately in the head-to-head with a great shot. And then on Ancient, very often stuck on the retakes as well. So yeah, I think you're right in highlighting those two players, because Inferno will be where they should, on paper, be the biggest difference maker. So that'll be exciting to look towards. But beyond that, we also have to look towards maybe like a little bit of the supportive cost, right? Looking at Cabal, looking at Summer and somebody on the other side. I think somebody is always a very interesting player to watch out on Inferno because of the fact that he just doesn't have a fear factor. To be honest, it feels like he's just not afraid of anything. And then on the other side of things, Cabal's generally so good at manipulating rotates, getting good timings on flanks, getting good calls on the basis of how well he's flanking and everything as well. So it's an interesting contrast between the two players, where one is sort of boundless aggression and one is very cerebral flanking, is how you would characterize them. So it'll be interesting for both of these players in the CT sides as well, and they will need to show up over here if you want to face up against Tyloo in that final.
Yeah, as you're sort of lining it up, you know, Tyloo wait in that final. We are in the lower bracket final to determine who fights for this spot at Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. And this final map will determine it all. There are no second chances. There are no more lives remaining. Rare Adam starting on this CT venture and already going for a little bit of aggressive peeks down towards the bottom of Banana. But after firing off some cursory shots, deciding to play a bit more of a passive setup, understanding that Atox have shown some express interest in taking over Banana themselves.
It's a qual forward, and they will have Mick boosted up to be able to clear out all of Banana. Lihang, the only one to fight back, and with 1 HP, honestly, that flash could have just hit his body and taken him down as well. Great start for Atox, but it will be an 8-sided finish despite the success on Banana.
Annihilation cutting off the rotate in from Chalking. A lot of shots fired off by his teammates, and Yami's even there to support Annihilation. Or maybe even just nab his kill. Can't expect Lihang to do really much with his 1 HP. The fact he got away with his kill and held onto this B-bomb site was already a bit of a miracle in and of itself. But there was that slow working of Cabal. Talk about manipulating rotates and making the right decision. Found his kill, and Atox finished on the site he found that frag from.
Come on, Lihang, you can do it.
It was, I will say, it was a bit of an interesting choice from Rare Adam to fight for Banana, then give it up, and then try and re-aggress late, because they got completely caught off by the decision for Atox to boost over that half wall, Mick getting that double entry so rapidly. I mean, that B-bomb site felt like the logical target. The fact that Lihang even escaped, like I said, was kind of a miracle, because it could have just ended up in a triple entry, simple B-side finish. It's also so rare that we don't see dualies employed if you're going to try and play aggro setups. But, yeah, they didn't have them, so...
No stacks from Rare Adam on their 4 spy. Kaze is sticking to that Nova.
Yeah, Cowboy Kaze.
I'm kind of convinced that he just likes his skin.
Are you projecting? Is it because you like the skin?
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
it's a nice skin.
that makes sense.
Do smoke out to arches and pop through. That's the advantage of the slow smoke. You can walk all the way forward and still have almost the full duration on it. And they'll clear out mid, make it look comfy. This could still be very dangerous if you're looking to go out of the smoke into arches. That looks to be the setup for now. Because the Nova is very good at just finding 1 kill. Then you're going up against a Deagle and a 5-7, and we know those are multi-kill fiends when the Chaos is coming up, and Kaze is holding down the line. Will miss his first shot. Second one connects. Another chance given over. But it will not be. Time's running low, and this is where the Chaos will come in. Great flashbang, and an even better shot. Rotations from the B-bomb side have been summoned as well. This bomb could be cordoned off, but Summer's getting worried. He's not expecting Mick to be the first one to push through, and although there's the MP9 rotate, which had a chance to bring the bomb down, Rare Adam will settle with just the 2 kills.
Yeah, once again, some great kills in from Mick, and as they're breaching into that bomb site, just nice heads up there from Annihilation, making sure his teammates didn't fall or get taken down without at least the guarantee of a trade. Annihilation was there to cover off those backs, make sure they safely ventured into the free site. Things could have gone very hairy had Kaze come away with a multi-kill from the arches, but you know, always nice to employ a couple jiggles when it comes to facing off a shotgun like that. Same as dealing with an AWPer. Just feels more effective against a shotgun because those pellets don't just congregate at the center of their crosshair. Pellets.
Dobu doesn't want anything to do with the B-bomb site. He doesn't want to give Kaze another $900.
Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't think they know that he has this Nova.
Yeah. I can't believe my eyes that he has his Nova either, in all fairness. But yeah. I'm not a fan of the repurchase for sure.
Well, if he gets 1 kill with it, it's basically paid for itself.
Yes, but if he doesn't buy it, it's also paid for itself.
Dobu's not even gonna go for an exploration over at B. Damn, Dobu's been so patient. He's actually been so patient. Kaze waited so long for Dobu just to swing and start clearing towards CT. That's where he thought that Nova would shine. But Dobu didn't move a muscle.
Even the Kaze gets a shot in as well because of the long range, Dobu only loses 61 HP.
But he can still afford an AWP, even with that Nova investment. It does shortchange him on some utility as well as head armor. Head armor won't be... Well, shouldn't be as relevant. There are still 2 Mac 10s.
Mick has been left completely solo out on that banana area. It's only Summer to defend this late A hit through apartments, and the smoke is well timed and well placed, but the flashbang would be his undoing very quickly. Aatrox have rerouted away though, so Summer could have an easier time. Molotov reveals intentions as well of trying to clear out and fight into brackets. Summer is a little bit more concerned with short now than he was before. All in the meanwhile, Banana recontrol has been established, so where Adam will feel safe rotating players over. Chalking forced away by the spray.
Really good timing on the double Molotov there from Rare Adam as well. Aatrox, just as they throw some flashes to try and take through those brackets, they get completely sandwiched between 2 sets of flames. So the attack on this A-bomb site is staggered. With that smoke that's down, Nick trying to break past it and get into library. Even though they have lost control of short, they still have these 2 players in the site.
Chalking wants to reassert as well. Could just push in through the smoke and come in from behind Yami. Yami needs to get those kills. Dobu and Yami come alive. Annihilation still able to get a fight out into short. Back to a 2 versus 2. It didn't look like the Mongolian side would have had a chance of a hair, but with the bomb now recovered, it can be planted. Chalking low and Lihang without utility. This is not going to be as simple of a play as you'd want it to be. Lihang tanks that nade. And he's been left with so much to do and so little to work off of. It is a quick death. Annihilation with a triple. That late round Annihilation rifling. There's nothing like it.
Yeah, 6 and 0. You know, this you need to kill Annihilation if you want a round. And that's proving to be quite the task. I think that's 2 rounds of 3Ks. The others where he's not contributed, but Annihilation is... He only likes to kill players that have bought into rounds.
Yeah.
I don't think he has any pistol kills or anti-ecos.
How does that nade do so little damage? Sails right past him, somebody. Even dodges the Molotov decks. Okay. Feels like he should have like 25 less HP than he does. No matter, Rare Adam will not be too happy with how things are going right now. They do feel like we're getting into territory where you really kind of need a force buy win. Or the half buy win in this case. Kaze continues to subsist on just the candy apples that he's brought forward in his loadout.
Yeah, I didn't actually see the skin when you said it was a nice skin. But I'm actually a little disappointed that it's just a candy apple. And I'm disappointed in
It's got a nice
Kaze.
sticker on it.
I'm disappointed in Kaze for not getting another kill with this Nova, at least.
Well, if that's what's going to disappoint you, you might be disappointed for a while with Rare Adam. At least somebody will live up to expectations and get a quick kill. Falcon's still alive, yet to reveal himself, but they should be expecting him on the say bomb site. This is his normal home.
It's a big kill. AK recovered as well, and he can get himself out from the apartments. He can offer up quite a lot of resistance, but that AK only has 2 bullets in it, so has to commit to a reload. Audio given up, and a shoulder spotted as well. Oh, another player inside those apartments. He gambled that it would be all clear, given he was there moments prior. But Atox have found the finish. A 3-on-1 where Lihang doesn't have a lot to really carry forward. And honestly, this is kind of best case scenario. You kept your SMGs for a while.
Yeah.
And, you know, now you've built up some cash kind of across the board, and now you can upgrade.
And you're 5-0. Don't forget that.
Yeah,
That's
also,
a pretty good.
and also you're 5-0. You know, I'm just thinking from the economic standpoint. He's going to be better.
Maybe stop thinking of the economic standpoint.
I think Lihang just dies to the bomb regardless of what happened on that duel.
Yeah. Not the best feeling to have lost out those 2 extra rifles, but they've got more than enough money to be able to continue buying up. Annihilation being 8-0 is guaranteeing that.
Alright, if you're Rare Adam, your mentality, I feel like, rides pretty heavily on the success of this gun round. You have not been able to kill Annihilation. Summer has started 0-5. But no one else has really stepped up to the plate. They just go barreling through the banana smoke. Early util deployed by the T's. Rare Adam would not be deterred.
But they will be dealt with. Makes also found time to fade away back off into the barrels. So although there are still 2 players over here in Banana for the CT side, they can't actually re-challenge and regain ground. Molotovs exchanged on either side for both teams in arches. It will be somebody rotating back in to try and re-aggress into brackets, most likely. I mean, the T's have more than enough space to be able to do the same on Banana as well, which is where the bomb is going right now. It's all about forcing Kaze away from this angle, and it should be a straightforward peek as long as you're not having to deal with a boost, and that's what comes in. Mick has been so sharp every time he's put on the shoulders of a teammate. He's good for the frag.
I mean, perfect setup as well. You know, they don't go for the slower boosting. Mick jumps, and I think Dobu is the one that slides underneath him. It's so perfectly done. Just no chance to react if you're Kaze. There has been a kill in response at the very least, and a very late relinking with Cabal on this B bomb site. This retake is still on, but they just don't have utility to flush any of these players out into the open. Mick on that high ground, dispatching off somebody. And sure, they know about Mick's location, but he's gotten another kill out of this round. 4 kills in from Mick. And Child King, while he finds that trade, it's Cabal that gets his bell rung, but not his body taken down. Atox still yet to seed a round, jumping into Inferno.
Turns out killing Annihilation doesn't get you the round. Because Cabal's still alive then. It's a nice attempt from Rear Adam to try and bring it back over there when you already have lost so much control, but at the end of the day, nice attempts just aren't enough.
But that's real tough. Mick from positioning to quick boost to dealing with a blind and brave Lihang. So those 4 kills worth their weight in gold.
And Mick's definitely stepped up this series, but I think it's all the more evident over here in Inferno, his old haunting ground. Somebody does not feel comfortable once he realizes there's a lot more players shooting back at him than he is shooting out at them. Numbers of disadvantage. Now extended, perhaps. Lihang forced to burn away in his retreat, but Atox are very comfortable. They have lost barely any life in this banana exchange.
Because of how well this half has started for Atox, you know, I prefaced my concerns about, you know, whether or not Atox would be aggressive or dictating the flow of combat on their CT side. Rare Adam are just are shutting in. They've tried to go for aggressive moves, and it has not worked out. Atox have been punishing those types of plays. They try and go for a more standardized crossfire into this B bomb site, and they will succeed at slowing down this Atox attack, but Summer trying desperately to just get a foothold back on that B bomb site, actually insert himself in the site proper. Loses out, and Child King far too detached from the action. That's 7 for Atox.
It feels like the change that Atox have made since yesterday is really working on disabling Lihang's CT side aggression, because when you look back at it, who else was getting aggressive for Rare Adam on the CT side? Maybe Child King here and there, but even then he wasn't finding that much success on this map. So ever since Lihang has been disabled, ever since Banana has been sort of consistently falling in the favor of Atox, Rare Adam just don't have anything else to do.
This is the thing, you know, may have been critical about the side of Rare Adam and why they didn't go B more when they were losing out on so many duels on the A-bomb site when they were on the attack. For Atox, it was kind of the opposite. You know, they just kept going B, and then eventually, you know, Summer and somebody were able to stop them at B, and then they were, you know, they kind of forced into going into the A-bomb site. But right now, Atox can just, like you said, just take control of Banana and feel very comfortable knowing that they have options open. They can still finish B. They are not getting destroyed on these B exchanges. Where are Rare Adam?
I don't think they know either. With the performance that we're seeing right now, one place I can say they might not be is Rio.
No.
Not unless they really get a move on.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what the coach will be saying to them as well. Time to get a move on, chaps.
That sounds like a terrible thing to hear from a coach.
Yeah.
You're down 0-7. Like, get a move on, chaps. Especially if you're a Chinese
You
team.
don't know what we're like. You don't know what it's like.
They're about to find out what it's like to have a full stack of Atox's players running right into you. Lihang fights back. He's got the one and good damage onto the rest of them as well. This could finally be the round that turns things around. But look at what Yami is up to. Yami's waiting. Yami's missed the timing. No, he's not. He turns. Head on a swivel and Lihang in the grave. It looked like that would be the round where Rare Adam would finally turn those frowns upside down.
And instead, the whole play that somebody has gone for has just blown up in his face. He jumped into pool. But he heard that player breach CT, so he flanked him. And I find it so absurd that Yami was even considering that when his teammates were, you know, spamming the smoke, spamming into pool that whole time. And they were not getting hits. They did not see, they did not know for certain. But that may have just been a style read. It's like, when these smokes are awkward like this, do you reckon somebody goes through them? And I can tell you with certainty, yes.
The changeup has to be aggression on the A side. B side, nothing is working for you on Banana. When you actually got down to defending from a full execute, it's not like this wasn't a round where you had a solid chance, especially if you had guns. This would have probably fallen in your favor.
I think Kaze might have fumbled the movement, because I think he got stuck and just cancelled. Looked like he wanted to take a deep fight into mid.
Could have been a good round for it as well.
I mean, Yami has taken Banana by himself, and he is pressuring Lihang. Lihang down to 55 HP. So this one-man wrecking ball over on Banana.
Yeah, Mick's been great on Banana.
It's just, I mean, it's gonna have to draw attention. But this is far more presence on the A bomb site than some of the rounds prior, so Rare Adam are sticking true to their guns.
Child Kings missed the timing. That Molotov's going to be going a little bit too deep. That means the T side could go through it. No, they decide not to.
It actually bounced off the roof at a kind of a convenient angle. It bloomed forward on short instead of far back like he had intended.
Oh, that's a big miss. Kaze couldn't afford that one. Turns around for a second try. And that's where he makes up for his mistakes. Mick switching out for the AK loses control of what could have been a good duel going his way. And Atox might be losing control of this round as well. 3 versus 5 with 4 players on this A site. They need some good entries from Cabal, but he just can't provide that pressure. Child King hidden away, and they want to segment him as well. There's still 2 players on the side. Make it just the one. Summer's left, and he's all they need. First round on the board for Rare Adam.
Oh, if his teammates didn't get gunned down so quickly, you know, that round looked like it was about to turn on its head. Dobu, a nice couple of kills from a 3v5. You know, had they, again, just a little bit, you know, better spacing or not getting caught transitioning into the bomb site, that could have still been a recoverable scenario there for Atox, but I think it's a massive sigh of relief here for Rare Adam. They have not lost 9 rounds in a row. But win 1 round, and given how well things have been going, timeout used here for Atox. Give Rare Adam a chance to overthink.
I'd love to see Kaze go for that peak that he wasn't quite able to get in the middle again.
Yeah, the problem will be what spawn he has. And I couldn't quite see it, but
It's apartments peak.
okay,
spawn,
yeah,
not that mid peak,
he had he had the second best spawn for mid, but
Yeah. Well, maybe a late peek in from short could still be working out for him with a flashbang. Instead, he's hoping to hold up for apartments, and Atox are hoping to go back to their old stomping grounds. And Lihang, unfortunately, has been the victim of many stompings. This time, not the case. 1-for-1 trade, but Dobu through the smoke punishes the overextension. They won't know. Surely they won't. That Child King is not only here at Banana, he's deep in Banana.
yeah, they'll be conscious of the possibility, but whether or not they use their utility to flush him out is a completely different story. You know, a Molotov in at the logs would go a long way. They'll be just firing some shots through that smoke, but not actually committing to it. They'd actually leave Annihilation behind to watch for some kind of eventuality, some push out from Banana, and they'd be right on the money. That is a perfect hold there from Annihilation. All those steps from Dobu running up mid, backing up and recommitting. It sort of baited Child King to try and go for that peak. They were down a man already. And so now Summer slides in and hopes to go unseen. Kaze as well, thinning the herd before the attack, but the molly forcing Summer out into the open. It didn't actually touch him, but he didn't want to get singed and give that information over. And it leaves Kaze to save. A tag won't cut it. Atox 9-1 on this T side.
Rare Adam's Banana is just a mess. And I love the fact that Atox are really punishing some of these mistakes really hard, because yesterday it felt like Lihang was just shooting into the smoke consistently and getting kills. That's how he got so many important frags. But when he's overextending himself to do it, you need to have a punisher there, and that's exactly what comes through. That's a difference maker right there and then.
Yeah, no, I definitely think as well, Atox are a squad that, you know, if they're disrupted in the way that they approach their map control, they're a team that I don't know have really ironed out all the creases as far as like adapting to that problem and, you know, playing with the clock in its entirety. That's been far less of an issue in this series, but especially when you think about Inferno as a map, you know, you want to have the manpower to take control of brackets and threaten that. You want to be able to throw all the util you need to over at Banana as well, and that requires the extra manpower. And, you know, that's what, like you're saying, Lihang got so many important kills at the start of rounds by firing through smokes, so that it basically disrupts the default with putting Lihang at minimal risk. But yeah, they've been spammed back. Tobu got 2 kills straight through smoke, which is a little outrageous. It won't happen every time, but it's come at the perfect moment for Atox.
Surely you start deploying retake utility over here. It makes been such a menace that the CTs have to be considering that.
Yeah, I think that's also one of the weird things is that when they've lost Banana, they actually haven't been throwing a lot of this retake utility, have they? I think this is like the first time we've actually seen them deploy that more proactively.
They've been very worried about just having utility in the late rounds, maybe because they understand that Nick likes to do a lot of this Inferno sort of B-sided pressure on his own. But you can't just let them have Banana completely for free in that case as well. Atox are now with not much utility, and if Kaze can hit a shot into short, this could be a big move, but it's a hard angle to work around. And even more so when you consider this is going to be an Arch's Bush. Dobu watching for this exact angle. Lihang will peek out and be spotted, strapped in, but at least he gets the one. Bomb is recovered, and it will be a B-sided finish. The bomb's going back into middle, so the fact that we see somebody rotating backwards like this to A just means that the B side is given up completely. Atox are going to have this one for free.
Yeah, and Rare Adam just misread this. You know, a player tried to slide into CT spawn to try and break into B, but there is no smoke over on this B bomb site, and somebody gunning them down, but he doesn't stop this bomb from crossing. Man advantage here for Rare Adam in a post plant, the best chance that it feels like they've had in a long while.
I mean, this has to be some 6 shots coming out from Yami to distract away from Cabal. Otherwise, this just feels like a losing duel up against Stu unless he goes uncleared, and Summer will be checking in for this angle. Cabal trying to play the jiggles, but Summer's swing is too strong. Twice over now. And that extra utility that they were forced to use means that Atox aren't able to get out that clean cross. A double kill from somebody is all Rare Adam needed to make that late round rotate a punishable activity.
Yeah, and Rare Adam, you know, had a great hold on that A bomb site prior, but in post plans, you know, they've always been down that, you know, 2 men, 3 men sometimes. And, you know, these are not favorable exchanges, or even ones that you could really consider going in for the retake. You know, a rare instance where they have that man advantage. Weirdly, they don't need it. Some are just able to stop it before it even really gets started. A third feels like a requirement for Rare Adam. A 10-2 scoreline going into that second half, going into T side. It's just, there would be basically no wiggle room, no option for failure in the second half. Want to provide yourself some leeway. And Atox have a lot of that already accrued. But they'll be looking for more. A lot of utility being expended over towards this A-side assault, taking over those brackets. It's a lot of presence, and you know, again, there's more utility than some of the rounds that have occurred prior, and so Rare Adam leave somebody on that AWP over at B and have 4 on A.
Kaze missing out on an opportunity now for him to back off. Won't be the easiest thing. Yami looking away from a flash deployed by his teammate. Dobu does compensate twice over. And from up top in the apartments, Cabal will put down Lihang. That means the A site has been opened up completely. But it's still 2-on-2. Rare Adam, not many opportunities, like Michael said, where these post plants look even or in their favor. This is one of them. No nades, no Molotovs to draw out Cabal might be a problem. Cabal needs to be able to pick up the pace. So Annihilation on the close range with the AWP can get maybe 1 shot, but if Cabal goes down, this is going to be a lost round. The smoke's used perfectly. The Tech 9's not enough. And now Cabal all alone will be unable to deliver twice in a row, giving Rare Adam their 3rd round as we go into the second half. They have a hope, they have a chance, but will it be enough? Let's find out after a break. It's the last half of the series and a last chance to make your way over to Rio for both of these teams. Tyloo awaits the final and they are watching maybe quite keenly.
Yeah, no, I'd imagine they're watching quite keenly. Not sure who they're going to face off against, but right now all signs seem to say that it is to be Atox. A 9-3 half coming out of that T side. They made Rare Adam look like chumps. See if they can give as well as they received. T-side pistol just running up through mid, but Yami and Mick have already thinned the herd down to a 3-on-4. There's a kit and a smoke available as well on this Atox side, if it should even be required, and it may just be. There's a gap over towards the CT defenses. Dobu's trying to rectify that situation as much as possible, but there is no smoke for this cross, so they've just got to jump over and hope Dobu doesn't punish them, and that they succeed in the cross, but Kaze went back for seconds. He deploys that Molotov and loses his life for it. 2-on-4.
Both of the Rare Adam players doubling up inside the church, and they know it is time to pray. Losing on a bomb plant just isn't good enough, and Dobu is giving them just that. Forfeiting 10 rounds over here to Atox will feel insurmountable, and Summer feels that way already. That's Cabal with the defuse coming out, and Atox get to 10.
Yeah, it didn't even feel as though they were particularly stressed out by that. And that's always a worrying sign. Today is a day of rematches, but this opening round rematch between Rare Adam and Atox has... I mean, this has been a different kettle of fish. Rare Adam are not getting that same star power emerging from Kaze, from Child King, from Lihang. Hell, even somebody, when it comes to certain maps, can, honest to God, just take over.
Yeah.
But none of that has happened here for Rare Adam.
The damage is good.
Mick and Dobu, really, that have come to play in the second time over.
And those are the players who were being contested early on with that banana presence as well. Rare Adam are going to be finding at least CTs who are relatively devoid of utility, but the flashbang timing will give a chance to start clearing out. The players behind the wall also still blind, but they really do overextend just a little bit on the Atox camp. Dobu about a half second too late to peek in and hope to find a flashed up player.
Yeah, I think if they wanted to make that play, they just needed a second flash. It's far too long to clear out all those potential angles over at B. Yami trying to close the gap inside of the apartments. Knows one of these players did get dinked, so confirmation on 2. Molotov is great, and that will provide Yami some additional breathing room, a chance to reload, but Molotov forced him out into the open before he could commit to that fully. Rare Adam bounding back into this A play has worked wonders, but somebody just such a crook. Slid himself away. They had no idea that he was still inside a boiler, and he stops any sort of attempt from Atox to retake. Rare Adam may have lost the pistol, but they answer right back in the second round.
Yeah, Atox just weren't able to get a grip on how many players were actually in the apartments after the initial link come through. Yami's hoping it's just going to be the single lurker because they've obviously seen presence out in Banana as well. Turns out to be 2 players. Then they're thinking, oh no, it might just be like a really heavy apartments pressure. So Annihilation feels the need to get that incendiary out rather than just fighting in with Yami. He ends up going down because of that. And then afterwards, Yami's then caught off because it's just a straight funnel in through short. And then that's a Molotov forcing away. He doesn't have bullets to be able to fight in as well. It's just very messy.
Yeah, and all predicated off of this, single bit of information that Dobu had in that there was 1 banana. There was actually 3, but the other 2 were just hidden around the corner Dobu never saw. So yeah, these Atox defenders seem to be shadowboxing more players than were actually present.
Okay, Mick. That is rude. That's not how you welcome guests to your house.
Might be how you welcome intruders.
Maybe. Yep, that's why Mick was welcoming him like that. Makes sense.
Yeah, they're definitely intruders.
Bad advice from my part, Mick. My bad.
Yeah, Dobu, how do you like it? Getting spammed through smokes. It's a little redemption or revenge for Li Hang, who did not find much success in some of those B-side ventures. Oh, putting away these pistols quite simply. But it's good news that they can keep hold of this M4. It will be incredibly important here for Adam to build up some momentum, reset their souls and their minds, because Inferno, it really didn't feel as though we were getting much inspiration or exploration of too much, too many different setups. Didn't have players taking risks that could have been rewarded. Instead, it was, the biggest risk or the biggest play made was what, Li Hang running through a top banana smoke while full flashed. So long as they're able to reset themselves, and remember some of the weaknesses that occurred the last encounter, I think this could still be a game on our hands. This has to be a great T-side performance, and sparking up against these pistols once again. Li Hang has broken first blood.
Maybe the most important blood as well. Maybe Yami's gonna take it away from him. They will just be leaving behind Li Hang to safeguard it up as well. Summer clearing out with the Mac 10, getting all of that extra money. Could we see an Ancient? Could we see a Rare Atom return? Certainly seems to be possible with the kind of money that they've managed to build up for themselves, and Atox aren't quite in that green line zone of that, that 11 round mark where it feels like you're going to trip over and get match point at some point or the other.
Yeah, they're just far away from that finish line. Enough so that, this is a feasible attempt here from Adam, but this will also be the best buy they'll have to combat. The most fully loaded we've seen both these teams duke it out in the second half. Being pretty conservative about their utility usage on the side of Atox. So often we'll see CTs deploy double Molotovs, HEs, maybe a deep smoke as well, just to throw that presence out there. But Atox just throw a deep smoke, and Radom do venture through it. Atox are saving that util for a retake on Banana instead.
It'll be a difficult move to go for, though, with just the one player to push through with the flashes. Dobu does have 2 flashes this time over, so it'll be a little bit easier, but now Mix lost the timing. He's asked for Annihilation to come over. The scope will be heard if he does do so, so the call's been given up. Maybe that's just enough to keep them at bay. Not flashed up, it's Child King, but he's still taken down. Annihilation is a second man to upset the seesaw. Li Hang around the corner has faced into this setup a couple of times over. Now without the Annihilation presence, Kabbalah is the one on the other side to be supporting Yami, but Yami can't do the same. Down behind the truck, good for the dig, but not for the second shot.
Good recognition as well. After they lose the top side of Banana, and once they see that Annihilation is over in that direction, the flash had to have come from somewhere, so getting a full understanding of where the defenders were here on the side of Atox, and once they find Yami, it is just a free sight. So, excellent sleuthing. Even if the re-aggression from Atox did catch them out. The immediate re-aggression. And I think a good peek from Li Hang, which could have turned sour had he lost his duel, but they're just able to silence the rotate.
I do sort of hate the fact that the setup never changes for Atox on the A side, though.
Yeah, the most variety we'll see is Annihilation's position.
Yeah. Yami's always playing on balcony outside, waiting for the apartment pop to come through. Even now when Cabal's there instead of Annihilation, he's playing from inside the side, providing support over there. It just doesn't feel like there's any variation there. That's probably one of the reasons why Liang feels so comfortable just taking those duels, right? He's not expecting there to be double side presence. He's not expecting there to be maybe a pit player if he wants to extend out afterwards.
Yeah. I think as well, you know, the same critique could be levied at Veratum on their CT side. I feel like we have some very comfortable spots on Inferno. We should be comfortable in discomfort.
Atox are once again maintaining this slightly more defensive approach, and Rare Adam are starting to get worried about there being another attempt at that flash retake. But with a smoke out, that one does look like it's a flower pot smoke, is it? I think it is. Maybe not. It was got a flashbang in his pockets, even if it is the flower pot smoke, then he'll maybe be able to help out and make it with more than just his bullets. Time's running low though, and now the util starts to sail through. The call is simple. Molly off and wait for rotates to come in. Mick is not waiting though, he's just fighting in. Good for the one. While waiting, hoping that this smoke will start to dissipate and soon, but that just isn't the case. A nade to pop it open. It's gone too deep, and Annihilation cannot punish because of it. They do still have an incendiary to force out Kaze from his position back in New Box. Cabal switching back to the M4. But this is a full 4v4 retake, traded 1-for-1 initially. Kaze's not done yet. Deadly position, and if you don't Molotov it out, it feels like it's impossible to clear. And with somebody watching for Dobu, it's going to be a straight duel to the back of the bomb site. Dobu already some cover fire, but he's left alone. A 1-on-2, and Kaze's done it all in the post plant.
Oh, damn. I mean, Kaze really just does come alive as soon as that bomb is down. You know, you set this guy up in a strong position with that AWP, and he will make few mistakes. You know, on CT side, sometimes when he's holding these angles, you know, it always feels like he gets complacent, maybe gets a bit distracted, concerned about where he could be instead of where he is. But when he's locked in, and he, especially when he knows somebody has his position dialed in, he won't overpeak. Just great target selection, great cover usage, and while we were starting to write the eulogy here for Rare Adam in this IEM Rio Asia close qualifier, we saw that 10-3 scoreline. I think Rare Adam just haven't offered us up enough. Here they go. 5 rounds straight after losing the opening pistol round in this second half. They are suddenly hot on the heels of Atox.
And Atox knows it. I mean, we've gone from 8-0 to 10-8. Only 2 rounds found out of the past 10 from Atox. Somebody as well continues to make it so these force buys, these chances, these little rays of hope that could be summoned up will be snuffed out before they're even allowed into the room. There will be one more buy round before Rare Adam equalize, but should they equalize, they will be in an advantage again. Atox already have the pressure on them from yesterday. It felt like there was maybe a couple of moments on Anubis where they let the game go yesterday. That could have been a 2-0 yesterday. Atox are starting to sweat in much the same way.
And you never want to feel too comfortable. You know, you get to this 8-0, you get to a 9-3 half, and you think, is this the same Rare Adam that beat us yesterday? Are we just better now? And sometimes you let your guard down, maybe get a little too comfortable with that advantage, and things get a little awkward. Now they should just try to be a little cheeky there. Tap the bomb, hope somebody gravitates over, expecting him to have a kit. But I think even when he tapped it, even if you had a kit, you wouldn't have pulled off the defuse, so...
Yeah.
Just testing whether or not Rare Adam were Close enough by. Maybe a future ninja attempt could be made.
That feels like it's game planning that might be needed, unfortunately. But if you're getting to a point where you're thinking about ninjas, you're thinking about force spies, you're thinking about all of these disadvantaged situations which you can rely on, that future is bleak.
I don't think they're thinking about it. You know, it's just... It's a sprinkling of evidence of maybe something that could be exploited in the future.
It's a flower of possibility blooming. Look at the scoreboard for Rare Adam as well. It doesn't feel like this is a scoreboard of a team that is, you know, actually neck to neck, actually winning. And that's because of how incredibly one-sided it felt like Atox had made some of that first half. Now that Mick's not been able to get his really nice kills on a banana, now that Dobu's not been able to do the same, it's getting real tough. And right now, it might get even more so. Forced away from banana this time over, even though they try and contest a little bit early on. But I think Rare Adam might have figured out that there were 3 players situated there. So instead, somebody in Lihang are looking to cut off the rotate. Annihilation moving back in with the AWP has made plenty of noise, and he will get the 1. That is a fast shot. But Lihang keeps it into 1, and Yami's done the same. Cabal cornered into the bomb site, will not make a difference, and Atox give up the round. There is no way for them to be back into this, but maybe there is. Maybe they still think this. They've got utility. That's a 1 advantage for them. If they can get a nade out towards mini pit, a Molotov out with it as well, but no, they've decided against it. They'll save the op. They'll save the M4.
Yeah, I mean, it is so rare that you're in a position, even at a one-man disadvantage, where you have so much utility available to you. But given the way that this game has shifted so dramatically, yeah, it's really hard to justify that risk. You want that AWP. You want Annihilation in a position where he's not having to fight and swing into 2 simultaneously. Like almost losing his life with that AWP. That could have been awkward on the retreat, but yeah, 2 survive there for Atox, and we sit here tied at 10-10. I'm not the one playing the game, but I'm nervous.
Yeah.
I can only imagine how Atox feel. There has to be some kind of rallying call, decision, something to get the troops motivated. Because if not, we could have a clear repeat. Annihilation. That saved AWP immediately finding impact in this next buy.
That's big. Especially because that also is assisted with the possibility of having rotated away from A, right? Annihilation has shown his clear happiness to be mobile across the map. And a pick so early on from the Archer's side means that the B side could very quickly be reinforced. That's been the call very often from Atox, so Rare Adam are now caught between 2 mines.
Yeah. I mean, they just accomplished a lot of objectives. Again, opening pick, they threatened bottom banana, they knew that there was nobody up close, and now all this util coming out from Rare Adam, they know that has suddenly become the target. A Molotov to meet them at the mouth of this B bomb site. They did not want to throw that too early. Wanted to get confirmation on numbers. Let Rare Adam think they could just simply take this site, but Mick and Dobu doubling up together, as was frequented on that T side, but now they join each other in arms inside of the flames, and Dobu just round the edge of it, only managing the 1 to slow them down. Annihilation, this AWP ready, but the spam's a miss, but the follow-up is right on the money. May have allowed him to plant, but he's just happy he thinned the numbers, and they closed this round before they had to worry about these pesky post-plant positions. Listen, we may have been neck and neck. Things may have been shifting in favor of our Adam, but Atox get to 11 first.
It's also some really good counter flashes from Annihilation that allowed Mick to stay alive for that long, because Mick's position was sussed out. They had an idea of where Dobu was playing in from as well, but Annihilation just stopped them from overwhelming the bomb site with those extra flashes, which was very nice to see. But Rare Adam have money. This is not the situation that we had yesterday when we had Atox bringing it back to a 10-10, and then they just had their money reset because they lost a round or 2. This is going to be hard fought. This is going to be difficult to do much to this T-side economy. And there's still rounds to go, and Child King is showing us just that. 1 for 1 on the B bomb set, but they're lucky that it wasn't followed up by Kaze, who was wielding the bomb. Had he been looking to provide cover fire, that could have been a lost round there and then, but instead it's a quick reroute backwards. Yami's position, Yami's protocol is very well known by now. He'll drop down. But Rare Adam, they will be going into a bomb site that's heavily reinforced if they do continue on this route. That's not going to be happening though, but they've lost the bomb, and this is taking extra seconds. Those will be crucial.
Yeah, and it also may not even lead to them finishing on this B-bomb side. Li Hang having to make so much noise and being so late with that package. There could be some extra fear in committing to this B-side idea. But they do pull Kaze back as well. Goes into this B-bomb site. There's a crossfire between Cabal and Dobu that is broken down. They're committing on this.
Molotov is ready to force Dobu away. They feel very comfortable going for this one. Cabal's spray gets absolutely nothing. And Dobu just needed to win the duel. An impossibility when he's cornered in by the flames. Li Hang had only one angle to clear, and Cabal in through the smoke. All of his spam is ending up useless.
Yeah, and this time you don't have the same setup. You don't have the same early round advantages that you were able to levy in that previous round for Atox. You don't find an opening pick. You don't have deep banana spacing. And you know, you see how difficult it then becomes there for Atox. It's a bit of a guessing game. We're Adam piecing it together. We are going the full distance once again. Ancient might have ended in regulation. But I'm getting strong overtime vibes about this Inferno so far. Just such a tight-fought battle. No clear favorites when it comes to any of these opening duels. Even if it's, you know, bin Child King, bin Li Hang. Annihilation in some of these fights as well. But they just cannot afford to give up an advantage. He who strikes first, likely to finish the fight.
It's turned away. The secondary op will give him absolutely nothing. And information given up. Nade to him as well. Dobu is incredibly low. The flash is not helping him at all. Rare Adam might just have done it. This could be the nail in the coffin. Cabal's Molotov delayed will do absolutely nothing. Meanwhile, Yami's push might even be caught out by somebody who's watching for that rotate. But Cabal, could this be the difference maker? Kaze jumps past his line of fire, but damage dealt regardless. Yami in the meanwhile caught out, but somebody doesn't finish off his kill. Now he does. What? Annihilation through the smoke finds a stray bullet. And now that they know that it's effectively a 2-on-2 on the bomb side, it might be time to pull the go button. But where are they even going to go? Atox don't have money for this next round. There's such a strong argument to save, but Cabal just isn't the one making it.
And these smokes feel like they've lasted forever. You know, they threw flashes in hopes that the coffin smoke would have faded by then. But Cabal sliding out just as they start to get a little too comfortable. He's going to try and stick to defuse, or at least he wanted to, but Li Hang was too close by. Everyone will die here on the side of Rare Adam, but they are the ones that sit in a position to close this series with a 12th round. God damn. I mean, these rounds are just so non-linear. From the Mick secondary AWP to getting Molotovs to Flash to HE'd. And Dobu was trapped. You know, that is far from how Atox would have envisioned that round playing out at the start. Rare Adam have not been heavy pressuring the top side of Banana. They haven't been throwing aggressive utility like that on an earlier timing. And with that, you know, small change in speed, I think Atox may have just gotten a little comfortable for just a moment, hoping to take a breather before all these pressure rounds. And instead, they find that they don't have the PSI. or the resisting force to stop that pressure when it really came down to it. Last time out used by Atox at the very end of regulation. Cabal's got to try and make it work on an MP9, and he can. Is anybody on that squad on Atox? He's probably the most adept with shotguns and SMGs, but they need to hold onto Banana, and it's not gone well. Child King once again breaching the mouth of B.
And Nova's trying to get just a line of fire out before the smoke blooms, hoping that someone would be going for a peek, but that bait's not worked out. Instead, they've called a rotation over Annihilation, will at least be positioned accurately. But Rare Atom, this map is completely open to them. Because there's never ever any threat of an A-side push coming in the late mid-round, there's never any question to Rare Atom about whether they can rotate or not.
But also that static defense are still here.
Smoke out from Yami, but considering that this looks like an wrap out for Artside anyway, this might just end up working in the favor of Rare Atom. Cabal needs his kill, and somebody takes his head off. It's a swift death, but it's been such a slow grinding finish against Atox. Rare Atom bringing it through, and the one man who feels like he can do anything just doesn't see anyone. Yami will be able to get a response, but now with his position given away and Annihilation as well to be expected coming in, Rare Atom have finished this game. Atox don't have a way back into the round. They don't have a way back into the site. There's no util. There's no flashes. There's nothing to even the skills but their guns, and their guns might not be enough. 3 players on this bomb site. Yami has it all to do. The Glock pulled out. No time to reload. He can't get it done. Rare Atom bring it back down from such a large disadvantage from 10-3 to 13-11. Atox will be scratching their heads about how they allowed that to happen.
And it feels like flashbacks. It feels exactly like flashbacks. Same thing happened when they played in their opening round to start this tournament. We had the same scoreline, 13-11, where Atox are the ones that get to 11 first, and it's happened to them again. An 11-10 scoreline that then turns into a 13-11 win for their opponents. Rare Atom, when it comes to crunch time, make those moves where Atox simply did not. I almost feel like Atox were the better team in certain instances, certain flashes, certain stretches within this series, but Rare Atom were far more rehearsed, and the ways that they were winning those rounds were far more convincing than the last run-in with this Mongolian squad. So, I mean, clear improvements from Rare Atom, but still, it's just another nail-biting finish and another hairline heartbreak for Atox.
Why don't we take a look at the bracket up here as well, as we are going to be saying goodbye to Atox. Our finalists are now known. Tyloo versus Rare Atom will be the grand finals to decide the one team to move forward. Atox once again just falling short at that last hurdle. And yes, Michael, you asked me when we came on, is this a little bit of Groundhog Day going on? Maybe it might be, but Rare Atom are hoping that the finish can be different. However, that finish is going to be delayed for a while. Right now, the players are going to take a break. We're going to let them have a breather after that long game. We're going to be back in about 52 minutes or so, and when we are, we're going to continue on with the series, guys. So make sure you go on, you get some break, you get some fluids, you rehydrate yourself, and then we're going to be back with a lot of great Counter-Strike. Stay tuned, guys. This is going to be a great one.
Look into my face. Tell me now why you want to wait. Running out of words you wanna say. I've been
Bit of a longer break, but we needed it, and we're going back into the Chinese titanry between Rare Atom and Tyloo. I'm T-Time, Michael Yumi Cassidy, and you're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Rio Close Qualifiers for the Asian region. It is one match to go before we find out who will represent us through the qualifiers. Obviously, Mongols already there, so now comes the time to decide, will Rare Atom end up faltering to Tyloo, or will this maybe be a better showing, Mark?
Yeah, no, that is the I guess the question we have to pose, because Tyloo, when they played him in that upper bracket finals, they just destroyed Rare Atom. A lot of individual playmaking was made. Everybody just seemed and really powered up on the Tyloo side. Even though they had a shaky beginning versus Cat Evil in their opening round, it was kind of surprising to see them dominate as much as they did.
I just don't want to see another Vertigo being picked by Rare Atom. I'll be honest, Michael. That's mostly where I'm sitting on. Obviously, today we had a repeat of Atox versus Rare Atom. Ended up the exact same way. Ended up in pretty much very similar score lines towards the end of things as well. But Rare Atom, take it away. Atox knocked out, not able to get it done. If you guys weren't watching yesterday, Rare Atom picked up Vertigo as a surprise pick. They wanted to say, ooh, look at us. We can play Vertigo. You don't play Vertigo. And you also ban out Dust too. What a weak map pool you have. Kind of a trap card moment over there, right? You know, you got a Yu-Gi-Oh! Quick little cutscene where you're cutting between 4 different faces, and all of them are on Rare Atom. They're just shocked because they've been shot by Mosea. Some great entries, some great rifle work, and Tyloo was using it to perfection.
Yeah, and then we dove into Anubis as well, and the team play from Tyloo was also just fantastic. So I agree. I don't expect to see Vertigo in this Veto, but I'm also kind of unsure about where Rare Atom go with it. I guess my instincts would say something like an Inferno, because I've only really seen them play like Anubis, maybe like a Mirage, maybe. But between those two maps, really, for me, as Rare Atom do actually decide to go for that Inferno, but Tyloo going with what you would expect. You know, they seem very comfortable on Anubis. They like picking into it as well. But we get an Ancient Decider as well.
I understand the Inferno pick, because obviously the last time these two teams played up against each other as well, Rare Atom did destroy Tyloo on Inferno. But also, I did just watch Rare Atom up against Atox on Inferno. I also watched it yesterday, and I wasn't very happy with it, Michael. Yeah. I can tell with your facial expressions, you've got some words on it as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's so static, and it's very reminiscent of, you know, the old Tyloo on Inferno, where they would always play these static defenses. I don't know how much of that is imposed by players like Kaze, who, you know, that is his style so traditionally. But to be honest, I was kind of hoping we'd move past that. I mean, especially on the side of Rare Atom, you have so many pieces that can be aggressive, and it seemed as though when Kaze joined this team, he almost got like a new lease on life. He was taking peaks we don't usually see him go for. He's going for duels that are slightly less favorable, but he's still winning them anyway. And then we just see this regression in these Atox games where, yeah, they are just kind of clamming up and hiding in their shell, so to speak. And that worries me when, you know, for all intents and purposes, Tyloo are the team that have the highest ceiling as far as the riflers are concerned within this entire qualifier. Hell, maybe even within the entire region, maybe bar the Mongols.
I think I actually think they might individually, just on a mechanics level, be better than the Mongols as far as rifling is concerned. To be honest, it feels like Mongols have much better structure, have much better team play, have so much more sort of experience in those deep stages. But who's putting a candle up to, you know, let's look at the names: Jam Young, Mercury, Mosea. This is an incredible core of riflers. And yes, you know, even if you're talking about the Mongols for a second, you're looking over to your Senzu, your Techno, your Blitzes of the world. These guys pop off, sure, but they're not popping off the way that the Tyloo guys do. This is the only squad in all of Asia, in my opinion, which just based off of firepower could get an upset series win up against Mongols, who right now, you know, top 10, top 15 team in the world. I don't think there's any doubt about that. So that really speaks volumes about this Tyloo. And it speaks a lot about what this Rare Atom are going to have to do in order to overcome it. Because Rare Atom's aggression, their T side, was facilitated very heavily by the fact that there was a very passive CT side coming up from Atox, right? That's what we saw yesterday and today. That's what the criticism we levied towards Atox was as well. I can't imagine Tyloo's going to be passive on the CT side. I literally cannot fathom that possibility.
Yeah, I mean, between players like Mercury, Mosea, hell, even some of the ways that they set up joking to get information or just clear out areas, it does seem as though they enjoy this more proactive style, which is honestly great to see, considering they all come from the school of Advent, who never really seemed to toy with those ideas the further up the ranks they went. You know, against domestic teams or lower level opposition, you'd see them be proactive, sure, but when you see them against other sort of viable challengers from the region, or even when they go into international waters, we'd see that shelling up that is, I guess, carried over to the new Rare Atom core. So yeah, I do think that Rare Atom are really gonna have to throw some curveballs as far as even just their philosophy coming into this game, because they can't play those passive styles. I mean, their opponents are far too familiar with that kind of play, and they're developing where Rare Atom may be stagnating slightly.
Yeah, I do think that this is something to keep an eye out for, because so much of what we praise about Rare Atom's victory over Tyloo, the previous time they played each other in the Blanche Showdown qualifiers, was, hey, oh my god, Kaze just had the game of his life. He's looking super proactive. He's getting really aggressive. He's also playing really well in those late round halves. Yeah, he did. We saw a Kaze performance similar to what we had yesterday versus. That says a lot. But we're going into this game, it has to be so much more proactivity from Rare Atom. It has to be so many, interesting strats to be pulled out. We need some set plays. We need them to not just freeze up and wait for death.
Well, we jump into our final best of 3 to determine who ends up at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio and joins the Mongols as one of 2 representatives from the Asia region in South America. It's Tyloo versus Rare Atom and Inferno, our first stomping ground, with Rare Atom starting on that T side.
Tyloo likes to keep it simple. Just letting Mosea keep control of this B side. Child King has forayed forward. And with the smokes coming over, the call has been made. The rotations should be coming through soon as well. Mosea spots them out, but the heads remain firmly attached to the bodies of the atoms. And all in the meanwhile, it's going to be a 4-man push-up. Banana, this is a difficult retake to go for. This isn't the ideal position, especially when the rest of the teams now take this turn to go right into coffins. It's a great setup for Rare Atom to be putting themselves into. Trying to fight back into church will not be the easiest. The deep Molotovs will find nothing from the CTs as well. Mercury's been tagged down, Joking taking a knee, and somebody covers off the cross. Rare Atom finding success in the pistol round. G and Jamyoung the only ones left, and the double Js are now doubled down.
Yeah, damn. I mean, Tyloo came in with a full belt of utility. They had a kit available on G as well, so it was always going to be a possibility that that B bomb site should fall. That's why Mosea didn't hang around. He didn't force duels. He really wanted to just prioritize keeping himself alive and allowing that utility to actually work in the retake. But ending up in a 5-on-5 like that, Rare Atom did not just simply contain themselves inside of the site. They push spawn to create this crossfire, and it makes it so difficult for Tyloo to breach back in. They only had that one belt of utility. They didn't have 2 smokes to breach in. As much as they would have enjoyed that extra luxury, simply was not afforded to them. So good job from Rare Atom, keeping their wits about them. Don't just take the site uncontested and think, okay, well, we can just play classic post-plant positions.
That's a cool lineup. Different to the one I normally see.
That seemed like a...
This is a very good nade. Oh, God.
They were just all playing anti-flash inside of that smoke.
Is this another smoke for that same position? Oh, please tell me it is. Is it a flower? Oh, yes!
Yeah.
All the lineups.
That's a left-right throw.
Yeah, both of them were. Summer able to find the 1, find the 2, and maybe even find all of them. Mac-10s for 4 kills, and they only bought 2 of them going into this one. This is maybe the best, economically sound round I have ever seen. If it's 5 Mac-10 kills and you had the USP on Kaze, so yeah, that's insane.
Yeah, joke's on you. I wanted to die. He does have to reinvest it into armor, so it's a little bit more costly than it maybe could have been, given those SMGs were so efficient at reaching into that B bomb site. But Tyloo will be able to manage themselves into a buy, and it's only the 1 SMG in Jamyoung's hands. That's the only real shortfall they have, aside from maybe missing out on some utility that can actually be a major, I guess, factor about whether or not you contest these areas so vehemently at the start of rounds or not. Even with that, they throw a late flash, they do attain banana control.
Kind of crazy that King doesn't invest into the head armor. I don't know how significant that'll end up being, but right now, heading into the crossfire, geez, Joking. And in quick work, King would have really liked to maybe have a little bit extra, but maybe it wouldn't have mattered. Who knows now? He's dead.
Yeah, I mean, he did get instant headshotted by an M4, so you know, the dink into quick reaction, it certainly could have come into play. But very likely it just blows up in their face. Not a lot of success in these opening round of duels. Tyloo with this first investment. No slouches to this contact, more aggressive play that Rare Adam wanted to pull together. Jamyang does have to be careful. Yeah, just spotted a foot. And that's pretty much best case scenario there for Jamyang. Had he got caught on an awkward timing on his jiggle, maybe he would have been a little wider. Could have exposed himself and that B bomb site. But because that one man was spotted over at B, somebody and Kaze being so low HP, basically the only way back into this round was to immediately destroy Jamyang and maybe end up in a post plant on that B bomb site, and even then it was very unlikely they convert the round. So nicely handled. A lot of attention drawn towards middle at the start of this. But Tyloo shut it down.
Yeah, I see that. How annoying must it be to have to deal with like a passive star player being the B-side anchor?
Yeah, it's probably quite frustrating. But, you know, tier 1 teams are chock full of them, so...
Yeah.
It's one of the great meta shifts that I really enjoyed, is that, you know, as time developed, you know, over the past like 3 or 4 years, we started making star players anchor players. Before it was kind of a trial by fire for new blood. It's like, well, yeah, you get to play anchor spots. But then they realized that anchors were then put in a lot of clutches, late round situations, and that's where stars can shine the brightest.
Oh, good clearing from somebody. He's really just watching out for everything. See, while you've been enjoying the meta changes, I've been enjoying the fact that we see fire animation on people when they burn.
Yeah, and I mean, it can be pretty distracting, but...
You're burning. It's supposed to be distracting.
No, I mean, like, the person that's shooting at the person that's burning.
Oh
my God.
No, Child King. He's effectively out of the server, but he's been given just a thread of life and a fingernail to hang on with. G's rotation coming through with a flashbang could be significant as well. But I think the real threat would be with Jamyang on the MP9 and 2 flashes for him to be helped out with. There's 35 seconds on the clock. The Molotov does actually go the right way. Jamyang moved away, completely read into. A double smoke to Coffin is hardly ideal, but flashes overhead, and G's been the one to actually lock it out. That second smoke would have been really useful in CT right about now, and as they force through the CT smoke of their opponent's deployment, Rare Adam are now left without options. Circling back into the A site will be impossible as well. Joking hoping to get the pincer going in and just clamp down on any saving players after the time is already over. Mercury, though, doesn't even wait for the clock to run out. Joking good for 1, can't get the second.
Yeah, and they don't want to pursue much further than that. Had they been able to contain and take some weapons out after the time, like you're mentioning, then... it all would have went well. You know, if they'd succeeded in that first duel and kept both alive at the bottom of B, I imagine Tyloo would have just tried to crunch in towards Banana and just make sure there was no weapons for Rare Adam, but keeping those weapons afloat, they are still in a position where they can buy up around it. Rare Adam do have a lot of rifles, but once again, you know, they'll be missing out on utility in opting for these weapons. They're just hoping for some quick and dastardly duels.
Chunky
Good
nade. Child King's been taking a lot of the itchy damage and just flame damage.
He's really not happy about that. From being flashed into a Molotov and just sitting in it to now just catching that HE with his teeth. It is a wildly defensive setup here on the Tyloo side. See how far back they are away from that A-bomb site. Even with the smoke down at Moto, it will do little to segment the setup.
Mercury is waiting around the corner, still yet to be revealed. Good for the one. G's got another with a grenade, and joking is just the difference maker. G has to be careful. He repositions back into the site. He knows it's all about just staying alive and keeping 3 players healthy. This round is almost guaranteed to be a win, but giving up his life early on does open things up for somebody to start maybe even going back over to apartments? What? You can't run to B to apartments with 30 seconds?
Yeah, I'm not so sure what the plan was. I think he just wanted to reposition with that smoke and maybe hope to catch a flank. Maybe he was worried about getting flanked from the apartments, wanted to clear it. Either way.
The bomb in his head?
I mean, there was nobody else to carry it, so...
No, I mean, he literally had it pulled out. He didn't have
yeah,
gun.
I mean, I don't know, just making sure. Making sure he had a tight grip.
Well...
a little perplexing.
We won't dwell on it, I guess.
Now the harrowing stat was that Tyloo have all 5 of their players in the top 6 in statistics for this qualifier. And listen, I get
Who's
it.
number 5?
I get it that they've won all their games, but also, you know, you're usually expecting one other star player to be up there on another team.
Yeah.
The other player was Child King.
Okay, that makes sense. They've done a good job of shutting him down, though, so far.
Also, usually when you look at broad stats like that for a team, you know, 1 player can lag behind. Maybe even 2.
Come on, Kazi, get that burst fire.
Yeah, no success. G did not want to give him that kill. So it's G and Mercury. They get all 5 versus the Pistols. Wasn't a deep commitment there from Adam, but they're going to have to dig deep to show us what they've got here on Inferno. They cannot come up against Tyloo, pick into a map they feel confident in, either by curveball or confidence, and then just be swatted away like a fly. That's I refuse to believe that is how this will play out. I hope somebody can offer up a little something special. Somebody creeping up through mid. Timing is fast, and he will overpower Joking. Mercury did not want to commit to that duel, and eventually goes out swinging for the trade. But this is a weakened A bomb site. They had 3 starting at B, and with Child King holding off on that B side approach, they found themselves a 4-on-2. That quick pace from somebody changes the tone.
And that's always the advantage of having someone like somebody. I hate his name so much sometimes. But at the very least, Ray Adam don't feel like they're ever going to be in a position where they don't have a change of pace to come through with an individual player who's willing to take risks. It's very much compounded by the fact that you also do have Child King and Lee Hang to follow up, who feel like such potentially aggressive pieces, especially Child King, who is now out and about on the hunt to see whether he can divorce G from his weapon as well.
Okay, I was a little concerned there for G. Just had a Molotov pulled that entire time. Child King, oh my god.
Oh my god.
He heard the singeing and G was thinking, what is this madman doing? Yeah, G a little jump scare perhaps, but... Well, that's the first gun round that Radom have won, or at least pieced together. Since Tyloo have been on investments, they hit a nice little rhythm. Adam there to detract from that. Child King's spam right on the money. G went for an aggressive line over at Banana, and unfortunately that car is made out of wood. Or it used to be a car. Now just planks and barrels.
I think it's good recognition from Child King, the fact that there's likely to be the first all purchase up by Tyloo after they've been having so many incredibly successful rounds. So good just to make sure that he's spamming away in case there's any sort of aggressive maneuver that G wanted to go for. Works out for him. And now with the 3-man stack over here on the B-bomb side, Tyloo are really heavily putting their eggs in, and it might work for them, but at the same time, it feels like Rare Adam have been very good with getting their Molotov at the right spot to suss out Jamyang. Flashbangs exchanged, but with both players being blind, nothing really offered up. Mercury left alone on the A side, and he is getting exploratory. He wants to get aggressive, and if he gets a kill over here, this could be everything. Mercury, his teammates just have to stay put while he's going for information, and this little fishing journey will give him the quick kill. Joking gets his second as well, and now Rare Adam have no idea where to go. Mercury's demise at least gives them an avenue of attack, and Lihang could have theoretically gone all the way into Library as well. So Tyloo aggress through middle instead. They'll be able to get up to short when the bomb starts to be planted if they're quick about it, but it's not going to be an easy retake.
Yeah, look at the man who sticks behind and is keeping tabs on all the rotations. Somebody hearing the steps of Joking out towards second mid. He is perched, ready to greet him inside of those apartments. But somebody needs to come up with the goods and dealing with this flank. Joking's bypass, just gone straight to the balcony. Something that Lihang should consider. But Joking actually doubles back on himself to reflank in from Boiler. So man advantage and an HE that does some decent damage. A Molotov to greet him as well. Lihang overwhelmed. And while Kaze sits at the back of this site, there's just too many members to consider a successful retake in from Tyloo.
Joking wasn't even reflanking. He was just backing off. They'd made the call to save there.
Oh my god.
Because the player inside middle, I think it was Jamyang. Jamyang starts to go back over. He's retreating in mid. So Joking was just being silent in moving back so he doesn't get taken down by like a random stray peek coming in. And he's just clearing the angle as he backs off.
That is incredibly fortunate for Tyloo. I didn't even quite realize. I thought that extra hesitation from Jamyang was that's all that was. You know, I thought it was just hesitation, but yeah. Convincing case to save. Suddenly, the retake deal was sweetened.
And that's the round that starts off with a great start for Rare Adam, right? But then Mercury's aggression brings it back to the 3v3. It's very nicely done. Rare Adam feel like they can catch many things, but not a break.
Best round so far on guns has been that somebody play up mid.
And right now, as they're teeing up for a full scaled up execute into the B bomb side, Mercury will have rotated through. He's got great utility. They have so many HEs to deal with. Look at the kind of damage that's being dealt. But Mercury taken down, traded away. Nade inside the smoke is what helps out Mazea for a double kill. It's a 2-on-2 again. Tyloo on an even retake.
And G has a Molotov and HE available as well. While Joking sets himself up outside of Banana. If he had a flash here on G, things could have been a lot more feasible, but G trying to get that retake utility in the right spots. Joking's likely to be that one that takes first contact as G is kind of half-heartedly approaching in for this retake. Maybe considering a save should Joking fall.
Somebody checks upwards, but it's a little bit too late. Now, G, position of Summer sussed out as well. They don't have a smoke. They need to fight, and Joking has delivered again. 9-7 leading the team right now. He's been called many things, a stand-in, an analyst, but right now I'm calling him a stud.
Yeah, I mean, I have no qualms for Joking. You know, he's on the payroll of Tyloo in a tricky position, called into roster, and he has been far from a liability. some solid work. Even where he gets caught off guard, he just quickly dismisses in that final kill. They needed to jump on it. You're absolutely right, and that's what Joking was doing until someone rudely interrupted.
Okay, come on, Child King. That doesn't feel very nice.
Yeah,
Jamyang shows him what it feels like.
Yeah, neither just running through a smoke straight into a Molotov. Child King didn't realize what he sort of bought himself into there.
Joking. Right back in the middle he goes. Refacing was a mistake. What could have been an advantage for Tyloo. Now he's going to be relying on Mercury's grenade to pop open, but even then, visibility not there. It is still Jamyang all alone. But Jamyang has very rarely actually played forward-facing positions out at sandbags, so now that the fact that Rare Atom have no Molotovs comes into play, they probably do still clear this out just in a hard clear position. But if there's any sort of overstepping, undersighting, that could have been dangerous. But do they expect Mercury to already be here? Great damage, but no kills. It's called for G to make his way back in. G's got a grenade, and with these players being as low as they are, Mercury will even finish off another one. Rare Atom just can't be in an advantage in these post-spawn positions.
Again, the approach will be difficult. HE over to that new box. Should it land right on the money? Oh, Lihang could have just fallen right then and there. 15 HP in from that new box position. They still maintain a solid enough crossfire as Mercury begins his approach. Lihang just cannot show too much skin. G taken down, but Mercury's found that first, and it's low HP. One single bullet from either would certainly have finished the round, and Lihang finds perfect timing for the swing. Rare Atom this time over, even though it's equal numbers, they pull through.
What a fantastic round coming out from Lihang. First of all, just getting the trade on the Joking. It's a difficult play to justify, really, because it's not like he's immediately swinging with his initial player. He's swinging back into a Joking who's still happy to be aggressive. There's a Molotov in front of him. There's only so many places he can fight in from. He gets that first kill, and then in the post-plant, the two more beyond it. Great to see Lihang activated. Rare Atom are going to need both him and Child King to continue doing just that.
Yeah, and I think, Joking, with the play that's made, like you're mentioning, this Molotov and the timing of it, that's what Joking is really capitalizing on. But given the way that he has been able to just instantly destroy some of the players he's fought, I kind of almost don't blame him for being confident enough to go for more there, when, it's just as feasible. He could have backed himself away, basically gave himself a second swing at a 50-50 duel, but, yeah, Lihang would not be denied. This is still a pretty successful CT half here from Tyloo. 6 is basically the marker you aim for. More would be great, but not a necessity. Especially when we, reflect on some of the problems Rare Atom have had on this map versus Atox. Some of the luxuries of being in the final via that upper bracket is that you could tune in to how that previous series went.
Flash once again exchanged on either side, but Mosea still feels the pressure of proceeding forward. G spotted out a leg, and it's Summer on the retreat who jumps up, and he'll be regretting that extra verticality.
Had he gone a more normal route, G was going to be missing out on that timing. Now Joking under pressure. Flash goes a little too high, and they line up for Joking's spray. Sure, there's a trade right back, but there's somebody to answer as well out from the apartments. Bomb was dropped in middle, however, and the rotates are here for Tyloo. Somebody has a great read on the situation. He's backing up, and he's going B and gunning it all the way. Tyloo have absolutely no idea. With as much time that's left on the clock, it could just as easily be that somebody is waiting in the wings. This guy's aggressive, he lurks, he hides, and then sometimes he's just right there in your face. But now Tyloo have realized somebody's gone the other direction, and they decide to split up. There is... Oh, never mind. No. Jamyang just swapping out for a different weapon and relocating in with G, so trying to guarantee that trade. It'll be the best chance they'll have.
They do have a smoke and a Molotov, but no kit this time over. So somebody can actually just wait it out and just get the spam lined up and ready to go. There's also no armor on G, so it's going to be an easier kill for somebody once he starts spamming. And now he certainly has to know. It's a good spam, but he doesn't get it done. He didn't dare go for the reload, and now the clock's just not enough. G will get the defuse. Somebody thought he'd brought him off of it.
Yeah, that's such a shame. Somebody... Just before that smoke bloomed, like you said, he lined up that bomb plant, and his spam was just slightly off. And like you said, when he switched to that Glock and he found that kill, all he was concerned about was not going down to the bomb, only to realize that it was still being diffused out from under him.
Well, he didn't go down to it.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. Sometimes the captain has to go down with the ship.
Yeah. Last round of the half, and it is headlined by a new setup from Tyloo. Somebody will have to contend with 2 players out towards apartments. Mercury is very wary, and rightfully so, perhaps, of an Archer's push to be coming his way. Liang takes him down, but the trade is in apps. With both players spotted out, G could be cut off before he even gets any safety. A shot rings out, but it's not on a finger. He misses out his moment, and Summer cuts off Mazea's head as well. Rear Adam looked like they will at least be able to guarantee 5 for themselves. Joking and Jam Young, as effective as they have been, will not be able to provide anything more to this conversation. It's a great half for Tyloo, more so when you consider that Rare Adam's falterings have largely been on the CT side, but this is more than enough for Rare Adam to feel like at least they have a fighter's chance.
Yeah, and they've got Child King, they've got Liang. Summer is stepping up as well here on this T side, so even going into that second half, they're going to feel slightly more empowered this time round, but we're going to have to see how that all plays out after the break.
Rare Adam at least meet the floor of what you could expect from a half from them on the T side, but the problem is the floor of their Inferno is really on their CT side, isn't it, Michael?
Yeah, no, that is almost certainly the case. Very static defenses when it came to them going up against Atox, not once, but twice in this close qualifier thus far. And I'm really hoping there's a little bit more proactivity, you know, especially when you've got players like Kaze who were once a part of that Tyloo camp. Surely he has a read on some of these players' tendencies. Yet to be discovered just how much that will actually play a part.
It'd be funny if Kaze's read is, this is when they start fighting with the IGL guys, I'm telling you.
And they're breaking from inside. Calls coming from inside the house.
Right now, the call is to go inside the A site, and there are 2 players in the houses. Apartments occupied, but it's going to be a wraparound from Arches. Summer takes a peek, and he suddenly sees a couple of people hopping to and fro. It is going to be a wrap, in fact, all the way around. Second prong is quite late into it, so Kaze has been allowed to get a quick kill in. He's got backup in here in the form of Child King as well. This might be read into because Kaze doesn't normally play this position, but with Child King swayed away, it is just going to be Tyloo getting some good post-spawn positions. Child King as well, just hunting out for Joking, who has been an absolute menace, can't be found at all, and Child King's just been delayed from assisting the rest of his team who are trying to funnel into Arches. Lihang coming in with company. It'll be him and somebody who have to lead the charge, but this charge is falling flat. There is no one who's been really able to get their legs out underneath them.
Yeah, even Lihang is just trying to escape with what little he has. Round is done. Tyloo, I mean, people will maybe look at this pistol and just think, half of the Tyloo attack, we're all staring at the floor and just jumping around. And, you know, that's one of the hard parts about being on that CT side, is like when you are spread out like that, players that are jumping around those corners in that manner are, one, incredibly hard to hit, but then two, you know that the players behind them are ready and rearing to go to fight you as you're shooting at their teammates. It felt odd almost from Tyloo, because when they jump into the A bomb site, I don't actually think they spotted most of the defense from Rare Adam because of how much they were just kind of hopping around, and it still didn't matter. You know, Rare Adam just couldn't hit them, couldn't stop them taking the site.
Just imagine the theory crafting session for that pistol round. But Jamyang, how are we gonna get information? You don't.
If they hit you, you tell them where you got hit from. Show me on the map where he touched you.
Yeah, that.
Absolutely no problems in that pistol round from Tyloo. But it's a force buy from Rare Adam, and you always have to be concerned with these force buys. Kaze's even departed with his attachment to the Nova. Gone with the bigger brother. A little less range, but a little bit more stopping power in those close range endeavors.
Okay, that went from looking like a real fancy lineup to being a very simple one.
Why do complicated one when the simple one do same job?
Well, the simplicity of the Rare Adam setup is that if Lihang doesn't do it, well, to be honest, no one will. Also up towards the back of the boost, and they have both been dismantled. Mosaic puts him down, and despite the AC grenades to try and respond with, it is just going to be 7 days of summer. And
yeah,
this week is up.
They're definitely a little annoyed that they build that boost, they get Molotoved off, and you know the one M4 that they have coming into this round gets nothing. Not a casualty as of yet here from Tyloo, and it may end up that they lose a player in their attempt to get rid of these perhaps troublesome weapons that are employed by Rare Adam. But the truth of the matter is Tyloo were just happy that B-side attack worked so swimmingly.
Come on, Kaze, it's all you. I believe. This is how you know Kaz is taking this game seriously, Michael. He bought the Mag 7, not the Candy Apple Nova.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, but man's on 3 kills, so not
Just
sure
'cause
I
he's
believe.
taking the game seriously doesn't mean the game's taking him seriously. That's number 4. And that's maybe all. Okay, I don't know. Jamyang must have just picked up an M4 and... No, he didn't. They didn't have an M4. Alright, he just didn't reload it. Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, he used a lot of his bullets dealing with that secondary man and just hoped that somebody whiffed.
I don't blame him. He's used to the A4.
Yeah, an extra 10 would have done him some good, but he's on T side, so you can't be picky.
This suddenly becomes a lot more interesting, though, for Rare Adam. I know that Summer and somebody both don't have armor, so it's not the best situation. But considering that they started off with an eco, even if you get, 2 more kills, you are incredibly happy with how this one has gone. Because currently, Tyloo is right around the cusp of being able to get... Come on, guys. We've just seen just such a beautiful disassembly of a boost, and then we transition into this. Observer's doing Rare Adam dirty with this one.
Oh, why do they break the boost?
I don't think you can see over the smokes. Just because of the verticality of them now.
Yeah, I suppose not. But would have given you maybe more of a chance than how this is now played out. Smokes are down, bomb is planted. There's another smoke available here from Mercury that can help segment the retake efforts here of Rare Adam even further. And of course, Rare Adam didn't come in with really much of anything in this round. Oh, okay. That smoke is definitely not gone where I expected it to. But yeah, because Rare Adam don't have kits, they don't have util, they have very little to say in this round.
Are they really staying for exits? Okay.
That's just somebody being somebody.
Well, I mean, listen, they save 2 weapons, they get 3 kills. It's not a round 5. Okay.
Yeah.
Fantastic round, actually.
Happily take that.
The disadvantage is that Tyloo has hit double digits.
Yeah, it's maybe just a small lapse in judgment from Tyloo. I mean, there was no feasible chance that Rare Adam closed the gap into the bomb site, even if them holding for those exits. Tyloo should have vacated the bomb site much sooner. They may have been able to retain at least a couple of those weapons. That was a very expensive round. But like you said, they're closer to that finish line than Rare Adam. They get to double digits. So they won't be thinking too hard on it now, but if Rare Adam start to get some rounds together, that hefty reinvestment will come back to haunt them.
It does feel like that incendiary play, which is incredibly safe, obviously, to go for it, just isn't that powerful anymore in apartments if you're going to be throwing it out because of how... I mean, it's a 5-second incendiary.
Yeah, CT incendiaries
Kind of suck.
Yeah, they do kind of suck. And Inferno feels like the map where it matters the most, because what used to be these choke points that would just get Molotoved off all the time, and you couldn't really do anything to beat past it, now it's suddenly these entrances have become wider.
I'm pretty sure Inferno's the reason why the incendiaries might have gotten nerfed, actually. Or at least one of the clearest examples of it.
Sure.
Shoking's demise means that Tyloo are going to be shortchanged as they head in, but they've let go of information before. Why not do it again? Mercury looking for more, and he gets 3! What a combination, Child King! Didn't even know that he was going to be walking into death there.
What a luxury. Mercury is supposed to be the distraction, and he ends up being the hero instead. Molotov out from somebody. It'll go way too deep, so Mercury is safe in his hidey hole inside of the pit. I'm surprised somebody is even venturing for this. Kaze's already called a very clear save, and somebody just goes running into his demise.
I can clearly tell Rare Adam, as far as the savings concerned, they just do not listen. I don't know who's supposed to be calling it, who is calling it. They don't listen.
Yeah.
The amount of times I've seen Child King go for like 1v4s. Same with somebody, same with Summer.
Yeah, just not on the same page, clearly, about what is the plan, basically, from these disadvantaged situations. Because let's not forget as well, you know, Summer and somebody come from the era where every retake was done.
And Child King looks like he only watched that era as well growing up. So it's a fun era. It's a much better spectator experience. I won't lie to you guys. I like a little bit more shooty bang bang.
But it's a bygone era.
Yeah. Nathan Molotovs, but it's going to be Rare Adam or burning alive. Somebody taken down. It felt like they might have been teed up for some good utility damage, but it ends up being thrown the other way. Lihang even... Oh my god, you've got to be kidding me. Lihang, come on. Kaze gets a shot blind, and he's going to need a lot more where that came from. Kaze gets a second as well. No CT smokes. A quick push forward. Smoke's been failed. A shot through might have been able to net Kaze another one, and he's certainly thinking about it as he dodges the flash, but he would be running out of bullets with that 5-bullet up. Rare Adam have managed to stabilize. Feels like they needed resuscitation, and Tyloo don't have utility now.
I mean, this just falls into such a big loo of uncertainty here for Rare Adam. So many options available with Tyloo just cutting sound. They deployed that smoke at the entrance to B, so clear intent to fall away from B, but they could have also just hung about to see how Rare Atom respond. And they are incredibly spread out. Child King watching for a potential wrap through those arches. And some are just isolated to that pit. Step will not have been heard. Jamyoung approaching, and the timing is not grand. Child King just catching the heel of Jamyoung as he makes his way over. Summer does a great job from this pit position, though, and he'll lock things down completely. Child King even there to find that third kill. Even with them being so spread out, Summer denies access to A. That was hardly a round of confidence for Rare Atom from Lihang. Somebody in Lihang getting Molotoved to HE'd and getting slowed, and then Lihang walking back into the Molotov trying to retrieve a better gun instead of that MP9. He did get headshot.
Why must you make me relive this, Michael?
I mean, he did get headshot by Joking, so, you know, the 1 health maybe didn't matter as much as you would think, but, you know, you don't play to your, I guess, best decision. You don't really play to, like, the best of your own decision-making when you know you are within an inch of your life. You know, you almost feel like you have to take a bigger risk instead of just sitting on the site, because he could have been HE'd, he could have been Molotov, and 1 tick, that would have been enough to kill him, so... Maybe he doesn't take that swing against Joking. You know, that's
if I was a coach and the justification someone gave me, well, I got headshot anyway, so it didn't matter, I would smack them.
Oh, no, I mean, it's no excuse, but also, did it matter?
Well, regardless, Rare Adam do at least have a chance to turn things around off the back of Summer's heroics. And this was a nice change of pace. Pace? Yes, I'm Sean Conrish. Somebody moving a little bit more aggressively forward, getting ready to maybe push through, and if he was doing so quickly, he could have got a timing with Mosea having smokes in his hands. Great shot from Summer. Seems like his form is continuing, but he is on fire once again. The Molotov is very much the enemies of the CT side, and somebody's demise might make Tyloo think there's no one in B. And that thought would be wrong. Kaze fully scoped in and getting ready. If they don't flash him off, it's going to be problematic. Joking is really the man I'm looking out for any sort of initiative. And I think Kaze must have spotted that player out over there as well. Molotov goes deep. If they sail past it, he's got an opportunity, and he takes Mosea's heads off. Joking does strike back, but it's still going to be a 1-on-2 on the site itself. He's trying to bait out some shots from Child King. And now that exactly has happened. Summer flanking through. Joking. He's a dead man unless he actually ends up moving all the way out. There's also going to be a window where G starts to come over. Joking turned around to check for the angle, but at the end of it all, Rare Adam still come out on top.
I almost feel as though Tyloo would need a timeout to consider a more cohesive approach. You know, right now they're getting... You know, they're ending up in these situations where it's a little back and forth in terms of how they're setting up on their default. You know, Rare Atom are trying to contest that. They're not playing as passive as they were against Atox, for example, but maybe a little more familiar with the Tyloo game planning. Haven't been as punished as well in some of these B-side controls as that last run-in. Are they just practicing the silent drop off of people's heads? I think that's how they're spending their time in this Glock and P250 round.
I'll have you know, it's called team building.
Oh, I'm all for practicing mechanics. I don't know that I've really seen a team do it in an official.
I mean, Mosaic is all about practicing melodies as well. Legend has it that Mosaic actually wanted to be a music producer, but it shows his hands were so good that his parents forced him into being a Counter-Strike pro.
Yeah, but he could have been a speedrunner. Like a music speedrunner. I've seen the clips on my shorts.
What's a music speedrunner?
It's just... It's brain rot. It's fine.
I'm glad you admitted it.
But it's creative. As was this Glock round from Tyloo.
This really does feel like I'm like back in 2017 where people are still doing existence Glock rounds.
Yeah, yeah.
And also the crazy retake attempts, let's not forget.
Yeah, back when everybody was just showing off their hidden talents that the world wishes had stayed hidden.
Simpler times. This comeback hasn't been simple for Rare Atom, but they have at least put themselves in a position where it's possible. Li Hang extends that possibility, increases those probabilities. And this A-site reinforcement might be desperately needed. Jam Young, a lot of damage, and he will be forced off by the grenade as well, even more. As that nade seals deeper than I thought, and he thought. Zoking is also caught out in the open. They're coming through smokes, trying to punish that mid-presence that was shown, but this looks like a completely different Rare Atom right now.
Yeah, I mean, Jam Young did throw a flash to set up those players jumping out of the apartments. That's what they tried to make use of, but just not getting caught by the flash. Summer able to hold his spot on the site, and then Kaze was able to relinquish all responsibilities as well. So this has put G in a 1-on-5, and they are in a, weirdly, a 4-1 split, with the A-bomb site being heavily reinforced. King is now walking his way down middle. And while G had a chance, King denies. A double for him, but the whole team really got engaged there on the Rare Atom side. And we find ourselves within touching distance, 11-9. This Rare Atom side, like you said, it feels... the aura around them has changed.
The vibes are immaculate now, yes. And also, when you look over towards pop-up performances, I mean, we're not getting one from Tyloo that the Joking isn't giving it. Child King and Summer, in the meanwhile, continue to escalate, and Kaze on the CT side is actually, you know, done something.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound harsh, but it has been a pillar for which they can rely on as well.
He's out now as well. And although there's Tech 9s and P250s taken forward, there's really no significant damage being dealt at all to the economy of the CTs. Kaze's got 15k, he doesn't care if he dies.
Yeah, I think that'll be the real problem here for Tyloo, is that even if they do start chaining rounds together now, I mean, Rare Atom have buys for the rest of the game. Money is looking real neat.
Are Rare Atom just like 24-round warriors? Is that what the situation is?
Are they the Chinese Virtus Pro? Where Virtus Pro themselves aren't Virtus Pro.
Well, we'll have to find out whether the mantle has been inherited or not. Right now, Li Hang just shooting through smokes, doing what he does best. And Jam Young, unfortunately, is on the recipient of so much utility damage. Another deep smoke comes through and somebody's going to be clearing this one out. Jam Young, Molotov sailed right past him so he can show off some of those crisp shots. Now, not for long. Meanwhile, on the A side, just the most comfortably patient play that I've ever seen Child King and Summer being setting up.
It's all on timings, though. There is a gap towards short. It will be considered a Molotov down. Summer is burning in those flames, but Child King taking distraction. While Summer falls, Child King does decent damage, but doesn't finish off his frag. It's Mercury with a double to get them into this 2-on-2.
Kaze's P250 is going to be incredibly impactful. Mercury close range ahead was spotted, but Kaze doesn't register it. Now only Li Hang left. He started this round off through a smoke, but then his teammates getting so aggressive up against Jam Young opened things up for Tyloo to maybe get this right back in their favor. First kills found. That was a hard one. Smoke's now down. Sticking the defuse. Li Hang's going to go for it all. And the grenade doesn't matter. Mercury's just wasting time. He can't get it done just barely. But Rare Adam will have gotten the defuse.
And I thought Mercury had done it again. Last time a triple kill on that A bomb site to win a round in from Tyloo, where the opportunities have been so fleeting. It comes down to milliseconds. One more bullet to that left side of the smoke and it was done. It needed to leave the barrel that half second sooner and it just simply did not. Rare Adam are tied up 11-11 a pop, and this is really the best chance that Tyloo have to answer back. Sure, they're on a heavy loss bonus, but they'll have to make some compromises even moving forward. Rare Adam have money for days where Tyloo do not, and they're getting bombarded, getting completely blitzed over at B. But even with all of that utility damage, it's a man advantage held here for Tyloo.
Look at this rotation. Look at how heavily Rare Adam are focusing the reinforcement of B. And they might be right. That's the insane thing. This grenade. I mean, look at the damage that's being dealt by the utility. Mercury and G feel like they're a breath away from death, and now more dry peaks from Child King and Kaze. How? They really thought there was just one player at the top of car. Tyloo hadn't shown presence, and that mute identity is enough. Summer will have an easier job in the 1v2. Technically, he's got enough money to be able to go fight for this no matter what happens, but the Molotov could be the difference maker. He'll use it to flush out new bucks and reveal position. No smokes here, so he does need to just get the kill straight up. G's got a Molotov as well, but he really can't afford to deploy it. It feels like he's just going to die, and indeed, that's a swing out from the back lines, a quick flip around as well, and Mercury's decided to sell his teammate down the river. It's all about preventing the defuse, and Summer, well, he's not going to be able to get this one done. Mercury will not lose twice in a row in the 1v1.
I can't believe it. I truly can't. They were all so low. Even running and gunning stray bullets and all, Rare Adam could have finished off so many more of those kills that the utility set them up for. And yet somehow, some way, they come away on the better end of the trades over at Banana. I'm actually at a loss. I feel like Rare Adam did so much right. But they just needed
so much wrong.
They just needed a couple of those bullets to connect. And yeah, maybe the move to continue re-aggressing, it may have been a bit too much. But you're in a 3-on-4 where, they took top banana control when you had naded the hell out of them. You're gonna feel like you're at an advantage there, even with the numbers down, and you needed the information.
It's a tough call.
Yeah, it is. And it feels like it's always a tough game for Rare Atom on Inferno, whether or not they select this map in a series or whether it's a decider. They always go to the full 24 rounds. We'll see if it's even more than just 24. Child King blowing open that mid-smoke, and he almost spray transfers for a second. But Jam Young does get that trade.
Li Hang. Oh, that's a quick double kill. That's going to be huge. Mosaic and Choking definitely have it in them to be able to bring it all the way back, but with Rare Adam this comfortably positioned inside the A bomb site, really the only kill that feels like it might be accessible is Kaze, and peeking into the op is never easy.
They are
Going back to the B bomb site though.
Yeah, they're trying to sell an idea over on A, see if Joking can fish for a kill or at least keep an extra player around. An extra Molotov has been recovered as well, and if he had deployed both, maybe it would really convince Rare Adam that, in fact, there was a second man here. But that one Molotov, and Joking goes back to link up with Mosaic, who'd just been waiting patiently at the bottom of Banana, but with all that silence, Kaze has also made his way over, so it's a 2-2 split for the CTs.
You've got one flash to make Kaze miss a shot. That's all you have. It's not an easy angle to flash either. And they might not do it at all. Kaze now flashed up. Of course, he's going to land that one. And Joking's not expecting his second to be nearby. 12-12. Tyloo will not be done with this just quite yet.
Yeah, I mean, this game has been incredibly hard to call. Once again, I feel like Rare Adam on this map are just destined for 24 rounds. It's never the prettiest, it's never the most elegant, but they usually get the job done. This time, job's not finished. Last time these two ran into each other, Rare Adam picked Vertigo.
Yeah.
And they got embarrassed for that decision. And while they are justifying themselves here on Inferno, Tyloo are putting up a hell of a fight all the same. Oh my god, what a bold decision there from Mosaic. Bottom of Banana is smoked off, he runs through with the smoke himself just to obscure vision, and I mean, it's the correct choice to try and lock off this angle. Rare Adam had two players at car ready to greet them and spam all the way down to bottom Banana. Mosaic playing close to that half wall. G does have a flash to line that up.
Somebody's just gonna spam him. He gets it done. Hey, somebody believes in value for money. He will use every bullet you give him.
Yeah, bring back buying ammo. Somebody would be the biggest consumer.
Rare Adam are even starting to rotate back with those two smokes being used. They'll leave Lihang behind. And hell, even somebody will lollygag just a little bit more. Kaze keeping an eye out for the slow lurk forward from Mercury, and it feels like enemy number one is dealt with.
But
Mercury's been...
Sorry, it's just all these individual plays that are being made, all these contact maneuvers that Tyloo are trying, and it simply will not work. I mean, walking into AWPs, walking into Lihang's crosshairs as well, it doesn't look the most elegant from Tyloo either. You know, this is a lot of individual playmaking chances that the Tyloo members are taking, and you know, sometimes it's rather fruitful, but others it looks like it's lacking a little pizzazz. You know, even that opening kill towards Banana via somebody, after that smoke was redeployed, especially with G holding that deep line, I thought he would just flash as soon as the smoke even bounced off the wall. But there are just these moments of hesitation about whether or not they want to take that risk.
Well, that's not great.
What? Oh my goodness, how has that happened?
I think they're asking themselves the same thing while Joking dies. Tyloo are really crumbling. Accelerating up through short is their only option, and they need to do it without, honestly, losing two players, which won't be the easiest thing in the world. Rotation coming out from Kaze as well. He's even thinking about pushing through the smoke himself. He decides, you know what? Actually, I kind of dug the advent style. I'm not gonna just push through smokes. Jamyan continues forward, but Child King revealed his position earlier on. That's all G needed. Summer pops out. He's been great on this A side, but this time only good for the one. 2-on-2. The retake is on. Mercury is out in the open with the smoke in his hand. Only G left. A round where he's had a team kill, and now he needs a full ace. A 6-skill round needed for G to win this one, and it just can't be done.
I don't know what to say. I'm so perplexed about how G ended up killing his teammate. Don't know if he was partial blinded or what, but there was limited pressure thrown on his shoulders for that team kill. Whatever, we'll excuse it. He gets 3 out of the round. But then, like you said, pulling smokes when you're out in the open. It was a bit of a bold decision from Kaze to come through that smoke inside of Library, but also it's bold to assume that all those smokes that are down are going to serve to protect you. Desperate action here from Tyloo. Fast play over towards Banana. It's Jamyoung that boosts up quick and catches Li Hang. But they've, again, taken a lot of damage in their pursuit of this B-bomb site just by threatening Banana control. Sure, they get a kill, but I mean, Rare Atom have not ceded that territory. It's only Summer that serves to hold responsibilities on this A-bomb site, and with Joking clearing that kill, they have access to A.
Desperation is paying off for them right now. Child King still wants to regress. Of course he does. Flashes outwards and in through the smoke he goes. There's another smoke in front of him. This time he won't be able to catch someone out in the open. The rest of Rare Atom are just corralling together utility, figuring out what is the best way to go for this 3v5. It feels a little bit half-hearted, but you don't have a choice, and you really don't want to go for a play like this ordinarily. Op spotted out. Some good flashes into the site could go a long way. And, well, Jamyoung is still blind, but Mercury isn't. Mercury always happy to be the closer. And right now, Kaze down. Child King will follow. Tyloo at least collect that one mandatory side.
Oh, I mean, a massive sigh of relief for Tyloo. They did not want to lose 3 rounds straight going into that overtime. They came in with an advantage going into that second half, and things started to just fizzle up. Really, the best rounds have really been when they've been able to use Mercury as a weapon. But so infrequently have they been granted those chances. Joking has been steadily trucking along in many of these rounds, but it's hard to deny the Mercury impact. But it's just so spread out here on the side of Rare Atom. They really came alive in that second half, and now that we're in this overtime, they'll hold an advantage, but they're back onto this T side that had troubles of their own. Even with all the successes that Child King seemed to get, bearing into Banana, it was actually breaching the bomb sites itself that Rare Atom seemed to have some problems earlier on. This might be the most passive start we've seen to a round throughout this whole game. Barely any utility exchange over towards Banana. Barely any shots fired. But now a flurry out from Rare Atom towards B, and it is dragging Mercury over. 2 players left in defense of this A bomb site, and it's Joking that should be the one to lock them away from the apartments. G, first point of contact in through middle, but a player jumping out from those apartments. It's actually enough time for G to reset on that AWP. Still a 2-on-2 on this site, but with G getting cleared, Mercury does not commit to the swing, wanting to maintain that man advantage. Rare Atom get a plant.
They won at the advantage, which is very surprising. It looked like they were primed up to just run into the bomb site, but more than enough done between Joking and G. Now, Mosea, Mercury, hoping to come to an opposite sides. Jamyoung will have the grenades. A double nade back to Kaze. He is gone. Summer all alone. AWP at the ready. Will miss that first shot, and now it just becomes impossible to get any more from this angle. 14-14. Tyloo will keep it even.
Oh god, they're so happy they had those 2 HEs available. The flash was just there to create space so that the short players could get those nades primed. They fully flush out the pit just by utility. And, you know, Mercury actually from Library, actually when the smoke was bloomed at Moto, should have had a chance to spot Summer inside of the apartments, but even with him missing out on that information, I mean, they had a 3-on-1 and an ult from the apartments. It doesn't feel great in the post plant. they're lining
Double
up
nade.
corner.
Oh,
nades.
that's could have been really bad, actually.
Yeah, it really could have. Double HE into a Molotov. They're fortunate the Molotov and one of those HEs missed.
Yeah. Can't say the same for Rare Adam, though. That could have been just a straight double kill over there. Regardless, a lot of presence being shown out towards Banana, but Tyloo are not making the mistake of rotating out early on. That being said, even the lack of rotation could end up biting them. Mercury is not really in a position where he wants to do that. He's trying to get a bit more information out down middle. That's where somebody lies in wait and in lurk.
Oh, they are boosting in from new box, so even with this first angle, even if the first kill goes the way of Tyloo, both players' positions would be revealed. Flashes are in, and Mosea, oh dear, he's been spotted on that boost, so now they're completely screwed. A smoke that's down, and they just try and run out the sides of it. Child King, a lovely spray transfer, completely clearing this B-bomb site. I mean, a 2-on-4 from this position, no Molotovs available, no smokes either. Tyloo will just have to go in with some clear, hard-hitting duels, but Rare Atom also don't have any stalling utility. Even a flank being lined up via somebody. So the longer Tyloo waits, the more lethal this becomes, and G is a sitting duck. Joking doesn't get much for his troubles either. For 15 in for Rare Atom first. This first overtime. Can you believe we used to play MR15?
Yes, actually.
Yes,
easily.
I mean, I can too. But, you know, when we start adding overtime money into this equation, oh dear.
I like it. Really good flashes being thrown by Rare Adam. Obviously, we criticized the HE grenades, or at least we pointed out that, hey, yeah, could have gone a lot better. But the flash actually getting the booster player blind, despite him being behind that pillar, that's a great flash.
Huh?
Jamyang, buddy, come on. I don't know what the comms are like right now. I don't know what this commitment is, but it pays off. Nate's gonna catch him though. Oh, Jamyang is gone.
Oh, he is so annoyed that there wasn't a smoke ready to go just to defuse that Molotov, because he put himself in that position purely so G could boost. And just thinking, how am I still cooking? How has no one helped me here?
Well, good for him, because that's unfortunately the only cooking he's done in this game. It's been a bit of an uncharacteristically weak game from Jamyang. I can't imagine it would extend to the rest of the series with the kind of hands he does have, and we know that he's very much maintained despite taking up the leadership duties. But for now, G will be the only defender on this B-bomb side. There is no intent of rotating now that the Archer smoke has depleted. Maybe Mercury changes his mind though. And now he certainly will. Utility going out from either side. Molotov will be able to be moved past. G is now smoked off. Nothing to do. The no-scope doesn't connect, and neither does the spam. Deep nade will be making him even more uncomfortable. Rare Adam will have control over the bomb site on map point. Oh!
Aggressive move in from somebody, and Kaze's there to back it up all the same as well. This is the final knockout punch here on Inferno. It's Rare Item that collect on this B play, and while G tried his best to stall, he tried his best to find kills before they breach this site itself. He is the last man standing, and three players that will not give him fights. They will not give him the chance to shine. It's Rare Adam that close once again, hanging by a thread throughout here on Inferno, but the job is done. Rare Adam, another success on this map.
Dude, honestly, I don't really know how this Inferno keeps going so deep, right? I mean, Rare Adam in that first half looked like they're being pretty manhandled by Tyloo, but when you actually look at what the numbers were reflecting, right, Joking was doing a lot of that initial first half responsibilities. And again, I love Joking to bits, but he's never going to continue that into the second half in the same form. He's not a star player. He's not given star player position necessarily all the time. And he still did his job. If not for Mercury giving some of these late round clutches, some of these really good attempts, Tyloo might not even have made it to map point in the first place. We're really seeing a little bit of lack of firepower. And considering the fact that Rare Adam had so many rounds where it felt like they were just on the cusp of winning a round, but something just goes wrong because, maybe maybe a couple of nades don't land, maybe a couple of bullets don't land. This could have been even more Rare Adam.
And listen, with all the I guess, reservations we have about this Rare Atom Inferno, it is such a good map as well to eliminate some of the opportunity these chances that these star players could actually have to just rip open straight away into bomb sites or rip open rounds purely by aim alone. And we reflect on the last time they played in a series, Rare Atom picked into a Vertigo where we had exactly that. Mosaic just running up towards the B bomb site and headshotting players. And even though the CT sides from Tyloo seem to be pretty well composed, I think it's very clear on T sides there's a lot of sort of independent thinking, just defaulting into pressure that it doesn't feel conducive when it's not working. There doesn't seem to be much of a fallback plan. So that's maybe the issue we'll have with Tyloo going forward. They don't have their full 5. They are playing with their analyst, who is not a liability, but it is still not the full roster. There needs to be some rehearsal almost to bring them up to speed and have that extra layer, because Rare Atom actually do have that layer. It's actually maybe the lack in extra innovation past that sometimes holds that team back. So different pros and different cons for either of these two Chinese teams, but we stand without a doubt Rare Atom 1-0 up in the series.
This could very well be a 2-0 finish, right? Anubis coming up next. It's a map they like to play. It's a map Tyloo's obviously picked into them, but that's a discussion that we're going to have after a short pause. We'll be back very soon, guys. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. We could technically be one step from Rio. Rare Atom up one map despite all of the doom and gloom I might have painted in the mural surrounding them. But that being said, it's not like they're out into Rio just quite yet. There's still at least one more win that they need to be able to get for themselves, and Tyloo will be fighting them hard and strong on Anubis. I'm T-Time with Michael Yumi Cassidy. We're in the grand finals of the IEM Rio qualifiers, and we're about to find out whether Rare Atom can make this a clean 2-0.
Yeah, their Inferno can sometimes feel like they get lost in the woods, and they've finally found their way out of those woods, only to find more forest. I don't think they're out of these woods just yet. This second map, I mean, Tyloo have been playing a great job on, have been doing a great job on their CT sides. Their T sides look pretty cohesive as well. You know, if you're putting Joking in these advantageous fights, I do feel as though this Tyloo team have Anubis pretty down pat. It's probably the only map in the pool that I'm heavily confident on for Tyloo in terms of like their T sides as well as how they rotate around on their CT. So Rare Atom are going to have to prove a lot has been learned from their previous run-in, because last time it wasn't even really close.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait to find out whether this can be maybe a little bit more of the time before that. It's not like Rare Atom haven't beaten this Tyloo on Anubis before. It's not like we don't know the potential coming through. But I will say the one advantage for Tyloo that they really didn't feel like they had on Inferno is that Anubis comes in with a lot more streamlined procedures for them, right? We saw that really cool play being lined up for Joking with a nade flashbang. And I think that they have quite a few of those coming out. Maybe not quite as fancy, maybe not quite as cool looking, but you'll see pop flashes come out. You'll see these individual plays being made, and it's just a fun time.
Yeah, I mean, your rotates are faster, you know, your playmaking opportunities feel greater. This is far more a Tyloo style map. And we'll see if they can actually show us exactly that here on their CT side, or not. You know, maybe we've just waxed lyrical about how good they are, and Rare Atom will surprise us. And I'm welcome to being surprised.
Well, for now, the only surprise that Rare Atom are setting up is for a quick pop into A.
Yeah, Doolies are out for G inside of middle, but not likely to see too much action his direction. Child King is the only man that looks to peruse and hunt for clues. But he's going to wait for all that contact to sail out with all the utility into this B bomb site. In fact, timing is great for Child King. He wins his duel in middle, but he does get traded, and that smoke is down in a timely manner, but they still overpower. They find these trades, and Joking around the edge of the smoke somehow gets his kill and escapes while Mercury dies for his troubles.
How is Joking still alive? He threw a flashbang for Mosea to be able to peek out and get the frag. Immediately afterwards peeks and gets an instant dome. Then he goes into the smoke when he's trying to fight from outside of it. He still gets headshot, but trades headshots. It's still 2-on-2 and Rare Atom have the advantage, but they will not have a smoke or anything like it to get the bomb planted. So Jamyoung at least has the element of surprise here. They should be expecting someone to be around the corner, but with 25 seconds, Jamyoung felt like he had to go for information. That information now garnered. Joking starts to move forward. Jamyoung looking to enclose around the fish cake, but it just isn't a bomb plant coming through just yet. The T's want to take duels. They want to fight, and Joking's happy to give it to them. Up to 3 kills for the round, and with time running out, somebody will have to take a duel or just let Jamyoung run him down. He won't even have loss bonus going into that next round.
Oh my god. that was an incredibly scrappy looking round. You know, Rare Atom had all the opportunity to back away from that A play. I think it's something that I've actually talked about by Rare Atom previously. Hell, I think even looking back at teams like Atox as well, they're very good at taking that contact on A, and if they take too long going back and diverting into a B-side play, but they didn't feel confident in that, and with them grinding as much of the clock down, hoped that Tyloo had reset, but they stayed close enough to each other that they could support. And yeah, Rare Atom just never found that kill they were looking for. Even with Joking's 5 HP, he did a lot, just firing off those extra shots and being a nuisance. It is crazy to think that Joking got 3 kills out of that round, but
yeah. But Joking is a crazy man.
Yeah, he's no joke.
Yeah, I guess he's not. This is a completely empty middle corridor. And, well, maybe that's why it's been left empty, because Joking continues to impress. He will be able to get 2 more frags and make it 3 while you're at it. Joking, not quite the 7 to start off the 2 rounds, but it's okay. He'll let the rest of his team have a lick of his fortune as well.
I mean, he'll be pleased with himself. He's come away with back-to-back 3Ks in situations where he could have very easily been overrun or just simply taken down. That is not the case. Good hold on the spray from camera. Good re-aggression. And honestly, he probably should have finished off that 4th kill if not for the fact that Chalking started shooting him through the edge of the wall. That Deagle has much further stopping power than the M4. And I've talked about it before, you know, if Joking is supposed to be your worst player on paper, just because, you know, not active player, active analyst, then, I mean, life is feeling pretty good for Tyloo. They've got so many other prospects and players that are touted to be stars to rely upon.
And to be honest, I think I'm a little bit done with the idea right now, because looking back to the qualifier registration deadlines and everything, it doesn't feel like, look, obviously speculation all across social media and everything was Starry was supposed to be the one joining. Lin's not let go of that contract yet. So we have to treat this like an actual fit. And because Tyloo is treating him that way, we don't really have to go for that same caveats and this and that and whatnot. He is just their 5th player. He is just in some very impactful positions, and he is playing some pretty good Counter-Strike.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's certainly true. I think the main indicator that would lean to me that they're maybe not treating it like a full 5th is that, you know, there doesn't feel like there's a lot of layers to the way that Tyloo are playing at the moment. It does feel pretty straightforward in a lot of duels or the way that they look around on T sides. And it is fairly indicative of, you know, almost being a stand-in to me. But maybe they're just not overcomplicating things, because they definitely have the firepower to back up a little more simple style play.
One-for-one trade right now for Rear Adam out towards A will keep Tyloo quite occupied here. Only Mercury, and he's just got an MP9 on this B-bomb site. Waiting for the push to come through. This Molotov is really not going to be able to do too much. You can just run through it as well if you're on the Tyloo side with the smoke being deployed. Decide against it though, and I don't think that Mercury's really gotten those extra sound cues either. Molotov back to Jam Young. He's forced to move into the site, taking a lot of damage, and he would have walked right into another pillar of flames. Lee Hang and Summer put the B site out of its misery, and well, Tyloo will have some misery as they wait for Mazaya to just try and save this M4.
Yeah, timing on that Molotov towards Connector actually was very on point, but yeah, Jamman getting caught as he hoped to reinforce B. Well, simply a step too late to actually slide into that position. Hopes that the flashes would obscure enough of the vision there that Rada maybe lose track of that second man. And there will be no fruit to bear for Mosea, hanging around for a couple, maybe exiting players here on the side of our Adam. So nice collection, you know, 1-for-1 trade into a grouping over towards that B-bomb site. 3 coming out from Con, a player throwing presence out from B main. Tyloo certainly felt that pressure and realized their mistake rather quickly that Mercury needed help, but even then it was still too tardy.
All bot for G. He is... Look at how much focus Tyloo are putting on this A-bomb site and on the middle. I mean, Jamyang is just run down. They've gone for the full crunch for Canals, and meanwhile, Rare Adam are just sitting away. They know what Jamyang has gone for. They're happy to retake Canals later on, or even maybe just leave it to its own devices.
Yeah, but Jamyang just did a lap. And it's, you know, it's going to have its little caveats now for Rare Adam on this default. They're going to have to make some noise, probably throw some flashes to clear out those canals. There'll be some early warning signs as to the intentions of Rare Atom. Joking has to be careful not to get caught. Yeah, a jiggle just to clear out that left side, but overexposed on the right. It's a quick headshot from Summer, but just like that, Jamyoung slides in, finds an opening out from mid, and sure enough, doubles up for his efforts. Fantastic job in from Jamyoung, but into a 3-on-3 and an instant dink from Mosea. The nade could finish off the job, but somebody vacating that position before the shrapnel hits. Bomb is out towards that A side, but Lihang's starting to taper back. It's somebody that's still running such great interference.
Getting back onto this bomb side is basically impossible unless Mercury gets a kill onto the players coming out from A main, and with the Molotov out towards the back of camera as well as the smoke too, there's just no way. Retaking with the op to lead the charge in from behind is... It feels ill-advised, but if Rare Atoms start to retreat back and take an A main position, it certainly would have been possible. It doesn't end up being the case, though. Great catch on the Joking in middle, though. It felt like everything was spurred on from that, and despite the fact that Jamyoung comes back in with a double kill, it's just that Molotov out from camera was a little bit too slow, so Kaze had that chance of getting the refrag.
Yeah, and how different the round could have been as well if Mercury had finished off the job with that HE grenade. You know, somebody wouldn't have taken a foothold on that A play. It ended up in a 2-on-2. And, or maybe, sorry, a 3-on-2 rather. Mercury did have some support. Oh, sorry, it was Mosea, not Mercury. And either way, you know, not killing somebody ended up in a position where, you know, somebody just kept them completely pinned, and they were still not confident about whether or not Rare Atom would actually finish on that side of the map.
He's to be able to clear outside of B, but Joking has once again lost his head. All of that initial success has been greatly limited in these past few rounds. He is going to have his teammate completely isolated as well. Mosea very lonely, but he's dodged the flashes. Good for one. Does he realize there's more where it came from? Child King's cutting off rotation. He's been so silent in middle, but look out for what Mosea's still up to. He stopped the bomb from proceeding forward. G's coming in on the flank, and Lihang will not be able to keep his hands on the package.
Yeah, this turns into a very awkward scenario here for Rare Atom. Even with all that space out from camera, they just couldn't get the bomb to link up with them inside of A. All courtesy of Mosea's delay tactics. And G.
What?
I mean, he had a real fighter's chance. He was so prepared for that peak. Child King rips the head clean off, and he'll finish off Mosea all the same. It's a triple for Child King as we tie things up 3-3 a pop.
It's very rare that I want to see a highlight from another perspective, and I'm so glad that we got to see it from G's. That kill from Child King was just so incredibly sharp.
Yeah, and a perfect read. His crosshair placement is off by a millimeter. Probably enough time for G to have pulled the trigger. Tyloo could have certainly scrambled together a buy here, but it wouldn't have felt too great. You know, a lot of SMGs, maybe a couple M4s if they decided to. So they just stick with standard issue pistols. Now, you can't really underestimate these. Once again, Joking, neutered inside of mid. Started off 6-2.
Oh wow.
Okay. Love the diligence.
Indeed. Good to see. Somebody still continues the slow crawl forward. Mosea will be found out. But yeah, no, this is going to be a situation where I'm just curious about whether, you know, Michael, you talked about how Joking, the only display of maybe him being a stand-in that you've seen is that we have been missing an extra layer from Tyloo. But I think some of the question also comes down to, is that maybe a result of a newer IGL?
Sure.
And we've obviously talked a little bit about how Jamyang needs to be tested and whatnot. Is this one of those places where maybe we say, hey, I'm looking at you, Jamyang, I need to see something different? Because Rare Adam's been picking up steam consistently in these past few rounds.
Yeah, and how much was he really tested in their last run-in on Anubis, where, what, they closed that 13-3? From a 9-3 defensive half. They're already guaranteed to have done worse than their last encounter. And to be honest, it's more so that Rare Adam better.
Yeah.
Well, Joking makes himself a part of a fire sandwich. He does end up in a decent spot, one that is still yet to be properly cleared. Another Molotov being lined up by Child King, and this will be very effective. Oh, if it had hit. They're both coupled up on that door side. Joking playing anti-flash while G will take that first contact. The fact that Molly's missed is not ideal. Summer's about to walk into an untimely fate, and Child King was close enough behind him, but he'll be left on the lurk while the rest of the team start to rendezvous on the B bomb site. 50 seconds. They do have enough utility to get this one going. Joking, where on earth are we looking? Maybe a little confused about where that entrance to the door was, but in just checking behind him, he loses his life, and Mercury also similarly gets caught. It's Child King's lurk that bears fruit. It has to be Jamyang that holds the line, but he gets shot from behind. It's Kaze, the backstabber. And Rare Adam securing a plant where Mosaic is just too far detached.
That felt like an oddly slow duel, but no. Is Tyloo running out of options? It feels like the answer is yes. Kaze now looks like he's running circles around them. Earlier on, we saw Child King in camera, obviously being able to maneuver so effectively across the map, just making sure that anyone who's, you know, maybe not checking every single angle, maybe not spending those extra 5 seconds to get back onto a bomb set will be punished. Rare Adam are splitting Tyloo apart across the map, and it doesn't feel like there's a response that's going to be coming through.
Yeah, and a lot of that head-to-head is just Joking and Child King.
Yeah.
It's the battle of these two kings in mid. One started the game off hot, but one has been consistently trucking away since they've been on investment rounds. And it's youthful royalty that seems to be the more efficient so far. What have they really got to show for those opening 3 rounds? Even in those efforts, it was really these Joking multi-kills that propped them up at the start of this half. And Rare Adam are simply not missing a beat. They are not getting caught out by these advanced positions. Even these pushes where they slide into deeper angles. Somebody is all too aware and somehow still alive. He had 8 HP when he made that cross, and Mercury couldn't hit the shot. It's Li Hang as well that capitalizes on his extremities play. Jamyang does get 2, so, you know, whether we're confident in the 5 versus 1, there's a little bit of nerves now showing, but Child King will not be deterred.
I think the worst part of this is that I see some mirroring to what we had in Inferno, in fact, funnily enough. And look, this gun round will maybe give me a little bit more to talk about from that, which is that on Inferno, we saw the Tyloo, even when they were getting leads, it was off the back of Joking, which didn't feel sustainable. Outside of that, where was that firepower? Mercury in the late rounds, yes. But what happens when the late rounds don't even seem possible?
Yeah. Need to get to that stage of the game. And yeah, they just can't do anything about Child King right now.
Yeah.
And that's a massive problem, because he's playing arguably the most important portion of the map on this T side.
And we've asked very much, like, hey, who's going to be the star who stands up? Who's going to be the star who stands up? It is Child King, right? When Kaze is not there, Child King's the one we're looking out towards. He has really proven his mettle. And yes, there's definitely moments where you see that inexperience coming into play. Like, let's not mince any words about it. Jump across, and it is going to be Joking, mowing them down. The great flashes right into middle. That's the answer from Tyloo. Fighting back for mid control, but not doing it immediately. The Molotovs that were forcing them out of position have been avoided, and Joking is going even further ahead. He has to be careful, though. Or rather, the rest of his teammates do now, not to lose too many numbers. Tyloo still want to reaffirm economy, and for Rare Adam, that is their goal.
Oh my god, what on earth? Mosaic caught a glimpse of a player indoors. And once again, you know, it's just looking at, they're caught looking at things. A Molotov that blooms inside of the mid house. Mosaic stares at that for a moment and lowers his guard. But Jamyoung serves as security, somebody trying to creep back through mid. Kaze will miss his shot, but the no-scope, funnily enough, connecting. 20 seconds, he has to hoof it over towards this B bomb site if he wants to try for this round, but half HP, and not a lot of time to clear these angles. Kaze calls it quits.
That's a 5v2 going to a 2v1.
That it is. And the way it started was basically what we were praising Tyloo for the last time these two had a bout on Anubis. You know, setting up Joking for success via utility usage from a rotationary player. They got that flashes in the right place. Joking's able to swing out beautifully and line them up on impeccable timing, but what, all these rounds that Tyloo have so far have literally come from Joking triple kills.
Yeah.
Which, like you said, referencing Inferno, doesn't feel sustainable.
And if Tyloo lose over here, this is just setting up Rare Adam for 8, right? The money's not good.
And we have really seen two plays from Tyloo all of Anubis. It's been the canals push and setting up this util in mid.
And before that was fine, right? That was all they needed.
Yeah. But we need those layers.
Yeah. It's like an Ed Sheeran song, where your hands don't work like they used to before. And I can't dink you off of your feet. Right, that's how it goes.
Yes, yeah. No, I'm with you.
Moseo's all alone. As Smoke's really not going to be doing too much to this Rare Adam offense. A flashbang doesn't keep them blind either. Rotation comes in from Joking, but the trade is excellent. There's no assistance provided by the Heaven player, none that could be had. Moseo was consistently blocked and locked off. Molotov goes deep and Kaze overextends. She's been given a chance to give them an advantage, but it really comes down to Lihang and the flank that's being set up. He's coming in from behind, and if Tyloo lollygag at all, and Child King, he even forces that out, Lihang's gonna have the flank. The trade is easy. Jamyoung is gone, and now comes the threat of Summer. He's always been hidden away. You don't have the Molotov to keep him at bay, and he's the one who has to keep you off the bomb, but the grenade's gonna be enough. They're swinging out for more. They don't have a kit, and that's what Lihang needed to bank on, but he didn't have the information. Tyloo, by the skin of their teeth, will find that fifth.
Yeah, I mean, you really wanted Lihang to get almost more from his position, weirdly enough, because the rest of the site was just under so much siege and so much pressure. These players coming out from spawn, out from bricks, just not enough could be done to slow down the approach. If Lihang was to find success from camera, the bomb not really planted in an ideal position for him, you needed something a little extra. If not from Lihang, then somebody else to draw attention away. I thought Child King was going to be the one to do it. Hit that AWP shot, challenging into camera, drew all the attention, but almost felt a necessity that he get a double kill. So times may be tough here for Tyloo, but getting themselves up to 6 would be enough for a CT side. We so often look at the T sides having an advantage, but I don't know. When we think about the large range statistics for this map, it is so easy to say that it is T-side favored, but based on how Tyloo have been approaching a lot of their T-sides this qualifier, it's hard to say whether or not 6 actually will be enough. But on paper, it's a start.
This is going to be a hard clear out attempted for Mercury. Quick little shot through. He's down to 39. That's a good nade. Doesn't do as much as maybe it could have. But doubling up into connectors seems to be a good decision for the CTs. Mercury doesn't feel comfortable going in for that first angle, so G holds it off instead. There's still enough flashes to push him away from this, but it doesn't feel like Rare Adam do want to use those just yet. It's all about trying to force out rotations by maybe showing presence elsewhere, and if that's going to be the call, then Child King has to be the one to force it.
Lurk smoke on that A-bomb site. I wonder if it's gonna cause these players to be a little antsy. Zhou is creeping through middle, but it's being watched out for. The instant snap right back! It has been a battle between these two kings so far. It's G inside of connector that gets overwhelmed, and Mercury was tagged earlier on, so somebody doesn't even need the headshot. A smoke in for Mosea, and he's segmented entirely. Him and Zhou have to retreat back through spawn. It is a man advantage here for Rare Atom, but they've still yet to clear themselves into that site and get the bomb planted. That man advantage just goes even further. Mosea has whittled the numbers even just slightly. Back to 2-on-2, but these players aren't healthy here on Tyloo. They have to go for this retake. Last round of the half. They've got a Molotov. Should that land at Summer's feet or Kaze's? Could give them a real fighter's chance. Flash in for Mosea. Summer biding his time. They are stalling with these flashes, and Summer will line them up for a 7th round from this T side. We'll see if Rare Adam can close in 2 after the break.
7-5 with Rare Adam honestly looking like the better team for a lot of that half. That being said, though, CT sides is always where the struggle has been.
That it has been. Rare Adam can sometimes flounder on their CT efforts, but with the added confidence that they outplayed, they outpositioned Tyloo, they caught Tyloo with their pants down more often than not, and even with the solid half that Joking seemed to piece together, Child King was there to meet him every step of the way. Fast play into this B bomb site, and Child King with those dualies does get overwhelmed, but Summer is there on the rotation. One won't cut it though. Into a 1-on-3 here for Kaze with dualies and armor, but there will be no kits to recover, nor players to push him.
Kaze's pulled off a lot of great clutches, Michael. I don't know if he even wants to try and go for this one, though. He's having a word with his team. Like, listen, Child King, I know what you're thinking. Why aren't you pressing W? But sometimes you don't do that.
Yeah, he's pulled off a lot of great clutches. This is not one of them. In fact, he peered into the multiverse and saw 0 chances to win.
Yeah, it's like if Doctor Strange went back and just built himself a cottage and waited for Thanos to snap.
Well, that went well. Flashes were very effective there for Tyloo. Those early contact players on the side of Rare Adam were blinded up. They couldn't hear the steps, and by the time they realized what's happening, there's many angry T's in their face. So, full save. Kaze, of course, retaining the armor and the dualies. He'll be the most lethal weapon they have. Oh my goodness, that's not clean from Joking. Jam Young will try his best to retain the advantage, but they've lost 2 players in mid. 2 Galils recovered as well here for Rare Adam. And to be honest, they might just take those and run.
I mean, this is a fantastic round coming out for them to go from the full eco forward into this. This is great. This is all you could have asked for. Especially because, look, one of the issues that CT sides always will have, and even Rare Adam, because I will give them a lot of credit. They're a team that clearly does not give up in a game. But one of the issues that they have had across this entire qualifier, and generally will as well, is that when you are chasing in from behind, look at what happened to Atox. Even when there's an equal situation, whatever it is, it doesn't matter if you don't have economy built up. So a lot of people back at home might be thinking, well, they're going to have a buy anyway. Might as well throw bodies. Yeah, it's really not a good idea.
And, the Galil, especially when it comes to the CT side, is weirdly comparable to an M4. So, they're saving a lot of money. Like you said, it's kind of about that management of it down the stretch that Rare Adam seem to be doing a pretty solid job of. When they've won rounds, especially when we reflect on that in front of when they won rounds, they were retaining a lot of cash, keeping a lot of players alive. So make sure that they have absolutely everything they could ask for, bar an AWP, but that's maybe not as much of a consideration when Kaze's had a pretty rough go of things here on Anubis thus far. Had kind of a similar experience on T-side Inferno, but really picked it up on the defensive end. He'll have chances, I'm sure. Three smokes down by the CTs at the very start of this round, so Tyloo are frozen in place.
It's such a stark contrast to what we had, obviously, from Rare Adam initially, and this is likely going to change later on with how much of the game seemed to be focusing around that mid duel, now completely vacated from both sides, fixated on the bomb sites. No one's in a position on Rare Adam to get information at all. That's why Lihang feels like he has to take a risk and go through in connector. Doesn't see anyone initially. A second Molotov forward as well, but Mercury will not be singed. This is going to be a B-sided finish, and that's where the rotation from Summer is being primed and prepped. Lihang good for that first duel. Molotov doesn't quite sail through. The flashbang ends up blinding him, and Mercury can now move into dark and occupy it instead. Somebody will not have rotations coming in easily. Kaze is caught off by Mosea. A drive-by. That should never have happened.
Yeah, Mosaic is swapping to a better gun. He's thinking, oh, an M4 on my way, and he just realized that Kaze was up close and just swatted him away like a fly. Taking control of that A-bomb site, punished the push as well as that secondary man. And Mosaic has deep control in the beach house as well. Summer has nothing to really offer up. The A-side defense and the rotate all gunned down by Mosaic. 4 kills from him in this round. Man double-backed, cleared connector, and from there on out, was just in a flow state. That's gotta feel pretty bad, though, if you're Kaze. You know that's a free kill you should be taking.
Yeah. I think Lihang's not feeling too great about ending up being Team Flash as well. I don't know if that's supposed to sail further in, or he's just supposed to turn around from it. Whichever way it's supposed to be, it could just be to try and delay any further pushes from coming in, but it did feel like Lihang was getting ready to push out into canals after he got that initial kill as well, and that was just simply disabled.
Yeah, I think it's probably just almost breaking protocol. You know, I'm not sure Lihang is supposed to hang around if a Molotov breaches in. You know, he gets that kill, but the protocol might have been, you know, Molotov in, flash deep. And Lihang knew that there was a player trapped on that right side corner, but the flames were spread all around Lihang, so he basically had nowhere to move to. That's why it's always a good idea to express what your intentions are prior to doing them. We shorten that to protocols, because it's usually ironed out in team pracs, but things change in officials.
Yeah. Once again, just complete neglect on the middle of the map.
A lot of respect being offered up
To the
by
king.
Tyloo in that manner. Oh my god. Sorry, Child King.
Oh, it just
Wasn't
gets
standing
worse.
much of a chance. I mean, Kaze at least landed the tag, but he was really hoping he'd at least guarantee the trade.
Yeah, he gets a wallbang instead, unfortunately, so it can't even be the full trade. Lihang could be set up for a flashbang through. They might not be expecting a second rifle player to be here. It definitely isn't orthodox. Even if Child King's demise does still make them question, hey, could Lihang be around? Child King does like to play that middle side of the map. Molotov out to platform, and it's Tyloo's go time. Lihang and Summer are here to try and cover off. Summer, rather, ends up falling. I'm getting all my numbers wrong, but somebody in middle is also going to do the same. Joking now covers him off, and he will be looking to fade away. A second peek, and Lihang, this time it really is him, does cover it off.
I'd really love to rename that mid-house to just the King's Throne.
Maybe
Whether
in
it
this
has been
matchup.
Child King, whether it has been Joe King, both have just been a massive disturbance.
It's
Yeah, I
called
think
a
my problem
palace,
is...
right? Like everything else in Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I mean, a very astute name, but one that other viewers outside of the Asia region or not tuned into this broadcast would maybe be confused by.
We really don't call spots by player names anymore, though, right? I mean, other than Get Right or Mirage, there's not really any new ones that you think of.
I mean, the box in middle here on Anubis, I mean, I call that Nico.
Okay. But
But that's just because he loves playing there, you know? It's kind of how... It doesn't have to be an iconic play, but... It's a top-level player that plays a spot that's a little less conventional and a little less repetitive than some others in the circuit. But yeah, it's definitely been a little bit more vanilla. You know, we're not trying to highlight another player in someone's 4K. Someone else's 4K, rather.
Tyloo are setting up once again for what looks like an A-sided finish, but Tyloo's been good about just being quick on their feet, using the canals control that they've consistently been able to establish very well to rotate to and fro constantly.
Pretty
Nice
juicy
nade.
nade, yeah. Thought they were going to be able to back away from that HE, but they've been peppered up. It hasn't seemed to loosen the pep in their step. Once again, it's an entry onto this A-bomb site. Molotov is good onto Kaze, but he's fighting out of that situation rather well. Caught a glimpse of the hand of Mercury, But a smoke down that should segment and actually allow Tyloo to reset or run away should they so choose. 40 seconds, they're allowing the extra space for Jamyoung to try and get another pick, come out from camera and just help on this A-side attack. Jamyoung does get his kill, but Child King turns around and Mercury with the instant response. They know Kaze is nearby. How much can this AWP do to stop or slow the roll? Bomb is inside of the site, and it's G that dispatches of that troublesome player in from the heavens. The AWP unable to hit the shot, but G goes out swinging once again. Somebody expected maybe a little bit more respect, but Tyloo, coming into this second half, have yet to seed a round.
The CT side problems just continue for the Rare Adam side. As much as it's nice to see some changes coming in, right, in terms of mid-neglect and whatnot, even though we did have a player there this time over, we just don't have it complemented through by proactive play, by, you know, change-ups where you're going for information or anything like it. It feels like Tyloo's done such a good job of keeping Rare Adam away from the entrances to connector, to B main, to A main. That the same criticism that we were levying about Tyloo, that, hey, where's plan B? What happens when you don't just flash Yoking in through middle? Well, I'm asking, where's plan A for Rare Adam?
Yeah, I mean, where is Child King? Because even if we look back at how they played against Atox, you know, Atox had these, like, layered Molotovs to funnel back those middle players. Tyloo aren't doing any of that. And, you know, that's what really, I guess, pushed Child King into discomfort. I think he didn't play out that map against Atox particularly well, you know, statistically for him, considering the resurgence he's had coming through these qualifiers. And you just think, I mean, you're once the king to be toppled inside of mid, and now it's just as though he's left that throne vacant. Nice opener in from G, a very aggressive line over towards this B bomb site. And even prepped for a swing by Lihang. Has to be careful not to be too predictable on that rotate. Gee, what? He catches Kaze through that smoke. It's just a shot down range just as he's backing away. He's ended up with a double, a 5-on-3 found by some luck by G.
And considering the fact that he's not had the greatest games, this is just a great time to turn things around. And for Rare Adam, every single one of these gun rounds has ended up with what looks like, hey, you just can't win. Right now, you're in a 5v3. You don't have a choice. Summer put up some great defenses on Inferno coming out from pit, but this is not an easy angle to hold. Joking shows him why.
Yeah, G is really feeling confident with the way this round starts and what he's just added as the cherry on top. Another kill in through mid. Oh my goodness. Child King. Timing didn't look too great. But won't be able to hold on to this M4. Jamyoung ducking under the bullets. And Tyloo with 6 straight coming into the second half. I don't know how Rare Atom are going to respond. Like you said, you know, kind of expecting to see some response, whether it's, you know, at least we saw these deep canals pushes from from Tyloo rather when they were on that CT side, but Rare Atom, it's just like, again, it's these static defenses. Talking this time flashed off, and he didn't make it through the door, so he just gets hounded down. Maybe that's why he's been leaving middle open.
Oh my god, even the nades immediately afterwards, right to Kaze's feet. Tyloo are not letting go of their chokehold of Rare Adam's necks. Mercury goes out and about, and Lihang's demise guaranteed by flames. There is only one king of middle, Michael, and it is Zhou.
Oh my god, after all that presence as well, just backing himself away, grouping up with the rest of the squad. They have a 4-on-2. They do not want to let this slip out of their hands. They don't know it's MP9s. Let's sit around the other side of it. G honed in with that AWP, but missed the timing on somebody's transition to the site itself. MP9 hoped to overwhelm. The Mosaic controls the spray, and the blowing of the smoke is perfect for G to collect on another. They have been near flawless coming into this T side. Had some concerns, but kind of prefaced the idea that this is the most complete looking map for Tyloo in their pool. Anubis was always going to feel like an uphill battle. But with how good Rare Adam were playing in that first half, wasn't sure that we'd get the best version of Tyloo here. That speculation, that concern, I no longer hold it. It's always a good sign for the team that's leading when they have so much money built up in reserve. That's how clean some of these rounds have been. Where Adam have not put up as much of a contest as they would have hoped. Flash in for Summer into A main, but tagged even further. Down to 33 HP. They're frozen in place.
Well, at least it's an advantage, even if it doesn't end up being the most clean. All of that.
If they catch these healthy players, I mean, it'll just be so easy to finish off the round. Of course, Tyloo can't target those men, but they are making their way in through mid, and Child King will be tasked with stopping them.
He's been given the better weapon for the job, but immediately sussed out. He's so unsure, you can see. He just doesn't want to take the peek. Somebody at least gather some respect. And Tyloo, sure, with a disadvantage, but their health is really more than the total of the other three. Joking, moving through. Summer's ready, but he might have just flubbed it. Summer barely recovers, and Mosea will still shut him down. Loses most of his life for the troubles, and Rare Adam will be able to get away that first CT side round.
Oh my goodness. You just imagine a world where Joking actually had his gun prepared when he jumped through that smoke. That extra half second that could have granted him. The round could have taken completely different form. Oh, it's not pretty, but Rare Adam will take it. First round they find on that CT side. And goddamn, I mean, somebody went above and beyond there. Traveling in from Temple after, ferrying over weaponry to Child King. Made up for lost ground and gave Rare Adam a fighting chance.
I talked about how tenacity is obviously a strong point for Rare Adam, about how they are not a team to give up, and like I might be proven right over here, but it will be a real fight to try and do that. It's a fight from behind. Child King gives his life up.
Yeah, again, when he's been playing inside of middle, he's just not had the greatest success. We had curiosities about why it was just constantly open, but giving his life and then middle becoming open territory is worse. It is numerically worse. You have less to navigate around. You have less playmaking opportunities as well. And there's just this massive ravine of chances here for Tyloo to flank either bomb site. Rare Adam, you have to be hyper paranoid.
A lot of util being used to try and flush out that platform player, but Kaze needs a multi-kill. If you've ever seen one and he's not getting it, I know what these freezes might mean, but right now Rare Adam frozen in time, and their time is up. Lihang, a 1-on-3. A first half that looked like Rare Adam had the lead, and convincingly so, but Tyloo remind them who's boss. It will go to Ancient.
Yeah, and this was a much closer showing than last time on Anubis, but, I mean, a fully powered up Tyloo on that T side. You had some great openers from players like Mosea, and even though Mosea was sometimes going down in those opening duels, you still had so much firepower right behind it as well. There was never good reads on where Tyloo were headed. Rare Adam were not proactive. They didn't hunt for information. They looked to defend those bomb sites and waited to see what was happening on either side of the map, and that just didn't feel conducive to actually disrupting anything that Tyloo was actually offering up in that second half. So, yeah, some of those CT side problems for Adam still permeating in this series, meaning we go the full distance and we have to conclude on an Ancient.
And I think the question has to be asked about whether those CT side issues will stay on that Ancient, because so far we've got no reasons to believe that they wouldn't. We need to see a better Rare Adam coming through. We need to see Kaze coming alive, a man who's been largely absent in this entire series up against his old rival teammates. This would be an empty victory for him if he doesn't perform in at least one map, even if the rest of his team would have carried him forward. But all of those ifs, buts, whens, and whys will be reserved for Ancient, and that will be reserved for a continuation after a short pause. We'll be back very soon, guys. Stay tuned for the finish. We're finally going to find out who will represent us in Rio.
I can't explain. I can't explain it. I go insane when we get naked. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Don't give up on us, don't give up on us, don't give up on love. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show. Hold me down, never let me go. Take me in, I want you to show me love.
Their wins might be in atomic fashion, but unfortunately they're also very rare. Rare Adam unable to close it out in 2, and now the question is, will they be able to attempt it in 3? We head over to Ancient. It's the time that we've all been waiting for. One map remains between these teams and Rio. The IEM Rio qualifiers are coming to a close. I'm Tita with Michael, UB Cassidy, and we're taking you through all of those. Ancient is the decider, and Michael, I have to say, Tyloo has a mixed history with this map, but so does Rare Adam.
Yeah, no, that they do. And, you know, I think the concern coming into this is that, you know, in that opening round against Cat Evil, this was actually a map where they struggled with. It was the only map that Cat Evil were able to win in that series. And it came off of the back of some underperformances from players like Joking, like Mercury, who are typically, and based on what we've seen from this qualifier, I mean, major propellants for this squad. You know, Mercury, whether it's his CT position on Cheetah over on that B-bomb site, or even sometimes when he has lesser weaponry going down for for ramp plays. He just felt as though he didn't have a good idea on where he should be aiming or where he should be target prioritizing in that particular game. Hopefully that he learned something from that experience, or maybe it's just the fact that they weren't very well prepared for Cat Evil in general. I think Cat Evil had that benefit in that not many teams would have anti-strided or heavily prepped for them specifically. But for me, you know, you almost can't afford to lose a player like Joking, because he's been actually very consistent. And if not for him, then you need Mercury or Mosea. And if they all have problems, then things can get very wild very quickly, because you just know all you need is for Kazuya to have a good start. And very infrequently is he one to sort of give up on a good start. It's just seems to have quite a lot of bad starts, unfortunately.
Look, that's fine. That's all well. But Rare Atom also have 100% loss rate so far in this qualifier on Ancient, right? And sure, that's not saying much considering it's against the same team, and that team does actually specialize in Ancient. There's caveats, there's context, but it's a really sexy line to say they have 100% loss rate, Michael. So both of these teams are coming into it with caveats and context, and I think some of the context is that Lihang does tend to underperform on Ancient. It does feel like, you know, although Summer can put up some defenses, he can also be completely lost in that B-bomb site on Ancient. And you know what, Child King doesn't necessarily give us his best in Ancient either. Sure, he always warms into a game, no doubt about that. Maybe the opposite of Kaze in that regards. But if Kaze isn't here, which so far he hasn't been, no reason for me to believe he's going to magically show up, who is it who's going to get them across this finish line?
Yeah, no, I'm glad you mentioned Lihang, because, you know, that is the guy that we have been looking to on some of the other maps. But yeah, the trend is very clear that, you know, this seems to be his weakest map, even though, you know, coming in from New Happy, they'd still played that map a fair amount, but, you know, under different leadership, different system. It just doesn't feel like he's found the right fit for himself. And a lot of the time he's going for plays, it is very independent. You know, he plays as this lurker across all the maps, really. But he's really struggled to I guess, hone in on the right timing to strike, whether it's on the B or the A bomb site. And sure, he'll come through and get a double entry one round, but those opportunities feel so fleeting for him. So, I'm concerned for Lihang in that respect, because Rare Atom have kind of been using these stars, and it's gotten better as the qualifier has gone on to keep them afloat within the bracket, because you could have seen Atox in this position perhaps, and you know, they end up on an Ancient. And actually, I think they'd match up quite well against a Tyloo, but that's not the world we live in, and it's all about who's learned from those experiences throughout this closed qualifier, coming away from the player break. This is not the first run-in that they have had with each other at the finals of a qualifying tournament where they can play against some of the best. Rare Atom denying them the chance of making it to the Blastful Showdown. See whether Tyloo can get revenge and deny them Intel Extreme Masters Rio. Or whether Rare Atom will just have all the air miles booked up.
Currently, the only flights going on are the flight of these grenades over to this A-bomb site. Somebody. A decoy goes forward, Lihang. Okay, that's a statement. He heard us. He's come to play.
My weakest map, you say? 2 bullets, 2 kills. Nice A-side execute, Tyloo.
Let me show you a real execution. Out here, we do it with guns. G and Jamyang will still be looking to just explore the map, you know? Lihang's also the only one who's actually taken damage, so if you can keep 3 players alive, and I'm being fanciful because you're likely going to take some damage against these 2 players, but if you can keep 3 players with their Kevlar intact, it's going to be such a comfortable upgrade moving forward as well. Well, there's down to 2. Down to 1.
Molotov as well. Somebody is really enjoying the fact that he was able to recover that off the corpse of one of these Tyloo members.
Whenever you see a player recovering a Molotov on the CT side, it does feel like you just want to cherish that one for the perfect moment. I never know when I might need the superpowered fire.
Yeah, it's quite a grand gift, quite a luxury to have on that CT side. Given the recent changes to the incendiary. I mean, the Molotov was changed too, but they made it more consistent, which is a good thing. The incendiary, not quite so good.
Yeah.
But a really nice shutdown in that pistol from Rare Atom. As Lihang and somebody meeting Tyloo at the gate. of that A bomb site, and before the plan even really started for Tyloo, well, the plan got shredded.
Tyloo won't be going for a force buy over here either. They didn't have really anything in that previous round, right? So can't justify it. I like the fact that Atox did have on this B site just this really weird Glock round strategy they've clearly made just to get a bomb plant in.
Yeah, no, I've seen, it's definitely something that they've stolen from other teams, because I've seen some EU teams go for something similar, you know, the Rain of the Rops Lurk smoke on that B bomb site, and then just trying to plant inside of it. It's a cute strategy. And it does work sometimes, but nothing of the sort employed here by Tyloo. Just running out to their demise. This is where it all starts.
Very low on flashes right now from Tyloo in this purchase coming out in their first gun round. Not a single Mac 10 purchase, not a single kill deal. They really are just saying, we'll take these duels dry, we don't mind it. And boy, is it going to be dry. They already put it all onto G's shoulders. They are getting ready for what looks like it might just be a faster pace to execute on the A-bomb side. The only person left behind is Mercury to try and provide some chaos.
But he's silently working it. You know, he's not actually offering up a lot of presence, so somebody keeps his wits about him, considers that as a chance, and gets the smoke down at the entrance to A, very timely so. Even then, Mercury and G are able to get a couple of kills, one over on that A bomb site, and then one through mid. It's Summer as well, caught juggling weapons. Even with that smoke stopping them from that faster A hit, they come up with 3 kills, so they're very happy that this has developed in the manner it has.
It's actually a very well thought out plan to try and hit over towards that A-bomb site. The fact that G and Mercury, because Mercury, you know, wasn't underfooting it, it does feel like the plan was actually set up for those two rather than the actual A site hit, which seems counterintuitive with the kind of util being chucked out. Nice shot from Joking. Lee Hang didn't stand a chance. But even then, they trade 2 for 1 in middle, and then it goes even further ahead when Jamyang also circles back.
Yeah, and it, you know, it's become so commonplace as well to, you know, get the aggressive 3-man setup in through mid to start without actually having a dedicated A player at times. And so Tyloo really leaning into that idea. But because the A site sees so much siege, then yeah, you can catch these players rotating out to try and reinforce it quickly before a post-plant situation happens. It's a good way to punish how the meta has been developing on this map.
It's something that the Mongols do a very good job of as well. I feel like in every time I see them play Ancient up against a better team, they run the instant run A strat so often.
Yes.
But Tyloo taking it one step further and making it a mid crunch as a transition after that, that's very cool. Now, I don't know if this is all by design, maybe some of this is by reaction, but regardless, it's just a nice idea to play with.
Yeah, I think they actually did want to commit to the A hit, but when they got met by the smoke, it's just, you know, you kind of have to cancel, and then the crunch just happened quite fortuitously, but like you said, we'll never know whether it's by design or not. That's for them and them alone. Mercury once again getting up towards the ledge and crunching in through mid. Joking will be forced forward by the Molotov, but with that red rodent smoke that's down, as it fades, these two players on Rare Adam are ready to fight. The flash is perfect. Somebody completely floored and blinded. Joking trying to take that extra room, but Kaze does stop him in his tracks. Rotating it back over towards this A bomb site. It's Mosea that tries to lead the charge, but reinforcements is coming here for Tyloo. The flash timing, it won't be that grand. Kaze trying to line them up as they were all blinded up, and now he's too committed to the site to get much more done. A Molotov behind him and a whole flurry of T's. It's Summer that might just be able to catch a player off guard, but Jamyang ducks under the bullets, and Mercury siphons the rotate in from spawn. Tyloo, back-to-back successes on the purchase.
Rare Adam have been good about winning the pistol rounds, I will say.
That does help.
Yeah. I have fewer other things to say right now.
Yeah, no, that is totally fair. You know, Rare Adam, with how much of a commitment they made to middle in prior rounds, this time they let the Tyloo utility do its job, and, well,
It did its job.
It was incredibly effective.
They hired the right people for it, clearly. I need to look up on the interview process for this one. And Rare Adam, where obviously we've put some spotlight on Kaze as an AWPer. He started off very strong, 6-1. It's going to have to be... It's going to have to be coming through on the rounds where he's actually going to the AWP as well. Because so far, Tyloo have just been looking like they don't have anyone ready to interrupt them early on. Great cleanup in the anti-eco as well coming out. Liang's the only one to respond. Jamyang puts down the last as well, 3-2. And we're not going to have that off from Kaze.
Yeah, that is really tough. I feel like Kaze can be actually quite mobile on Ancient, where some maps he can feel maybe a little static, especially when he's gotten off to a good start like this. I feel like more often than not he's in the right place at the right time. Even still, you know, with the way things are currently headed, even if Kaze has a good start, he'll need to be superhuman. Cannot just be him. Fast play in from Tyloo, this time over. Again, it's this A bomb site being targeted, but a Molotov down by Lihang, and a nade that should slow them on the approach. There is reinforcements here and quick from the CTs, but they have to go through these smokes, and Kaze sitting inside of the flames. He has very little space to actually take back on this A bomb site. Down to 19 HP. It's sure it is 3v3, but that bomb can go planted.
It will be. No, it won't be. Kaze's been able to echolocate Jamyang down and out. That one for Advent, buddy.
And a flank lined up for Summer as well.
It's lined up, sure, but it's being cleared for as well. Mosea will at least have a fair duel, and he's looking for the full wide swing. He knows the information. Only single player that was sussed out, and Mosea felt like he needed to win the duel. He was right. Rare Adam, off the back of a great deny from Kaze, will be able to get away with that round. Right back into things they go.
Yeah, Mercury 1-on-3 in that scenario, you know, only knowing about one player, you could see he just wasn't sure where the next fight was going to come from.
Especially when Kaze's last one position was in CT. Temple could be an angle. Obviously,
Sure.
Donuts at risk as well. You know there's someone in A main. You have to watch out for everything.
But sometimes as well, you just have to pick. You know, when you juggle between angles, you effectively watch nothing. Great job from Kaze. Punishing an open enough plant, one that can be spammed quite safely by CTs. 8-2 is that AWPer, and he
That's
hasn't even
bold.
had the AWP in his hands. Joking, yeah, a very bold attempt, running through that elbow smoke, right into the clutches of somebody. Jamming his way up the B ramp though, and sure there was a boost available via G, but that AWP will not strike its target. Mercury gets caught transiting the site. But the bomb is actually not prioritizing getting that down. G is holding for the flank, but look how occupied Cave has become. It is CT dominated, but Mosaic with 2 and Jamyang catching somebody jumping the smoke. It's only Child King and Lihang that sit in Cave and wait for plants.
There was safety in Cave. No one said there was going to be safety outside of it, not even for the terrorists. Mosea is down. Bomb planted. Jamyang and G cover off positions for both players known. The newest entries to the Chinese Tier 1 scene. Liang and Child King moving forward. What an adjustment. The flicks of G. Always impressed. Child King as well will be his next victim. G. Happy to recover that off.
G looked at the wrong angle twice and just instantly deleted the player that peeked the other side of it. Yeah, those adjustments were so snappy there from G. Thought for sure just because he's holding the wrong side of the pillar he would be overwhelmed, but I'm sorry for doubting you. I owe you an apology. I wasn't familiar with your game. That did not look like it was going to actually fall the way of Tyloo with how quick the response was from Rare Adam, with Jamyang sort of making an independent play with Mercury dying before they breached the site. They ended up in a 3-on-5, and yet still they managed out of it.
On a side note, to continue the earlier conversation, as we are watching for Child King to peek out at a certain death, Kaze is not going to have it op for the first 9 rounds of the game, guaranteed, unless she goes down and he has his op recovered.
Yeah, that's tough.
And this is CT side, right? 9 rounds of CT side. That's like all of it.
Yeah, no, I mean, 3/4 of it, in fact.
Execute out towards the B-bomb side could run into some troubles. There are 3 players here, but none of them actually have the mag 7. Somebody's mag is going to be long for the rotate. Need to pop open the smoke. It's go time, and in they go, but trades immediate. Kaze, good for the 1, and that's all he'll get. Somebody, though, making money. Oh. He wants to deliver more than just an op. He wants to deliver a round. Joking thought it was in their pocket, a 1-on-1, but I don't know if somebody's realized that the bomb is on the ground. Is he more worried about the flank than covering off the package? Jiggling between angles, Joking will still be found out. Somebody does it all on his own. A 1v4, and that's a mag 7 surprise right there.
Yeah, we're talking about Kaze not being able to get an AWP, and somebody's just said, hold my beer. I mean, 3 great kills on that mag 7. Perfect reposition. Joking had no idea. And then to top it all off, sure, he wins the round, but he grabs that AWP. It comes for free. That is a wild display. A 1-on-4.
Yeah, I'd call a timeout too, Tyloo.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think there are some teams that would want to skirt past that. You know, just, oh my god, it was a mistake. There was a gap, and we didn't realize before it was too late.
The worst part is that was a builder round. So Tyloo are now instead, they're not reset, but they're not in a good place. You're going to see Galils, you're going to see Tech 9s. Utility is decent, but it will be followed up with, hey, if we lose here, Rear Adam could just run away with this one. Our loss bonus is only $1,900.
It is a step in the right direction. A miracle performed by somebody to perhaps resuscitate this CT side. Yeah, who indeed?
I said, who would have thunk?
Oh.
He'd come through with a 1v4.
Yeah.
And now with early tag damage as well, Child King starting to feel himself. He's obviously been shut down very often in a lot of the attempts that he's tried to go for, but Tyloo's slow and measured approach where they've shown 0 presence, none at all. Now towards ramp. And in towards Sheeta. It's going to be met by CT aggression. Too much noise being made by Jam Young, a rare instance of him being caught off guard. With the time ticking down as low as it is, it doesn't feel like Tyloo really have a window into this A-bomb set that they're trying to climb through. There's 4 players here. These guards are going to be unassailable. Kaze holds down the line, missing the first shot, looking for more, but Liang delivers a second shot through from Kaze, gives him a kill, and the collateral, somebody to finish off what Kaze started. It is a 5th on the board for Rare Adam, and 6th predicted.
I was so prepared for Kaze just to have a mare on that AWP when we were blissfully worried about the fact that, oh, maybe he doesn't hold the AWP on this CT side. He might not have the chance to wield it, but yeah, the collateral really working to his favor. The extra damage definitely helping. And just like that, you highlight the fact that money ran thin there for Tyloo. They're on Glocks. Rare Adam, great opportunity to move to a 6th round, build some cash themselves for the remainder of this half. Child King looking to be aggressive independently. He knows he should have the firepower advantage up against a Glock, and no problem dispatching of these players out in lane.
somebody.
Nothing prepared. And I actually think you see the shadow there, but
I don't think he realizes it. Nah, he
yeah,
does. Never mind.
I probably
I'm lying.
wouldn't either.
He's figured it out. This is why these guys are the pros, Michael.
He just started that Molotov hoping it didn't spread, and of course, it does. No casualties. Money maker here for Rare Atom, and a buffer to build as sure Tyloo will reinvest, but that AWP for Kaze shouldn't have to contest with a scoped weapon the other side of the server. How much will that matter? Will Tyloo try and go back to one of these pacier plays? The A-side leading. Only 2 players are actually making that presence towards A main. They're slow creeping it. They are not making steps. And so for now, somebody will not be on guard, but there will be a timing he hopes to hit. Lihang deploys that Molotov at A main as well and picks up the slack. Spam onto Joking is right on point. Somebody didn't even have information, and Lihang just decapitating players coming out from main. Somebody, the lineup is great. It is grand. G, the only one that's found kills here for Tyloo. And sure, he'll get a plant, but that is hardly much solace. They'd have to really drop the ball to lose this round to G on his 6 health.
I mean, it is basically impossible. Everything working out for Rare Atom, all of their weaknesses on the CT side have been shored up, and the one to do it is Lihang. These consistent A-side defenses where he's always coming out with a multi-frag are insanely difficult for Tyloo to deal with, because Tyloo are now in a position where consistently they can't force rotations into A because Lihang's just not dropping the ball. He's only 9 and 7, but it feels like every time they've tried to hit this A side, he's done his job and more. Yeah, and with total absence and pressure out from Tyloo towards B, no flashes, no Molotovs, no ledge aggression. They see nothing. Lihang gets there in time with all of that information towards that A-bomb site, gets the molly down, and then, like you said, just inserts himself and guarantees himself this multi-kill. Tyloo looking a little flummoxed at the end of this half. Rare Atom now, they're fighting in for lane control. They're fighting to try and just make sure that if Tyloo start to pivot away from Lihang's position, well, they're going to regret it. You are still going into basically 5 CTs at this point, and Tyloo are completely stalled. They don't know what to do and where to go. Flashbang would be nice, but Child King is just turning for everything. He's got the timing down on lock. Mercury, supposed to be the young star of China, and he's feeling scared of taking the peek forward. Child King has been creating a force field around him. Now another peek in, and Mercury's gone. He should have felt scared. And now G, with a smoke in his hand, even jumping up to make it easier for Child King. Finally, the menace of the king is over. Regicide in Sheeta might be too late, though. 3-on-2, and Summer is still very much in season. Lihang just tries to contain. Catches info about a player up from ledge, and just like that, let's see Jamyoung peeling back towards this B-bomb site. There's a lot of deep utility thrown by Tyloo. So there would be growing concerns, but Kaze has stuck around. 15 seconds. That's all there is. Kaze only is worried about a red room flank, but now he knows even if there's a red room flank coming in, all he has to do is interrupt from one angle. 8 for Rare Atom. Have they defeated the CT side curse? Let's find out after a break. Not only have Rare Adam found the lead in the first half, they have done it by moving past their demons of the CT side. Now Tyloo have to step up in much the same way. So far, no one but Jam Young has showed up to the scoreboard, and we don't know what it's going to take to change. Rare Adam are one half away. Well, technically so are Tyloo, but Rare Adam much closer to the finish line of making it to IEM Rio.
And all of this started when somebody attacked. A 1-on-4 that sparked a nice string of form. 5 rounds straight for Rare Atom to close out that CT side. From Mag 7 to AK, it looked like it demoralized Tyloo. Hope that the 3-minute break that we've had and they've had as well, it's enough for them to reset and offer us up some fight here in this second half. Or maybe it's just more qualification heartbreak here for Tyloo. Rare Adam creeping into A, all crouched behind one another. Smoke and a flash that will sail out. Mosea spotted, but it's all lined up for him to succeed. They run through the smoke. G gets one, but Li Hang answers back doubly so. And they overwhelm this A bomb site. Joking cheated past that CT smoke, only for him to lose his head just the same as his team. Only Mercury and Jam Young that remain, and there is a kit and a smoke available via Jam Young, but Mercury has to clear the path for him.
And in the meanwhile, Jam Young clears his own bot, spots out the second set of players, a smoke down, but remember, he's not got the armor, so unless he just dies and Mercury can recover it from him, this spam should really work out for them. Peek forward, though, Mercury does not turn from the decoy, and that's all it takes. Jam Young not taking any bullets in the defuse attempt. 5 for Tyloo, despite the great entries into the site from Li Hang.
Yeah, I mean, Jam Young doing a great job just clearing out that first kill. Because he didn't have that armor, I just didn't think he'd be able to overwhelm on that fight. And then Mercury with great coverage. Kill that first player instantly inside of Donut, and yeah, all the bullets a miss. Jam Young perfect position for the defuse. So that's a bit of a saving grace. We trade on pistol rounds, both CT sides successful in that venture. Quick execute towards the B bomb site. Smoke's sailing out, and there's actually no one committed to the site itself. Jam Young flashing up deep from long, and he's overwhelmed. They run him down. Mercury getting past that cave entrance. In fact, Mercury somehow gets away with a secondary frag. It's Kaze that finally spams him out of the equation, but that bomb was delayed in its planting. And Joking, oh, it's so damn close. That battle between him and Child King surviving on 1 HP, and it just simply isn't enough. Mosea's backstab, sure, successful, but he'll have to come in with 2. He needs to find Summer, that healthy man. He needs to find Jam Young's kit as well, or he simply will not have the time. And Child King knows not to overpeak, not to overswing. Mosea is fast on his approach, and he knows that Summer must be toying with him in some capacity, but there's just not a single chance here for Mosea. Has to try and stick it and play chicken, and Child King will check him on his singular HP. Rare Adam, they may have lost the pistol, but they answer right back with the force.
That could be it. That could just be it. We know that Tyloo suffers up against the Force Spies very often. We know that they can struggle up against the Tech 9s, up against the Deagles, but the fact that they're looking to be in a position to really converge. Mercury comes in with the double kill as well. Joking just can't get that crucial frag in the corner, and after that it all falls apart.
Yeah, it's like a cascading effect. It's a real danger.
Yeah. And the dominoes have started to fall. I don't know if anyone could come in and interrupt that movement.
And it's a much slower approach here from Rare Adam. They are anticipating that force back from Tyloo. 2 survivors from Rare Adam in that prior round, sure. But they know that economy is weakened, and that Tyloo are just pressed. They need rounds, and they need to pull it together. An ambitious play out from Child King. But over in the ledge, Summer has cleared it out, and Joking gets caught exploring past that elbow smoke. So that's the big weapon that Tyloo brought forward into this round. Dispatched of, and now acquired into enemy hands. Should this be a B-side finish, Tyloo will have nothing to offer up.
I think Tyloo would have just settled on saving these weapons as well into the next round. Jamyang's M4 could be recoverable down in the middle, so if you can take that forward, I guess maybe there's that. But it is still going to be a dire sign for them in the next round. Sure, another chance for them to maybe make the same buy work pretty much, but not the M4, but the AK is here. Is there? Did they throw away the M4? No, they didn't.
No, they collected it.
Oh, sorry, you're right. Okay. I didn't even think about that. Like, who'd want an M4?
They requisitioned it. And, you know, when we think about Rare Adam and the road that they've had in this close qualifier, there have been a lot of close shaves. You know, most oftenly, it's on Inferno. But they have always kept cool to run to these tight score lines. And when push comes to shove, they always seem to step up. And that is just a stark contrast. You think about the experience that Rare Adam have, from Kaze to somebody Summer. Sure, Child King and Lihang are more of the new wave, but it's a hybridization of sorts, not too unlike the Tyloo of old, you know, before the removal of Advent and Kaze. But now that Mosea, Mercury, Jamyang, these are the veterans that you're looking to. Do they have that, still that cool behavior when responsibilities are that much higher as star players, as in-game leaders?
A lot of question marks.
Experience is one of those undervalued assets at times.
I think especially more so these days.
Yeah.
Mercury's got enough experience now, it feels like. But he can't recover that gun. Will be running away from the grenades. Child King in middle, looking to explore, and he will be forced away. Doesn't want to stay too long. He knows he's completely isolated. Losing out another gun would make things all too difficult. In a 5 versus 3, regardless of Mercury's HP, it would not be ideal. Looks out overhead. Mercury's hoping to catch them with an 8 in their hands, but now Joking's rotation is called in. G's AK so far off. Joking is hoping that the 5-7 can sneak through. Kaze is going to be caught with a bomb in his hand, but Child King trades immediately. The boost up for G to try and get a sightline will be revealed, and G gets the frag. Advantage found, but none of these guns recoverable. Mosea and Jamyang need to be the charge, and G needs to be the cleaner. Mosea's already down. Blood on the floor, and it is being spilled by Rare Adam. Flash overhead. G turns around. Summer keeps them at bay. He's just buying more time. The bomb planted in their favor. Jamyang now with the recovered AK as well, hoping that he can get the instant tap, but Rare Adam 2 rounds away now from booking in their flights.
And a 4K in from that new wave, that Child King, the man who would not give up an inch. Another success on this B-bomb site, whether he survives on low health or not. He is finding impacts moving into this T side. This is not a one-horse race. We're not looking at just one player that emerges out from Rare Adam. It is a collection. And where Tyloo seemed to have run absent in some of those playmaking opportunities. That Joking that's been so consistent has had his struggles. They do go for an aggressive push, with Joking leading the charge. The flash from G, great to facilitate, but he gets naded out from ledge. Summer finds that trade, but the damage is done. Tyloo have set their sights on that package. They are in T-spawn. It's Kaze that creeps through the smoke. But does he know about Jamyang up close? G is really selling the idea that there's no one else in close proximity to Kaze here. Once the smoke fades, Kaze's a dead man walking. He will have no clue.
He still gets it down to a 1v2 with a minute left. They have no idea where Lihang is.
But they have a bomb in a very compromised position.
But they're also split up on Tyloo. Feels like
the luxury you have, though, as Tyloo, is that with the deep position that they maintain via Jamyang, is that they actually don't even need to play the bomb. You know, Lihang's approach will be silent. It'll chew up a lot of the clock.
He did have that cock to play with, though, and question is, can he isolate that duel? Ability comes out, Molotov avoided, Mercury spots it out. It's a little bit dicey towards the end, but really the initial kills were all too much to deal with. Even G being able to get up behind that Molotov. Summer's eyes don't register him behind the luminescence of the flames. And Tyloo will stop Rare Adam from getting to map and match point.
And it's a very unusual round from a CT side. You know, aggressive through elbow with a flash. That is far from a normal setup, far from a normal call. But the normal things have not been working for Tyloo. They had to try and mix things up, and they've given themselves a lifeline. Child King burning in the flames in an elbow. It's a great way to start for Tyloo, but just gets floored.
Somebody
Here's
comes
the sole
in.
A-side defender.
Destroyed it completely. Mosea nearby, but he doesn't have a grenade to pop open that smoke. He's going to rely on the old-fashioned way, but it might not be that fashion anymore. Take the catwalk, Jamyang. You are out of style. Mercury and Joking as well might be out of time. 12 seems guaranteed, and Li Hang will guarantee it there and then. No money for Tyloo. They're on a force buy. There will be no rifles for them. They will be on MP9s and pistols at best. Maybe you see someone forfeit an M4 over to Jamyang. Have him make a play. But what kind of a fate is that?
But my God, what a beautiful sequence from somebody. You know, from the instant headshot to his movements on that bomb site. Everywhere he set his crosshair, there was another player to greet. And he just destroyed everybody. You know, they weren't instant headshots, but first bullet out the chamber connected. And, you know, these were clear 4-bullet bursts. We talked about him using every bullet in a magazine, but he was very conservative. He made sure every single one hit its target.
I was not expecting there to be a position where Rare Adam would have 6 tournament points. 6! Up against this Tyloo. We might have had our doubts, but for now they are assuaged. Mosea forced away. There will be no rifles. There are just the MP9s and the pistols. Joking, good for the one though. Still looking to fight back. Not done with this round yet.
With the man advantage, it'll still be incredibly taxing. Mosea on an AK. Everyone else on subpar weaponry, and so they're going to have to remain proactive. See them grouping themselves up towards the B ramp. They'll wait for that Molotov to catch a player. Li Hang takes a lot of damage in his exchange with Joking. They're going to want to finish off that kill. Mercury dead on the ramp, and Jamyang cannot trade. It's Mosea that's there to crunch, but these players are low. It doesn't even matter. Li Hang has found another kill, and B is completely open for business. It's G with a Molotov that could deny the plant, but he doesn't even know that it's being punched in. No kit. This new addition, this Ulper that replaced Kaze, has to come through in the clutch, but there is just far too much experience and far too many members. It's Rare Adam that punch a ticket to Intel Extreme Masters Rio as that second representative from Asia.
And it feels like when the spice of Asia is just increasing, when we have Oceanic teams announcing new rosters, when we have these Chinese shuffles going on, Rare Adam might have been left behind, but now booking them in for their second international event of the season. This is going to be fantastic news for this team. Look at Child King, look at Li Hang. We've had this conversation about the experience for them. Now they're going to have a chance to have it on the largest stage in the world in Rio at the Intel Extreme Masters in October.
Yeah, no, it's crazy to think that, you know, for outsiders looking in, you know, we would have thought, Li Hang? You know, Child King, we kind of recall from, you know, the Wings Up times and, you know, these upsets over OG, for example. You know, you've had those chances to go into these international tournaments and face off against some of these sort of challengers. But now we have this scenario where, yeah, these 3 veterans that are on the squad for Rare Atom, they can all just kind of respectively pop off, and then you've got these sort of budding stars. Like, if they get that extra experience, if they calm their nerves, and they learn how to play these scenarios, the ceiling just keeps increasing for Rare Atom. When it comes to crunch time, they will not be denied. They are I mean, they are easily the second best team in the Asia region, I think, right now. Even with all of these caveats, when they get ironed out, who's to say how far they go?
They've proven it now twice over. I don't think there's any questions about it. They beat Tyloo twice now to qualify for big events. They beat Atox twice just in this tournament, let alone anything else, right? This is very much a number 2, but hey, maybe they can even make a run for more. We're going to have to wait to find out. Make sure that you guys are tuning into their journey in IEM Rio as well. That'll be starting on the 8th of October. It's a little while from now. There's the RMR in between. There's a lot of Asian action. There's ECL going on all the time, and there's going to be more qualifiers. So make sure you guys aren't missing any of this. It just gets more and more exciting. For now, though, we've got to be signing off. Representatives for Rio are decided, but there's still a lot more Counter-Strike to be had over the next few weeks, so make sure that you guys are catching it all over here on this ESLCS channel. Thank you for tuning in. I've been T-Time. He's been Michael Yumi Cassidy, and we're signing out.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Tyloo!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!